Come on, interrupting DJ Okrima to bring you a special show here. I just watched some of these news items that were going on, and I was like, this is the moment that we do a show for the country. Thank you very much, DJ Okrima, but you will allow me to just take an hour or so of your time. I just want us to review some of these interesting election tidbits that are happening right now. So today there was a big rallies between of Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, and I thought it would be something interesting we could discuss. So before we get into it, as usual, you guys know how we do this thing. You know how we do, right? We start with like a song. So let me bring my Twitter people inside. I want us to have a great discussion. And it's only Kenyan politics today, so it's not a big deal. It's just Kenyan politics. So I expect we're going to be a very different listenership or talkership. What do you say it? It's going to be a different kind of show because today we shall listen mainly just from what's happening in Kenya, unless you have an example that you want to use. Before we do that, let's play a song as usual. You know, my Sauti Soul boys are in the house. Let them play this song. It's called Tujiangalie, featuring Nyashinsky by right there. That's a song by. I had to pause it because man, I like Nyashinsky, but people are already here, so that was a beautiful song. Thank you very much, Nyashinsky featuring Sauti Soul featuring Nyashinsky to Jiangalia. You guys need to listen to that song. All right, this is a very short show. It's not the normal, so I will not give it the normal introduction. Let me not lie that they have an introduction for this show, but it's a Kenyan show. I want us to talk about what we witnessed today. We watched Rao with Azimio versus Ruto with Kenya Kwanza. And I want to get your thoughts. And this is a Kenyan show, so do not fear having to mix it in with languages. You can speak whatever language you want, as long as it's Kenyan. Yeah, it's Swahili, Sheng, English, whatever you want to do. There's no restriction because it is a Kenyan show. So let's speak Kenyan. Let's be open. I want to hear what your thoughts are. I looked at it today, and for the first time, I realized that these guys are actually auditioning to us. They are auditioning to us. They're auditioning to us. They're telling us, give us your votes. Yeah. So how would I want somebody to audition to me? If you come to audition to me, what are you coming? Are you coming? Imagine someone has come to. You want to employ somebody in your house. Yeah? That house girl that is coming from the village, you want to employ her, she has come and you're looking at her. What questions would you ask her? Some of the speeches I had today, I was like, God damn. Yeah? even with my preferences. So I want to set a few ground rules. Even with your preferences, it's not a big deal, okay? Hata na preference gani usiwe na wasiwasi. Your preference is your preference. We just come here, we have a good discussion. It doesn't matter who you're supporting. That is good. But don't let your preferences make you emotional here. You start talking like a little bitch. All right? So let me bring in some speakers. Let's see what we can get up to. So I want to hear your thoughts on both speeches, how it was organized. I saw Diamond was in the mix. Yeah, Diamond was in the mix. Imagine that. Diamond was somewhere. I was like, "Ay, Rao, you brought Diamond." I don't know. I don't know how what I thought about that. I was like, I want to hate on that. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, it was very interesting. A very interesting day, and I know even during the time for elections, the day for elections, we shall do another space then, just to keep each other, updated. Because it's a very important time in our country. We're choosing a new president. So we can't just sit by the sidelines and hope for the best. We have to talk about it. Let's see where we are, what's going on, what's the thinking. Because if we don't talk, then what happens next? Let's start with Elijah. Elijah, how are you? Elijah, how are you?
Great.
Yes, Sama.
Very fine. I equally followed the final submissions.
Uh-huh.
At a personal level, yes, they have the right to do what they did. Hello?
Just go ahead. You don't have to wait for me to say anything. Just go ahead and say what you have to say.
Okay. On the law side, both the camps invited artists from countries outside Kenya. I think that was on the lower end.
Are you? Okay. So Raila brought us Diamond. Ruto brought us who?
Solomon Mkubwa. That's a Congolese, I suspect.
No way.
Solomon Mkubwa is not Kenyan.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I think that's a low score. But
that was very shady of them, by the way. Yeah, you're right. Who would have been the right person to bring for Rao's the musical person? Who do you think they should have brought?
They should have given our boys even South Soul or even Major.
No, I'm saying for Rao's camp. Who do you think would have been good for Rao?
Yeah, I think Yashinsky, even though he doesn't say it, he tends to lean more to Rao's side.
Nice. And for Ruto?
Yeah. For Ruto, they would have given, I do not know really, but Major could have, maybe. If they give him the platform, he could have done something.
Major, come on. You can do better for Ruto.
Who, Kibe? You tell me who.
If I was any of those guys, I would have picked Sauti Sol.
Oh, South Soul. But South Soul, sometimes they say they are apolitical, so I got them out of the equation.
You pay them enough. That nonsense ends there. Everybody is on sale, bro.
All right.
Yes, and the apps?
On the apps, of course, I give it to Ruto. He didn't have the manuscript. He didn't have something scripted.
Okay.
He went all out, of course, as the intellectual, of course, we expect him to be. Of course, I'm biased towards him. I support him.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and then, of course...
Okay, so you liked that Ruto did not have a written down speech?
It is manifested. I mean, he's been doing it all over the place. So I think that's an advantage to him.
So Raila had to read his from the iPad.
Yeah, he had a written speech. So I think on a score sheet, Ruto scores more.
Okay, but we also have to remember that you're biased towards Ruto.
But that's a fact. I mean, yes, my bias is there, but that's a fact.
Okay, so for that one, on speech, Ruto got that one as well.
Yeah, in terms of speech, he got it. Of course, you have also to realize that since morning is done over 5 campaigns from different from 5 counties.
So Rao never did any?
Raul just woke up from his current home and got to Kasarani.
No way.
That's what. In fact, the old man was captured on camera. I don't know whether he was sleeping or not.
You sound like such a hater.
No. I'm fine. But I'm trying to be realistic because this is something that was on air, isn't it?
No, I think he was reading. I think that they caught him reading through the iPad. I remember seeing that shot. That was some hating, though.
Well, okay. Well, just to be fair to him, let me buy your idea. Even though I thought he was sleeping, so let me buy your idea that he was reading something.
Yeah, he was reading from his iPad. Now, because man, I can't explain to you, bro. Just trust me on that one. Don't go saying he was sleeping.
Okay, fine.
I'm sure
I stand down on that.
Today they gave him the right injection. They said this is the one that is going to keep him awake 6 hours.
Okay. give me your speculating.
Bro, I mean, that's all we're doing here. Until we're speculating. None of us is in the inner circle, so we don't know anything. We're speculating. That's what this space is for today.
Okay, so fine. Of course, my take home is this. On Tuesday, let people wake up early, vote for whoever they want to vote for. They go home, relax. And of course, we expect that IBC will do us the honors to do the right thing. Of course, we know the right thing is relative. I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's relative to who you want to win, right?
Yes, it is very relative. But my message to all the Kenyans and those of us who are listening here, let's be peaceful. Let's do our elections peacefully.
Why is that a message to? Why do you have to give a peaceful message? For what?
Of course, you've seen these videos circulating around of JSU, Mariams, you know them.
But are you not peaceful in your house right now?
I am, but Kibe, sometimes back you remember them.
Now you see the thinking that you have. You're in your house peaceful, and you're telling us to be peaceful. We are all peaceful. Why are you telling us to be something we already are?
But you already told me we are speculating. I mean, what will happen on Wednesday we do not know.
But why would you go for the negative? Why not go for the positive?
I mean, Kibe, I think I'm old enough to foresee some things.
Yes, but why? Okay, it's good to foresee, but why be on the negative side of foreseeing? Why not be on the positive side? You say, like I can foresee clashes. You can say something like that.
Yes.
And I foresee a business opportunity. Why are you only foreseeing bad things?
No. I'm just a realist. You know, politics is quite emotive. And since it's a motive, I mean, if one side doesn't win as they would wish, of course, you know, the outcome is that people won't go to church, of course. So, people will be rioting all over the place. So what I'm trying to say is, let's become whatever the outcome.
I have one more question for you. Forget about that sort of outcome. Why do you think the musicians were afraid of taking a side? Is it that our politics is not mature enough for us to be able to come out and say, this is who I want to vote for? It doesn't matter who I am. You see, like now, me, if I say I want to vote for Ruto, I've just chosen the options presented to me, right?
Yeah.
And I should be free to vote for whoever I want.
Yeah.
And I should not be ashamed of the person that I want.
Yes.
And I don't have to sugarcoat it to you that this is the person that I'm supporting.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter my influence. It's just that this is me and I made my choice. Everybody has their vote, right?
Yes.
And it doesn't stop us from having to have a conversation.
I get your question, Kibe.
So why did the musicians and the actors in Kenya refuse, and the influencers refuse to take sides?
Yeah, I think in the line of speculation, let me try to answer that.
Give me a good one.
Now, our society is laced with a lot of interest. these artists, many of them, of course, would depend on corporates and stuff like that. All right?
Mm-hmm.
A majority of them would want to be correctly, let me use the term political correctness. They want to be in the side of the government. Some of them do not want.
So they don't know who's going to win, so they have to wait and stay neutral.
Yeah.
Okay. I hadn't seen that.
They're just lukewarm. Given an opportunity, these guys can side.
Thank you, my man.
Yeah. Thank you, Kibe.
Thank you, Elijah. I appreciate that. Oh, man. Who's next? If you want to speak next, just put up your hand. I'll give you a chance. I cannot remember who came in what order. So it's going to be one time. Get a chance one time. Come in here. Say something.
Hi, Kibe.
Yes, who's this? Elvis.
Yes, how are you, Kibe?
Fine, thank you, Elvis. So did you see the two speeches today? The two groups of people coming together?
Yeah, from the start to the end.
So what did you notice? Just tell me what jumped out at you.
No, I want to ask you first. What's your general view of both parties, how they did their ending, how do you call it, campaign?
I find Azimio to be very disorganized.
Why disorganized?
But let me give you my points, okay? So I'll tell you, I find them to be very disorganized, but they have a very vibrant crowd. Their crowd is crazy, so they can do a lot more with that crowd that they don't do. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes, but this organization is such bullshit that they are losing this crowd. Because the Azimio crowd is wild. You can have them sing songs. You can tell them to do whatever it is you want with them. Yes, but they don't use the crowd properly because they don't have a good hype man.
No, I just feel like these events were supposed to show like how presidential you would be if you clipped the higher seat.
Yes, and of course, organization is a big part of it.
So I feel like in Azimio's side, I feel they were more decorated. They tried to talk to us on what they will do. And some of those few things they'll fix. And in Kenya Kwanza, I feel like most of the conversation were based on Uhuru, Matiang'i, they still have that hunger. Nothing else is substantial, From the speaker to the last one,
Okay.
You know Uhuru is not on the ballots. And why keep attacking him and instead give us solutions,
So now I get what you're saying. You make a good point. Make a very good point.
It's because I feel like this one, as I was saying, is supposed to be presidential. You are telling us it's 2 days to the elections. Now you're supposed to tell us what you'll do and act like now a president to be, But you can't run through the whole event. And the only thing I'm catching is Uhuru. Deep state is the people. We know it's the people who are electing you. Are you getting my point?
No, I'm trying to get your point, yeah. I'm trying to separate you from the hater. Separate your point from the hater. So you did not like the fact that they were just talking about other people.
Yeah, tell us what you want to do for us, Okay.
No, I get you. I get you because it makes no sense talking about somebody else when you have us here. Yeah.
Because I literally feel like the whole campaign strategy is about Uhuru. Like, let's say 80% is Uhuru, the rest is, Mamamboga, bottom up, I just feel like the whole campaign period, I've heard of Uhuru more than they've talked of.
But isn't it a good selling strategy? If you think about it, this guy, this guy has got an advantage because Uhuru shunned him publicly. Sindio?
Yeah.
So now that was a point of Kidonda. That place where there's that wound that you keep pressing to make sure that wound never heals.
Yeah.
So this guy has been using that to say, this guy, I gave him my 10 years, and he has fucked me in the ass, and now he's left me out in the cold.
I just feel like...
So imagine, listen to this. So this guy went around to all the Uhuru zones which is mainly Kikuyu land, and told the Kikuyus, this guy of yours that you told me to support, and I supported, I gave him 10 years, and now he's turning his back on me.
Wait, Kibe, do you believe in giving back, or it depends on how the journey is?
No, I believe in honoring my promises. I try as much as possible to honor my promises, irrespective of who comes in between that.
So Kibe, if you start a business,
Yes.
And along the way, I fuck you up. I maybe do some shoddy things, and the business closes.
Yes.
You'll still honor your deal to pay me at the end of the business closure, or you'll be angry.
Your whole story there doesn't make any sense. You don't have another example there from
I'm trying
from Azimio. Look for another example.
Hiyo
example yako it makes sense.
It's not fair.
Hiyo example yako ni dot juu ya mavi. Tafuta example ingine. Another example totally, yeah.
Lakini unacheki venye umesema that has been a pain point for him. He's using that pain point,
Yes.
I feel like it's more towards him, not us. It's like we are paying his vendetta against the president,
Yes. You have to.
Because now I feel like he's saying, no, huyu alinifanyia. And what, so are we supposed to pay your debt or his debt,
Yes, yeah, because it's it's elections. It's an election debt.
To him
it's not a personal debt, it's an election debt. So you have to go to the electorate and tell them, hey, listen, remember that debt I told you we owed? We don't owe it anymore. And then you give us reasons as to why we don't owe that debt. But it's an election debt.
Why do I feel like you are inclined to the UDA team?
No, I'm just arguing against you. That's all I'm doing. If I get a UDA guy, I'll argue against him. I just want you to see the other side of the conversation.
I feel like as a leader, there's traits that you must have.
Okay.
I just feel like, how do I place it now? When you are coming to me as an electorate, kama mtu amesoma, ndio. You come and tell me, you promised me 10 years. It's not me who promised you. And now I'm basing things on what is happening, what has happened, and you're trying to take that part of the government that is good. Hiyo ingine sio yako, that doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, it totally makes a lot of sense. Like when the kids are bad, who do they belong to?
The mother.
Yes, and when the kids are good, they belong to. Yeah, they belong to the father, bro. This is marketing. I want you to see it for what it is. I want you to see it for what it is. It is two people marketing themselves to us. So you pick the one who you want, and then you look for their best points, and you sell those points. Yeah, so me, all I'm doing is challenging your best points. I don't really give a shit who wins, by the way.
I feel like, yes, they are marketing strategists, but we are the price.
Why don't we behave like it?
I feel like people are hungry. You will find people are hungry because Uhuru left out Ruto. But when you ask them how and why, they don't know. They are just hungry,
Yes.
So I feel like we are just a prize. We are paying a prize for
but
award that.
But the question to you, so that I let you go and bring somebody else now. My question to you is, Uhuru, Ruto, and Raila, are they really different?
No, I think they are political cousins.
So
very, very much.
So once we know that, shouldn't we just play the game the way they used to play them? The way we used to watch WWF. Remember WWF?
Yeah.
Remember when Ric Flair and somebody were fighting? It would really work you up during the game, but once it's done, it's done. You don't lose sleep over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for me, I want to look at all the positive and negatives of both shows today. And then we see where everybody stands. All right. Anything else, Elvis?
Yeah, my last comment is that I feel like the Azimio event was more presidential than the others were still in the campaign headspace. feel like this one we can give it to the Azimio side. Yeah.
Okay, good. So Azimio, I should put a poll. Yeah?
Yeah. Thank you, Kibe.
All right, thank you, Elvis.
Yes, Kibe, how are you?
Dennis.
Yes, how are you?
You need to disconnect
You're such a
your Bluetooth or whatever nonsense you have there.
I'm not using Bluetooth.
Headphones?
I don't know why. No.
Are you in the toilet?
Come on, I'm not in a toilet.
Okay, there's an echo. That's why.
Oh, there's an echo.
Very serious echo.
Maybe I
Yeah.
changed the room, but I'm not in a toilet. So can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. It's just that every time I speak, there's an echo.
Okay, maybe
Or like
the
feedback.
volume
Feedback.
is-
Feedback.
Yeah. Now, I think our country has come so far. I have tried to measure the kind of the politics that we have in Kenya with any African country. Manze sisi tuko juu. The only part that we are lacking, we just need to automate the IBC things. We should be voting like
Dennis.
Yes.
So
Yes.
let me mute you so that I can give you the premise of the conversation today. So today we're only doing, it's not a political show the way you guys think it, where you just come in, we discuss politics. Kiholela holela is good. I know that that is needed, but today we had two very big functions happening. There was the Rao function and there was the Ruto function. So we're just looking at those two functions and seeing how organized both functions were, what stood out for you, what was good, what was bad. Simple as that. So yes, I understand you want to go into the whole my land, Kenya, my land and everything, but let's just get straight to the point. Let's assume we've had many political shows before this one. All right? So Dennis, once you come in, just go ahead. Then the feedback will not be so pronounced.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity again. So I hope there's no more echo. I think the Raila side was more presidential. I felt like the power has shifted to Raila's side. On the other side, I want to be very fair to Mr. Ruto. He was so presidential also. I didn't get much to listen since we were focused on the Azimio side. But all in all of them did well. They gave their best, and I think our country has moved forward in terms of many things. Hello, Kibe.
Yeah, I can hear.
So, all I'm urging people, let's just have a wonderful time. There's nothing like a peaceful election. We already have peace. Hizo vitu zingine tu ni formalities. Let everybody vote for who you want to vote. Na kila mtu ende nyumbani. And that is my submission.
Thank you, Dennis. All right. Yeah, that was Dennis. Who are we doing next? Engineer Tony. Is it hold up, Jamison. If you want to say something, just put up your hand. I'll give you a chance to speak in that order that you put the hands up. But let me start with Engineer Tony. Jamison, please close. Mute your mic, Omera. Go ahead, Engineer Tony.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kibe.
Are you a real engineer or just this fake title so that you can just bomb more chicks?
I'm a student nafanya engineering electrical. Yeah. So
okay.
lazima nijipatie hiyo class kidogo.
So unajichocha before hata uja graduate.
Lazima ujipatie cycle.
I don't know. Unasemaje?
Okay, ukiangalia hizi rallies zote ziko sawa. Ukiangalia side ya Azimio. So wako okay, I agree with you. Hawa si wako disorganized. In a way that hakuna mpangilio yenyewe unaweza sema.
Engineer Tony, stop moving away from your phone, bro. We can't hear you.
Sorry. Oh,
man, amjui kutumia phone ama nini? So should we have a phone using?
Ni mic ilikuwa mbali, sorry.
Wacha ushamba jo.
Wazi. So ukiangalia hii rally ya Azimio, okay, ukiangalia iko disorganized in a way. Ukiangalia in terms of formation, the same wenye wako sahi kwa government, ndio the same people tuseme Azimio government o ikiingia wata retain the same people. And then ukiangalia this other side, hustler side, unapata kuna at least kuna some changes, unaona. Hakuna like kurudiwa wale wasee wenye tu walikuwa. And then Kibe, let me ask you, when you join forces, of which shit kama hii ishafanyika, ukiona like dynasties zinaungana mkono just to be against one man, mande, it's questionable. You get me? Like hakuna venye unaweza ita like venye kulikuwa na hizo hating speech za Rao and Uhuru akimuita Mogoroki and all that, and then mnakuja mnaungana under circumstances zingine hazieleweki.
So what does that tell you when you see that? What do you think is happening?
That tells me there's something inaendelea between hizo coalition.
There's something what?
Fishy.
Something?
Fishy.
Oh, something fishy. Okay, something fishy going on between these guys. That's what you're thinking. Because
sure.
You're wondering how they were such enemies and now they're friends.
Yeah. Like it makes sense Kibe ile, honestly. Hakuna venye unaweza ungana hivyo just to be against one man. Na like sasa Ruto. So ana campaign akitaja Raila, akitaja Uhuru, because I guess namfilio pain ya betrayal. I guess unafeel betrayal venye inaweza hit ukiwa unaungana na msee hapo amekupromise ushaona future enyewe hadi mimi ndakuwa president, I can be good, and then unafika halfway unaanza
lakini if that's the reason
Kibe naweza bonga.
Ngoja please do not be mannerless. Ukitaka kuongea ndakupatia chance.
Yeah.
Engineer.
Yeah.
Would you want a leader who is unable to move on?
Okay, apana.
Because let's assume that what you're saying is true, and he's not using it as a marketing gimmick. He's using it as a bado yuko hurt na vile alifanywa, then he would make a very weak leader.
No, he wouldn't make a weak leader. Anajaribu kutuonyesha awase vitu wakiungana hivyo venye wameungana. Trust me, kama mimi walinifanyia hivyo and I was so close to them, hakuna venye pia nyinyi as Kenyans mnaweza kuwa lad na wase na mimi waliniruka hivyo and I was part of that government. So what he's trying to do, anatry kutuonyesha the brighter side, anajaribu kutufungua macho the way these people are.
Wait, anajaribu kufungua macho the way these people are as ameletwa hapo na gari za gava.
No, okay.
Nataka ujibu hiyo swali kwanza before uanze kufikiria sana. Huyo anajaribu kutufungua macho mwenye ameletwa na gari za gava. Anaishi hao ya gava. For the last 10 years ameishi hao ya gava, si ndio?
Kweli.
Bill zake zote zimelipwa na gava.
Yeah, sure.
Huyo tu anatuambia sasa anatufungua macho.
Unajua kwa nini? Kibe, hata wewe ukiwa the head of the family, imanishi the wife akona tuseme say kwa nyumba, right? But the final decision itakuwa made by the man. Hivyo ndio nakuanga. The same way Ruto ndio akona say, but
hizo analogy zenyu leo zinagonga nje. We. Hii ya wife haingiani. Hebu tafuta ingine. Uko na ingine?
Okay, yeah, niko na ingine. Aya, wewe ni CEO wa company, and then managing director chini yako.
Yes.
Managing director anaweza act kama wewe yuko, si ndio? But that doesn't mean ati anaweza come juu yako akushinde, like akuambie wewe fanya hivi and you are the CEO of the company. Unaona? So the final decision itakuwa made by the CEO.
Yes.
That's why yes, anaweza sema akona right ya kusema watu walinifanyia hivi. Kama amenifanyia hivi, what do you think you Kenyans mtasema nini? And then
ndio mimi nakuulizaje, maybe hukusikia swali yangu. Swali yangu ilikuwa simple, lakini wewe juu ya kuwa na prepackaged answers, hata unipatie time usikize. Sikiza.
Yeah.
Huyo mtu amekamna gari za gava. Mafuta ya gava, anaishi kwa hao ya gava. Yeye ndio anakuambia vile amefanywa na wale wengine. Huyo.
Napata swali yako. Okay, ni juu akona right bado, because bado ako kwa government. It's just that hana hiyo uwezo kama ya president.
Bas unafanya nini kwa gava? Si utoke.
Uwezi toka.
Kwa nini uwezi toka? I would have respected you more ungejitoa alafu kama ufanya campaign. Lakini sasa wewe unataka kuenjoy hizi all these parks mpaka siku ya mwisho. Alafu niambie sasa tuna fight freedom pamoja. Hatu fight freedom pamoja buda. Umsesa hii the day he stops being anybody, if he loses this election, he will forever be taken care of as a deputy president of this country. Do you know that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And there are some perks to being a deputy president. The same perks Musalia Mudavadi is enjoying.
Yeah.
The same perks anaitwaje yule mwingine Mudi Awori is enjoying. The same perks Rao is enjoying as a former prime minister.
Kalonzo
Musyoka. There we go. So munaona hivi, you look at them and you think you guys are on the same level. You're not on the same level, bro. These guys are playing a very different level. Why aren't you seeing that, bro?
Kibe, ebu skia this one. Aya. Okay, shit. Okay, as unaona ndio you beat people, okay, ndio mimi nikupige. Lazima nikuwe best yako. Siwezi kuwa adui yako ndio nikupige. I must be your friend. I must beat you in your own game. Reason hakuana.
Where the fuck are you guys getting these examples, bro? These examples are using a nyas ni aje. So for you to beat me, you must be my friend. What the fuck are you saying, bro? Hii example umetoa wapi? Hiyo ni example ya nini? Ya CBC nini?
Kibe ndio unakuleta kwa point.
Okay.
Aya. Unatiki ndio wewe ufanye kazi yako vizuri, usiwahi laumiwa haukufanya kazi yako as the deputy president. Uwezi niambia nijitoe na I was elected there by the people. Unaona? So juu watu ndio walini elect, hakuna haja nitoke just because umse ndio ati ako against mimi.
No, but what about integrity?
Okay, me I don't believe in giving up. So
no, what about integrity? What about integrity? Like now when you see right now we have you do know Polycarp Igathe?
Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
Oh, who is he?
He's an aspiring governor, Nairobi County.
Do you know him from before?
Yeah, I was a deputy governor, Kitambo.
Yes.
Before.
And what happened to him when he was the deputy governor?
Yeah, because aliona Sonko, he chose integrity over nini sasa hiyo position sasa.
Yes, and so he chose integrity over that position, and he said, "Let me step out of this nonsense because this guy is going to drown me with him."
Yeah.
So he stepped out, and he had been voted in. A lot of people gave the vote to Igathe.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why it's very important to choose a good running mate, because that running mate can bring you some votes. So now Igathe stepped out. He waited his 5 years. He came back and said, "Hey, listen, I want to be the governor. I don't want to be the deputy anymore. I want to be the governor. I have seen I can do a better job than these other idiots who are there." Okay?
Yeah, but
and now he stands a very good chance of being the next governor of Nairobi, isn't it?
No, he doesn't stand a good chance, actually.
He doesn't?
He doesn't stand a good chance.
Are you sure?
100% sure. 100. Do you know why, Kibe?
Give me. Do I know why?
Yeah. Okay, main point ni na kitu yenye ilimaliza kabisa especially during the debate. Aliulizwa kama yeye ange hold on to that position, sasa ndio angekuanga deputy, ndio angekuwa the governor venye Sonko alitoka. Is it true or is it false?
It's assuming we know exactly what happened. Since we don't know, we are all just speculating, man. Speculate away, bro. Speculate away. Engineer Tony, I have to let somebody else speak. Are we done?
Okay, yeah, we are done. Okay, my final submission is already is peace. The only thing these politicians are doing ni kuchokozana. So, mse asichukulie so personal. We already have peace. Hivyo tu.
Thank you, my man. Thank you, Engineer Tony. Let me go to Kusu.
Yes.
Yes, Kusu, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, bro.
Okay, I'm saying about today's rallies, Ruto aliweza. Haswa hapa hii point ya integrity. Unacheki mwisho amekuja akaelezea we know we are Kenyans.
Okay.
Apart from being Kenyans,
bro, Kusu, are you using headphones?
No.
You need to stay still. We are hearing so much noise in the background, and we want to hear from you very well.
Okay, I'm saying this.
Yeah, so don't move from there. Just sit in one position and let's hear what you have to say. So you're saying Ruto leo ameweza?
Ruto ameweza.
Okay.
Comparing to Raila, kwanza huyo study, how can you pray?
Oh,
how can you pray? Hata Mungu kweli anaweza kusikia maombi yako kama hiyo. Hatutaki hao afisa.
Kusu, let me mute you.
Hatutaki huyo mwizi. Is you study to judge. So unaona? Kwanza hiyo point ya maombi. Yes.
Kusu's network is shit. Are you in a shithole county, Kusu? All right, let's move to somebody else, then I'll come back to Kusu. If you want to say something, just put up your hand. I'll give you a chance. And so we can move very fast. Jamie's son.
Yeah, Kibe.
What's up?
Fine sana.
Sema.
Ninakuja from a neutral perspective.
Why neutral?
Unajua I've been nimevote mara moja tu 2017 na nataka ni observe like kitu inaenda mpaka the end so I'm sure in this coming 2 days nitakuwa nisha make decision Okay. But leo imeplay a very big role.
Okay.
Yani kiangalia hiyo campaign ya okay, lakini niongele tu hizo rally za leo rally zote zimekuwa fiti. So nikiongelea rally ya Azimio imekuwa kind of ya walikuwa wanajaribu kukua hiyo presentable hiyo kujipresent kama wase wako unaelewa wale wase wameomoka kiakili, una get it. Alafu wase wa Azimio nao walikuwa walikuwa ni ma-attack so yani walikuwa aggressive
Sikuelewi hata kidogo. Hebu just fafanua tafadhali how
as you saying
Azimio, because I think you mentioned Azimio twice and I was waiting for Kenya Kwanza.
I made verbally, but I think Kenya Kwanza walikuwa very aggressive, walikuwa wana attack sana
wana attack
the government. Yeah, wana attack to both ends.
Okay.
Wanataka government Yeah, I think Kenya Kwanza wamechukua Azimio to be government na hao acting like the wale ambao wana oppose government in according to my perspective so ndio unapata wanaongea DPP machief nini, hiyo ndio ilikuwa mambo yao, Uhuru this na hiyo si ni gova, machief ni government, DPP nini, you get it. Yes, hiyo ndio walikuwa wamemajor on. Azimio nao walikuwa wamemajor on hizo vitu ma 6K zao, baba care nini, you get it. But Junet, huyu jamaa ndo anani Junet. The Junet guy, I don't really like the guy.
Why not?
I think the guy is ananikalia tu hata vile anaongea he's not a good guy. I don't think he's a good PM.
You don't think he's a good guy?
That guy is not good. As in,
let me tell you. Let me tell you something that will help you cool down. There's this guy who used to be called Otieno Kajwang. Otieno Kajwang, he was so charismatic, but we hated him because he was on the opposite side. But he was so good that we hated him. Yeah, but we knew that we hated him because he was good.
Unajua?
So Junet ujua kudunga. Yani that guy knows exactly where to press.
Yeah, nakupata. This is someone like Murkomen. Pia yu ongea sana kama tu Junet, si ndio? Ina Duale, si ndio? Wao pia uongea sana. But unapata wakati Murkomen anaongea atakwambia sense, atakwambia propaganda. Azina hata make up things, atakwambia kitu realistic, But Junet you come up na vitu zingine zenye make sense. Sijui anakwambia ana leak some very weird things. Sijui kaona hata juzi nimeona amepost some very funny things.
Jamison. So for you today, which camp has taken it? Is it Rao or Ruto?
Leo now as a Ruto, mimi nitasema tu kina Rao nao wamekabeba. Because unajua what we wanted to hear today haiko kwa hizo mambo za blame game. Because unajua Kenya Kwanza they have been doing this blame game for over 3 years. Unajua Ruto alianza campaign kitambo sana. And I've been following his campaigns kuanzia kitambo sana, nikikumbuka kina Uhuru akicomplain. He has been campaigning. Unapata?
So today So today if Azimio has taken the day for you.
Totally.
Nice.
In all aspects, by the way.
Nice.
In all aspects. And then
give me your final submission, and then
final submission yangu nimekuwa nasema as Kenyans tuache kureason na side ile una support. Usione hiyo side nyingine wanafanya something good but you still criticize because you don't support them at all. So hata nimekuwa nikisikiza speakers wote unapata msana kuja kureason hapa na political already politically minded unapata.
But isn't that what taking a stand means? That you're willing to overlook some of the things, some of the mistakes your person makes, so that you can push him forward.
You know, Kibe, as much as someone hates you, if you do something good, it is something good. Yeah?
So how can we know what you're saying? Because it's very objective.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's very objective what you're saying, because now you're telling me that I have to try and find the good in what you're saying. I have to try and find the good in Azimio. Sindio?
Yeah, you have to find good in every side. Lakini sa una way, good gani ina outweigh the other one. Unaangalia gani kuliko kuangalia negative, because ukianza kuangalia negatives hapa, if we looking at negative, then I think Kenya Kwanza hakuna mtu atakuwa anaweza kasimama kwa nini kwa platform campaign. Because ukiangalia hiyo timu yao yote ni watu wako na issues, Almost all of them wako na court issues nini. Someone alikuwa anasema hapa about backstabbing. If there is someone who should be complaining about backstabbing ni kina Uhuru. Unajua kina JB Muturi, Uhuru amewasaidia sana, but at the end of the day wamekuja huku nini Kenya Kwanza. Hata Uduale huyu ametolewa mbali na kina Uhuru. Unapata? So hii mambo ya backstabbing tuangalie negatives sana, tuangalie pia positives ndio tujue.
For this one, for Jamison, for this one, the backstabbing is clear that Ruto was stabbed in the back by Uhuru. Sindio?
It is Ruto who started that backstabbing first. Unajua ile handshake, unajua tumeona handshake mara mob. Tuliona handshake huko na Rao na Kibaki.
But wait, before you start explaining it. When Uhuru and Ruto came to us in 2013, they said that they want 20 years from us. Sindio? Yes. So they said they wanted 20 years. So why did, after he was given his second term, why did he change on him?
See, we both know the story of handshake. Like he didn't work with Rao.
Nataka ujulize hizi swali. I want you to ask yourself the question of, immediately he got his second term. This guy turned to this guy and tell him, now bounce, because there's no other third term coming.
Yeah.
So why only immediately after the second term is when things went south?
That's what I'm trying to explain. Umejua things started going south after handshake. Before handshake hatukuwa tunaona hizi issues. Sindio?
So somebody turned on the other. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And this guy is saying, the person who I stood by has turned on me.
Yeah, I get it, but
so you cannot tell me to overlook. You cannot tell me to overlook that and then come here and start looking at other things that don't make any sense. There was a deal that was struck. Why aren't we honoring that deal?
Now you know what we can't really know is what really happened kwa hiyo meeting ilitoa handshake.
But you were explaining just now.
That's what I'm trying to say. I don't really think that Ruto never knew about the handshake. I don't really think so. I think hii handshake ni kitu wali arrange, but I think Ruto aliona hiyo deal ya handshake haijamfavor. Unapata? So yeye aka opt out, akaamua kupiga campaign zake. Unapata? So some of us tunaweza kuona ni kama backstabbing, but hiyo tu ni nime. Unajua sometimes watu wanaweza kupiga mradi na ikaenda wrong. Haimaanishi ati mseme ku backstab. Semi I'm very sure walika chini wakamkideal na ikaenda hivi. Jua hakuna venye uhunyange amkatu one day anatutangazia amesalamiana na nani na Rao na Ruto knows nothing about it. I am very very sure 100% Ruto was in that meeting, alijua what went wrong, nini ili happen, and maybe akaona hiyo deal in favor.
So you're speculating just like I was speculating. Yeah, you're a speculator. Very good. Thank you very much for helping me speculate.
Let me just ask you, Kibe.
Ask me.
Do you really think your handshake ilifanyika without Ruto's knowledge?
There's a possibility, because even Nani was saying the same. And Jimmy Wanjigi.
But your probability is like 0.1. It's like around your probability.
It's a very high probability, bro. That this. Who is this idiot?
Okay, to speculate that it'll happen evil.
Why don't you speculate it'll happen exactly the way you think it happened in your head?
Yeah.
Thank you, Jamison.
So, yeah, Mazde. Thanks, Mazde.
I appreciate it. Let me hear from Sar Senior. Sar Senior, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Kibe.
Yes, sir. Talk to me.
How are you?
I'm easy.
Hey, man, you've been doing good. Unajua collect hizi views manze ni muhimu sana.
Oh, this is what we're discussing today.
Yeah, you know the youth wanapenda, they love running away from issues zingine, and when called upon to take responsibility, they disappear. But I love that we are here and having a conversation now. When it comes to today's rallies, I think now the Azimio side enjoy some kind of privilege because they are supported by government.
Mm-hmm.
So the kind of resources that they have been able to put together has been immense. When you even look at what they did during unveiling Mother Karua, they have been on point. But there is something I always want to think I'm wrong. I always think that there's a poker that is being played somewhere between Uhuru and Ruto. It could be that these people, they have a master plan. I try to think that come Tuesday, we might get surprised that Ruto takes it and Uhuru does not have an issue.
You think these guys can have thought that far ahead?
Yes. There's a huge possibility, considering where they came from.
That they saw in the next 5 years, they'll need to play this game like that. That's genius level thinking, bro.
Yes, because I always think that Uhuru is a very cunning politician. And Ruto again is also very good. I think that is a grand plan, a grand poker game that they planned way ahead of Baba. Now, because coming to this election, Baba is very confident of a win. And if things don't go his way, he will not have a reason maybe to say that things went this way because I was played. I don't think even going to court would be an issue.
Yeah. You think Baba would see himself lose after he's enjoyed state backup, the backing of the state? You think he has he's possibly seeing that on come Tuesday evening or Wednesday that he's not going to be the president?
Yes,
when
Citizen
TV has been playing nothing but Baba every second. You think he's thinking that he can lose?
Now, that is the thing. You know, when they have bought in the media, because I always say that they have bought in the media, the media has always been advancing a narrative that this guy is winning this thing. But when you go to the grassroots, things are very, very different.
Yes, but
vitu kwa ground ni tofauti manzi.
But mina kwambiaje, umse after amekuwa na gava, he has all the people that the government is paying. You know, government pays IEBC.
Yes.
Yes. So everything that could possibly go right for Raila has gone right this time. Even the president wants him.
And that is the trick.
Yeah. So how can you tell me that he's seeing a way he's conceding these elections? Impossible. He's not seeing that.
But no, you know, considering the kind of person that Uhuru is, if he loses, he's going to call him and tell him, hey, bro, he tried this thing, but we have to choose the country.
Oh, no. That is the naivete in your voice is beginning to show. You think this is the outcomes that these guys create outcomes, bro. They create outcomes. No. They don't just leave it to chance.
But you know, I am not convinced that Baba has become a friend of Uhuru. It is impossible.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, these guys create outcomes. They don't leave it to chance that this thing, it's just going to happen the way you think it's supposed to happen. They create the outcome they want. If they want to win...
Can I give you an example?
If they want to win, they make sure they win.
Can I give you an example? In Nairobi, this brother Tuetangula, he was winning Nairobi. He would have beaten Sakaja, possibly. But now they tell him to back down and leave it for Igathe, who is going now to be beaten hands down by Sakaja.
Is that the word on the ground?
Yes.
Is that the word on the ground that Sakaja is going to beat Igathe?
Hands down.
Are you serious?
Igathe will lose by a huge margin.
Interesting. I've not been hearing that. It's good to hear it from different people.
Yeah, and then again, when you looked at when Baba was launching the campaign, the Azimio campaign, there were so many Jubilee guys around him, the likes of Jeremiah Kioni, the likes of Kanini Kega, the likes of Amos Kimunya, the Laikipia governor. Those guys are no longer going to his rallies. They are no longer accompanying him. It begs questions. You would ask yourself why they are no longer working with him.
Oh, because the business community has shifted their attention to Sakaja?
No, because all the candidates that Uhuru proposed that they work with Baba, they are weak candidates and they are going to lose in their areas. And I fail to understand why Uhuru gave Baba all the weak links in politics, especially in Mount Kenya politics. He gave Baba all the weak links.
What was that about? Like, so you said Igathe is a weak one. Who else was weak?
I'm saying that all the likes of Jeremiah Kioni, Amos Kimunya.
But Jeremiah Kioni, why was he even in the picture? Is seriously weak candidate.
But those are the guys that Uhuru fronted to Baba to work with when he was starting his campaigns. And you see, like, I'll give you an example in Muranga. Muranga seemed like it was being swayed towards Azimio. But currently, if you look at what is going to happen on Tuesday, you will be surprised. No Jubilee guy will win in Muranga. No, Baba will get less than 20% there. So I don't understand. It seems like a grand poker that is being played between the two.
Oh, man. Interesting. We have a few interesting days ahead of us. Thank you very much, Sir Senior.
Most welcome, people.
All right, thank you, man. Appreciate that. We have some interesting days ahead of us. That's for sure. At least this platform, we can say whatever we want to say without having to filter. You know, the problem is these other platforms, you have to filter. And it's so boring listening to filtered politics because nobody is saying the truth. Nobody's saying exactly what they have in their heads. Okay, Gift, go ahead. Otina, I'm coming to you.
You know what the guy who just spoke said doesn't make sense. I really want to understand. For the few years that I've studied Nairobi, the business community at the moment is furious at politicians. And you even spoke about it, Kibe. The thing is, the moment a politician, they gave a politician a chance to run Nairobi, they fucked up. And at this moment, I don't know what ground this guy is talking about, but there's so many people that I've spoken to who reside in Nairobi. They're saying they're not going to give Sakaja. I have no idea what this guy is talking about. And I know thousands. They're telling me, Igade, because Nairobi needs, the way you said it, it needs a leader, someone who can just take it to the corporate level. And mind you, Nairobi 10 years ago was the conference center of Africa. And now we are being taken over by the likes of Kigali. And the only people, apparently, according to what the ground is saying, is someone like Igade can take it. Besides that, today's rally, I listened to what Ruto was saying, and I feel like this guy repeated the same script again. I feel he had a chance to tell people, if he had just repeated the plan, as he calls it, the agenda that he has for the people of Kenya, I think he would have made it right. When people come out and say, oh, he didn't have a script written and all that, Raila read a script, but it made sense. I'm not voting. At the moment, I'm here. I'm stuck here. So there's no way I'm voting. But if I'm to give a percentage, I'll give Raila 51% and Ruto 49%. Just because of the fact that Raila ended up saying the right things. Ruto attacked the same people that he's in government with. The second thing that I noticed is one of the things that you said. Raila, this guy is an enigma. When it comes to mobilizing crowds, he has a team that manages to anachukua tu crowd yote tu na anaileta tu pamoja. And the result of on the other side of Ruto, I think the people didn't do a good job. And this is the problem of having the same a rally, the final rally, in the same city. Knowing very well you can't beat Raila in Nairobi when it comes to numbers. Hapo mimi ndo naona tu yani alikosea. Mimi ningekuwa Ruto, final rally ningeipeleka place kama Kapsabet. I feel the show of numbers would have been the last statement.
Are you saying there are no people in Nyayo Stadium?
Oh man, Kibe. I think it was only a quarter in size when ilikuwa imejaa. It had nothing.
But
nothing.
Kasarani was packed.
Kasarani was loaded, yani to the brinks.
So wait, so where is Ruto's biggest fan base?
Rift Valley.
He should have taken it to Eldoret somewhere.
He should have taken it to Eldoret. The final rally, angesema coming home. Let's bring this home. Actually, this would have just been a thing. Let's bring this home. Na ilipeleke tu Eldoret. Angejaza crowd. Hata kama ni kulipa crowd, it's easier kulipa crowd in LD. Because
but even that was even Kikuyu land. He should have taken it to Kikuyu land.
Even Kikuyu would have been a statement. But
yeah, because if he took it somewhere, maybe in Nyeri or that Moranga or somewhere, where he makes sure that yes, it should show the country that I have the Kikuyus. Don't fuck with me. I have the Kikuyus.
And that's where I feel like, because if you look at the ODM page, while walikuwa wanafanya like the media coverage, these guys walikuwa wamepeleka drone on the stadium. You could literally see blue everywhere. And then saidia UDA walikuwa wameweka tu just a section. And then unajua venye watu ni vichwa mbaya, watu wakaenda na madrone zao. And they were showing this thing live. Wanasema shit, we don't have numbers. Na ile sasa watu wanasema if the final day you can't mobilize, yet you've been mobilizing the entire country, you've had numbers everywhere. So maanisha either you are paying them or it doesn't make sense because this is the capital. And the capital of Sakaja, what does it say? Hata kama ni kama float iliisha, hawakuweza kulipa wase. Mimi ningekuwa Ruto, if I was to advise him, I would have told him, take it to a different ground. Ipeleke Nyeri, peleke LD. Hata ungeipeleka hata Machakos 100 times. Ama hata Mombasa. Angepata ile crowd yenye anataka.
Okay. So for you today, who took it?
I'll give Raila 51%.
So
Ruto nitampatia 49% because the one thing that he did, he shouldn't have the Nyayo didn't work. And the second thing that didn't work, hata kama he was eloquent enough to say whatever he was saying off script, he should have said what people wanted to say. If those were your last words, those were the worst last words you would have given. Because ukiangalia the rallies that he had done that during the day, he said some good shit.
Okay, wait. Diamond. What do you think about Diamond? Diamond being brought up by Azimio.
Diamond being brought up by Azimio, I feel we are only looking at one person as a headliner. Kulikuwa na lineup ya Kenyan artists kibao sana. And the other thing is
sijakuuliza juu ya Kenyan artist, nimekuuliza juu ya Diamond na unahepa kwa nini? Acha kuhepa.
Mimi nitasema red card.
Yeah, so why did we have to bring in Diamond? What's that about? Hatuna mtu wetu hata mmoja mwenye angeshikilia buda.
Mimi hata wangeleta wakardinali ingekuwa poa.
Yeah, they should have brought somebody to endorse them. Why did you bring Diamond?
Yes. And mind you, he's not cheap.
No, forget about the cost, because now this is the last submission. So we're not thinking about cost. If it made sense to bring even Jay-Z, you bring Jay-Z. You want to be the president. You don't fuck around with those chums. So it's not about the cost. Let's stop being myopic and think about cost. Pesa si shida. These guys are spending whatever money they need to spend to get
billions.
There. Yes. So ataka Diamond analipisha 10 mic, hiyo ni pesa kidogo. Who would have been the best person to bring? Because why bring Diamond if you can bring the best?
I feel Nyash angekuwa kitu ya maana, but the fact that Nyash na Sauti Sol refused to endorse any politics na nini, ningesema wakadinali.
Ni vile mjawalipa pesa ya kuendorse.
Na pia every man has a price.
Sasa ukienda kwa
50 million.
Wacha nikwambie uenda kwa Sauti Sol waambie I'll give you 50 mic for 2 songs.
Yes.
The last day.
2
songs.
Bas.
Yeah. So kitu. Wakam kwanza waimba ile tujiangalie, and then ya mwisho wamaliza na crowd banger.
Yes.
Where the whole crowd is just singing, and then they endorse Baba, and Baba is taken by a helicopter from the podium.
And disappear.
See, here I saw Akina Kalonzo trying to talk after the speech is done. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing, bro? You don't have a PR team that you should end on a high, leave the people high, wanting more. You don't stay there and prolong the misery.
But Kibe, you need to understand. There's been some sort of unaona Raila has always been an organized person, hata venye alikuwa ODM. But it seems like, let me just say it, State House has taken over his campaigns. Sahi, he's going, yuko na confident anabeba hii kitu. And na si uongo, kubeba atabeba. Hii kitu atachukua 8 in the morning itakuwa imeenda. Hakutakuwa tina sijui vishindo ama nini na nini na nini. He has the last card because he's enjoying the state machinery that even Ruto is not. So if I was him, I would have just told Uhuru, let me take charge. Let me take charge of my campaigns.
Let me just stop you now so that you see how bad it's going to get. I want you to prepare yourself for another handshake.
For Raila?
There's going to be a handshake.
For who?
These guys have to exist in the same government. So there's going to have to be a handshake.
Nobody is going to stay in the cold.
Yes, so there's going to have to be a handshake. Another handshake.
Either Ruto or Raila, lakini lazima watasalimiana.
Yes, your handshake.
Actually, it's not even just Ruto Raila thing. I feel like both major parties like kina Mudavadi na nini, wote watakuwa part of government, whether win or lose.
Bro, it's not, they have been. So it's just a new way. So it's just a new wave that we are doing now. Gift, hold up. Let's hear from other people now. The real patriot of Kenya. Oh, sorry. I was going to go to who was next. Yeah, let's go to the real patriot of Kenya.
Thank you, Kibe. The discussion is quite interesting. I'm happy. Okay. I tend to also agree with Gift. The rally at Nyayo was a bit boring. We expected them to give a promise in a more appealing way to Kenyans, but they ended up attacking, people left, right, center, which I think was not good. The rally at Kasarani was lit. People were enthusiastic. You could see the energy. And to capital, I think that's what we wanted to see. When you're going to war, you have to show that you have the energy and you have to have some confidence. You'll see the crowds at Nyayo were bored, they were yawning. I don't know what was that all about.
Was it because you're an Azimio guy?
Not really,
because
I'm somebody
if you're an Azimio,
so I look at you.
So if you're an Azimio guy, isn't it everything you see from Kenya Kwanza boring and very lackluster?
No. You see, I've done something called critical thinking.
Okay.
And you look at the mood of a place, and you can actually feel that mood is either boosting you or working against you. So to say the truth, as much as I'm Azimio, I was also looking at the rally at Nyayo, and I could see the energy was a bit low against Kasarani. That's a fact. It doesn't have to be that I'm Azimio or I'm a Kwanza guy to see that. That was the reality.
Okay. So what else? The organization-wise?
The organization-wise, I still think Baba had his own team doing a lot of things. You could see Nani Mudomobagi being the MC. You could see Junaid being the master of ceremony. So the only bit where the government, I think, or the security apparatus played part, of course, Raila being a presidential candidate, the security has to be, very important. But in terms of organization, there is something called Azimio Secretariat, who do everything. And of course, Baba being a front runner and going to win this thing, there has to be a presidential. There has to be a presidential scheme.
Okay, wait. So today, who took the day? Who took the day? Is it Baba or is it Ruto?
It was Baba. Today, it was Baba because the last day of
what about this confusion that Baba has at the end with all these leaders trying to, to grab at the mic? What's that about?
You see, everybody wants to take advantage, so that, most of them are candidates. So they want to be seen that I also spoke. They want to appeal to the crowds. And, in that crowd, everybody was coming with their own supporters. So everybody was dashing for that mic so that at least ajulikane.
But that disorganization is making Baba look bad, bro. Because now Baba is not looking like he's in charge. When the man of the house drops the mic, that mic stays dropped. Nobody picks it up.
No, you see, if you realize,
I need you to, if the man of the house drops the mic, who can ever pick up that mic?
No one.
So why do people want to talk after Rao has spoken?
No, it was. You see, if you realize, the rally was into two sessions. The first session was national leaders who spoke. Yeah, I think you noticed that the national leaders spoke. The ones who I think were designated cabinet secretaries spoke. Then Martha spoke. Then Baba. That ended. So the rest of the other team, it was giving a chance to mostly the Nairobian candidates, to showcase what they have for the people. But as you are saying, maybe we could have done better, Because if I was
why
speak the last.
Let me ask you, why have 2 sessions? You have 1 chance, 1 bullet. Why have 2 sessions?
Bwana, those people are many, bwana.
You don't.
Those people are many.
Let me tell you, there are opportunities to do all these things some other time, but you don't have 2 opportunities to be fresh. Baba had to remain fresh for his main speech.
But I agree with you. Yeah. But this is the thing. Today was the last submission. So even if there was a second bit of the rally that happened, that is inconsequential. The most important thing is the speech that Baba gave. That is what we were interested in.
No, it's not inconsequential because we saw the second bit, the one that had the confusion. We saw it. So you cannot tell us to assume we didn't see it.
But the first bit, did it have confusion? Did it have?
No, as long as you allowed us to see the second bit with confusion, then it completely does away with the first bit. Because now we are like, the first bit was acting, but this is really who you are.
You see now, the thing is, Baba has spoken, so definitely the crowd will not be concentrate. There will be some energy lull at some point.
So my point here to you is next time tell your PR team to make sure when
next
Baba
time will be in State House.
If there is a next time, to tell your PR team that once Baba has spoken, once the principal has spoken, hiyo mkutano imekwisha.
You will see it. You will see it.
Yes.
You will see it.
No, not this.
When he is the president.
Yeah? Not this clamor for power.
The other thing I want to comment is about handshake. I heard Baba talking about handshake, but the other side also, especially Mudavadi, they said that they will also agree to the handshake if Baba recognizes Ruto as a president. That is a condition which is neither here or there. The most important thing is elections should not divide Kenyans.
No. Yeah? Don't like, wait. The real patriot of Kenya.
Yes.
I don't want you to give me that rhetoric. That's some nonsense rhetoric. You are for Baba, yes?
Yes.
That's it. Why are you giving me that silly speech? Elections should not divide Kenyans. Nobody has time for that nonsense speech. Are you for Baba, yes or no?
I am for Baba, and definitely Baba is going to win.
But thank you. That's it. You don't have to give us that speech. As I leave, let me tell you, Kenyans, fuck Kenyans. Thank you, my man. Everybody has the same boring speech. Elections should not separate us. Fuck you, man. That's exactly what elections should do. Eric, are you there? Eric, going once, going twice.
Hello, I am here.
Yes, Eric, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm easy, talk to me. So today we had Rao versus Ruto. What are they called? Final submission.
Yes, we did.
And then, so what do you think? Who do you think took the day?
Well, a quick one. In whose hands do you feel safe after 2?
In whose hands do I feel safe?
Yes. Given you have the 2. I mean, you have Raila, you have Ruto. In whose hands do you feel safe?
Ruto.
You are on Ruto side?
No, if you ask me a question, I've just answered you. You asked me in whose hands do I feel safe?
Yes.
I would feel safer in Ruto's hands.
Reason?
Huh?
Reason?
Reason why? It's because Ruto is youthful. I always vote for the young ones.
Yes.
Yes, that's it.
Now, okay. On my side, you may be wrong because before you have seen we have elected some youth leaders. But what they have done, especially in parliament, ni ujinga too, ni utoto too.
Like
so actually,
like who?
Let's see youth like from this guy Babu. We see this Nairobi senator. We see this youthful people. I mean, hakuna kitu wanafanya, ni utoto tu, kukimbia na wasichana pale, kupigana kiutoto. Elderly are better than youth.
So when does youth end? Which is the age?
Age from 50 and above.
From 50, so why before 50 you are youth?
Before 50, I think you are not old enough to be a leader.
But Uhuru became a leader before 50.
Yes. And now you see all this nonsense we are seeing all over. These people, I mean, look, the case of Ruto and our president. Hii vita wanapigana mbele ya watoto. Hiyo sio leadership wanatuonyesha.
But we're still talking about the youth.
Wait. If you see
Eric,
yes, sir.
Eric, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Yeah, we go slowly. Stop trying to push the point beyond. I'm still asking the questions, okay? So I was asking you, like during the Obama presidency, do you know when Obama became president and how old he was?
He was 50s.
No, he wasn't.
Sure.
And many presidents in the United States have been less than 50 when they, including I think even Bill Clinton.
Yes.
Yes. So, what's that about?
Now, let me ask you, Kibe. When you see a leadership of Kibaki and this man, Raila Odinga, can you compare it with Ruto and Uhuru?
Sorry,
Kipe.
I want to hear the question again. So, can I compare whose leadership?
Leadership, yeah, Kibaki, Raila, and Uhuru and Ruto.
Why should I compare the two? Can't I just look at one for what it is?
And now. Why should differences ya Ruto na Uhuru wanaiweka public? Like, kama umekosana na bibi yako, kama mwezi reconcile, si muachane tu hiyo story ishe. Why do you have to inform people? I mean,
it could be maybe the two of you just are attention seekers.
Yes.
Yes, because that's what we're seeing. Maybe that we just have a bunch of attention seekers as politicians.
Yes.
Yeah, it could be as simple as that. It's not very complicated.
So as simple as that, Uhuru and Ruto, I think hiyo leadership walipewa by kimakosa. In fact, I work for your president and deputy.
So it also means that Rao also, the Afai senior.
Rao is very old. Rao is very old, man.
Yeah, wherever the first time
wazee aparipiki neno.
Skiza story. The first time when he vied for presidency, how old was he?
How old was this man? I can't remember well, but he was 50s, I guess.
Huh? What was he?
He was when was it? It's 1990.
So it was in 1997.
Honestly, I don't remember his age. Yes, but I don't remember his age.
So it was in 1997.
Yes.
Yes. For how many years from 1997 to today? It's 20-something years, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so he was a young Turk then.
Yeah, through experience. Honestly, you can even see that leadership at young age, especially in Kenya, bado tuko chini sana.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Yes.
All right. Appreciate that. Who else are we doing here? Geoffrey, how are you?
Hey, Geoffrey here. How's everybody doing?
Great. How are you doing, Geoffrey?
I am good. Leo patia hii kitu baba pana.
Baba amechukua leo.
Baba amekamata hii kitu.
But Baba was reading, man. He was reading from a tablet.
And that is the thing, Kibe, because, if you want to articulate stuff that you are planning for the people, and you want to say it often, sometimes you can forget even the important things that you are supposed to mention.
But
the seriousness of noting down things that you're supposed to say, things that you're supposed to say, the promises that you're supposed to make to the people.
Geoffrey,
yes.
we cannot pretend to not notice that Baba these days has to have the speech written down.
It is true. I know where you're heading with this because of the old age. But I'm
yes,
also
but
telling
you cannot pretend, because Baba never used to have his speeches written down like this. Baba was always firing from the hip, especially if he had a crowd of people there. He never wasted their time with these long, boring speeches.
He used to. But we have to agree that old age is also catching up with him.
And what does that tell you?
How,
what if Baba wakes up and forgets he's the president?
He cannot wake up and forget.
No. What if he has to now be, like, hey, you remember you're still president? He's like, oh, okay. And how long have I been president?
But Andrew, we also have to agree. Remember when Barack Obama was giving his inaugural speech, he did it from a teleprompter. You understand? Because they're important issues that you want to speak to the people directly. And some of them, some of those things you can't bring them out when you're speaking off it. So in such a serious function, the last submission, it was important for Baba to note those things and read them and articulate them to the people. For me, that was very important.
But what was the reason behind this final submission, or rather, what was the theme? Because were you coming to give a speech, or were you coming to show us how organized you are? Because that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking you want to show me how organized you are. You want to show me how you can bring people together, how they would, the show would start on time, how everybody would stick to the 1 minute of speech time they're given, where the MC would be standing and where the people would be sitting. And isn't that what this thing was all for? To show us how organized you are?
It was part of the thing.
Yeah, it's not for the long speeches, because we know none of these speeches make any difference.
They don't make a difference. They don't make a difference. But in politics, you have to promise something. You cannot just entertain people without promising things in politics. That is politics. That is the base of politics, that you have to promise people. That one, like, it is like your campaign tool. You have to, as much as today was for entertainment and organization and everything, but you also have to include your plan. You also have to include your plan and tell the people.
Yes, but I'm thinking today is the day when you bring out the big guns. This is not qualifiers. You understand?
Mm-hmm. I get you.
You see, like, even if you ever watched a tournament, during the qualifiers, you can play in other stadiums.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's finals, you're supposed to be at your best, wear the right colors, be brought by the right buses. This is the finals.
It is.
You're supposed to go all out. Bring the best person. If they wanted to bring Beyonce to help Ruto, they should have brought Beyonce. Why didn't they?
You saw it, Kibe. You saw it even during the entry, during the entertainment. You saw it. That bit of the finals was there. That bit of the finals was there. It was not missing.
You may be right, because I think Nani explored more of that than Ruto. Ruto was trying to feign some humility, I think, trying to show people he's a very humble guy. That's why he even brought this musician to sing Christian songs there.
Hiding behind Christianity to show how he's clean and all that. Meanwhile, on the other side, let me also just reiterate and say, our guy, the deputy president, he speaks from the both sides of his mouth. Just like you said, you cannot be serving a government and insist on serving a government. And he has even been asked before so many times that, why can't you resign? And he has refused. He draws salary from the same government, gets security from the same government, stays in a deputy president's residence. But then you will hear him when he's campaigning and there's something good that they did in their first term. He takes credit. He said, Tulijenga really. But then when something bad happened during their reign, he will blame it on who? He will blame it on the president. So that is the bit that confuses me with this guy. Because
if you look at it from that angle, also remember, he was very instrumental in the votes this guy got, right?
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, so there's no way you're firing me and you're not firing this other guy. How can I leave the job and I got the job for myself? This guy didn't get me the job. So he's separating the job of the deputy president and the job of the president and saying, I got this job for myself. So I'm not just going to walk away because this other guy is feeling salty at me or something.
Why would you stay there if you feel you're not comfortable? If you feel the government is not doing the right thing?
Yeah, because the president doesn't own the government.
The president doesn't do what?
He doesn't own the government. He can run it, but he doesn't own it.
He's the head of the government.
Yes,
but
he doesn't own it. So how can I leave and this is not the owner? There's no owner. The owner are the people of Kenya. So this guy as a citizen decides, I'm going to sit here and try and block as many corruption scandals as possible for my people.
Don't go to corruption because now you'll make me be away from the topic.
I want to help my people from the inside.
The tradition worldwide is if you are in a government, if you're part of the government and you're uncomfortable or something is happening in the government that you do not support, the tradition is you give way and then you criticize it from outside. Right? Raila did it.
What we should have done.
Martha Karua did it.
What we should have done, Geoffrey,
yes,
is we should have put it in the constitution that if the deputy is not happy and he leaves, then we would have to go for a by-election of the whole presidency and deputy president.
That would be very expensive, huh?
Yes.
Just because of one person?
Yes, it has to be, because we must have two people in that seat who agree. Otherwise, if we don't have two people who agree, we've seen the last 5 years what has happened. So we must continually force to have two people who are in that seat who agree.
No, if you disagree, you have a right to...
No, you cannot disagree with me and go out there and tell people you disagree with me, yet you're my bitch.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes, you're my bitch. Shut the fuck up. You do what I'm telling you we're doing. If you don't want men now, you can leave. But if you leave, there's no marriage.
That is the thing. For him, what was in for him, if he wanted to continue serving and getting all the benefits that come with his office, he was supposed to shut up. But it is very weird for him to continue benefiting from the same government that he's saying has done all these wrong things.
So what does that tell you, though? Now that you know that, what does that tell you? That it is weird because you, as a reasonable human being, when you look at it, you're like, it is weird for someone to be benefiting from the same government, right?
Yes.
What is the unless what?
Unless, expound on it. I don't get, unless what?
Unless this is the game that they have been playing all along?
It is the game that they have been playing all along. So, it is the game that they've been playing all along. And that is the reason why from the two evils, I would rather choose the lesser evil.
But again, we're picking them from the same place, bro. Isn't that what we've just discovered? That there's no difference of having Raila or Ruto or Uhuru as president.
No. If we compare them on that issue of resigning, if I can remember clearly, was it in 2005 or 2006, when Raila was in Kibaki's government and they had disagreement, Raila and his people left, and they hit Kibaki when they were outside government. So I would rather have that person that when he is not happy in an institutional government that he's serving, he will say, no, I'll not be part of this thing because these people are evil. Let me go out, okay? And then speak from the outside and tell the people exactly what is happening.
Okay, let's look at it from this other angle. Rao in 2007 doesn't get into government, okay?
Yes.
Then he's given half the government.
Half the government, yes.
Yes. So it used to be called Nuskapet. So in 2013... Nusumkate, yeah? So,
yes.
So in 2017, what happens? So in 2013, what happens?
In 2013, he loses the election.
And then what does he do? Is he given half the government?
He's not given half the government.
Okay. In 2017...
Yes.
He loses again.
He loses again, yes.
But this time around, he's also given something.
But he has never been part of the government.
But he's given something. He's given. You can see him very close to the president.
Yes.
So,
they had a handshake.
So he decides, because every time I go outside, I lose. Why not I stay inside? And then whoever is going to come against me is coming as the opposition.
But on that one, would you rather blame Raila or Uhuru? Because it is Uhuru who accepted him inside. Uhuru have told him, listen, man, you lost. I'm working with my people until the end of the term.
No,
so it means...
the country was unmanageable.
It was.
Yeah, so that's why these two had to meet. So they're like, hey, listen, this is our country. They actually literally own it. This is our country. What are we doing with it? Then from that moment on, they made an agreement.
They had their own interests.
So now Ruto has gone to say, I've also taken 30% of the country. Okay? Now it's no longer 50-50. It's now you guys have 30, I have 30. And the people of Kenya have 30. So now what's going to happen is they have to sit down again. Even after we are talking about blue versus yellow, to share this government.
Are
you seeing the possibility now?
I can see the possibility.
So we cannot be so myopic in our thinking. Imagine if Raila wins, they have to sit with Ruto to share the government. If Ruto wins, he has to sit with Raila again to share the government, whether they like it or not.
That possibility is there. But what we were saying, Kibe, is we see evil. Let me use the term evil. We see evil on both sides. But for me, when I analyze, when I'm making the personal decision, because I have to vote on Tuesday, I analyze and weigh all these things that we're talking about, because you can't find you can't find perfection on either this side, on either of the sides. These people, either blue or yellow. That is why I'm saying, for me, it is the lesser evil, which is Baba.
Nice. Okay. The lesser evil is Baba. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Geoffrey.
Thank you very much.
All right. The lesser evil. Imagine having to choose between evils. And puts us in such a position and a half, man. John, what do you have to say, John?
Niaje Kibe.
Fiti unasemaje?
Niko fiti sana. Okay. So this narrative that Ruto betrayed, and that Uhuru betrayed Ruto, it's a narrative that does not hold water.
Okay.
One, because it's like we are listening to one side of the story and we are not considering the other side of the story, because we have been told two stories now. Ruto says Uhuru betrayed him, that he kicked him out of government and brought Raila in, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And on the other side, I'll quote what Raila said and what Uhuru said about the what led to the handshake. So Raila himself said that alipata kama Uhuru ameshikwa koo, yani Uhuru alikuwa na nyongo kwa hiyo serikali design yenye Ruto used to control everything, like literally everything. If Uhuru dared to challenge him on something that was going on, he threatened him with an impeachment. And in the meantime, Uhuru still wanted a second term. So he made sure that Ruto, he was together with Ruto until after the election. On the same breath, Uhuru himself said that unaona mtu unaweza kuwa roho safi, unataka kuenda na mtu mpaka mwisho, lakini mnaanza safari kidogo kidogo, unapata kiti merushwa nje, sijui passenger ananyongwa hapo nyuma. Like surely will you continue on the same path with that guy if you have realized that his character is something that you cannot let me not use a stronger word, let me say a character that you cannot live with. If that is on Ruto's betrayal.
So your very long explanation is that there was no betrayal. It was Uhuru who couldn't live with Ruto, because Ruto has displayed a character that he didn't like. So a character that was not there in the first 5 years, the second 5 years, or the years they used to be ministers. Which character? It's a new character that has just popped up immediately after the elections.
The only time they worked together, like closely together, was from 2013, to the run-up to the election of 2013. Because before then, Ruto was in the Raila camp, Uhuru was in the Kibaki camp. Then, after Raila fired Ruto for the scandal at the Ministry of Agriculture...
You're going too far, bro. You're going too far. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
So this beef started immediately after the elections?
It started in 2014. The beef started in 2014.
So immediately,
that was a year after the election.
No. A year after the elections, and they were together in 2017. What are you saying, bro?
I'm saying in 2013. The beef started a year after the election. The beef started in 2014.
No, I'm talking about the beef between Uhuru and Raila. And Ruto.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At that time that they were together.
But weren't they campaigning together in the 2017?
2017.
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. So Uhuru alikuwa tu anaweka Ruto karibu kwanza ashinde uchaguzi, akishashinda ndiye aende kutafuta Raila or see what to do after then.
Kumaanisha Uhuru pia ni nyoka kaa umse wake tu. Because wewe ukiona umse anakucheza pia unamcheza, mnachezana. That's the whole idea here, isn't it? It's game too.
Okay, let me tell you something. Okay, what I might say might be very controversial to some extent.
So just say it, bro.
Okay. So you see, between 2013 and 2017, Uhuru gave Ruto half of the government. After he got half of the government, it is said that Ruto went on a looting spree. So much so that
it is said by who?
Okay, one, Jeremiah Kioni mentioned it. David Murade mentioned it. And also, what is this guy's name? The guy from Nyeri. What is his name? Wambugu Wanjiri. Yeah.
Have you ever seen David Murade's car?
No.
This guy is driving a Range Rover worth over 20 million Kenya shillings, bro.
Yeah.
That's the guy you're telling me he said it. He said somebody went on a looting spree. That guy was driving that car.
So he can't say that if he's driving that car.
No, if you're corrupt, you just shut the fuck up. You're corrupt. Why would you tell us that guy is corrupt, yet you're corrupt? Just be in your corruption by yourself. You cannot tell me in Kenya, you guys are we have such good businessmen in Kenya that guys are affording to drive 20 million shilling cars. What business are you doing? Can you show me the business that you're doing that gives you profit enough to ball the way these guys are balling?
Okay, you see what you're asking, Kibe, you should ask that on, let's say, a presidential candidate, a person who wants to live in Kenya. That's an example. Because what you are stating is it's like you are being defensive on asking questions about Murade, and yet the focus is about...
but everything about you as a candidate reflects on you. So even your friends are going to reflect on your character, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, so you cannot tell me to separate you from your friends. Yes, so Murade has been the Uhuru's one of the main, what are they called? Advisors, isn't it?
He not really advisor. Uhuru has advisors.
No, he has been there. He has been speaking on behalf of Jubilee.
Of the deep state.
Yes.
Let me say that.
So he's been there. So let's not pretend like he's not been there. So if the people around you are not have been known to be corrupt, you cannot tell me that you are good while the people around you are bad. It doesn't make sense.
So Murade has been known to be corrupt.
I'm not saying I don't know whether he has any case in court, but I know that these guys are not playing fair. That's all I know.
Oh, so you are defending Ruto because
I'm not defending. I'm not defending Ruto. I'm just trying to tell you that we're being stupid by not seeing that the game is on us.
Yeah. Okay. What I'm trying to say is that what you were saying earlier you are only looking at one side of the story. You are not listening to the other side. That's why I'm trying to tell you what the other side is saying.
Okay.
So after you listen to the two, you can decide which one is true, which one is false.
Interesting, Shem. Interesting. I like a good discussion because we get to know a lot more things that we didn't.
Yeah.
All right. So Shem,
let me
Shem,
just finish just a little bit.
Close it up.
Okay. So this thing about the media station, I'll refer you to an interview on Spice FM. It's actually on YouTube from the CEO of Media Council of Kenya. He actually said that it is not that there's one particular station that is airing Azimio rallies more than the Kenya Kwanza rallies. Actually, even the media station owned by Ruto and his friends are actually airing Raila more. So what is the excuse that media stations are airing Raila more? He actually said you might find that Azimio in one day has gone to maybe, let's say, 4 places, and also in the evening they had a function. So in the news, they will bring one news for the rallies, another one for the function they had. And maybe, let's say, Ruto only had rallies. He did not have a function in the evening. So in the news, they've just brought Ruto rallies. So at the end, when they are tallying the Azimio news and the Kenya Kwanza news, you'll find that Azimio will have more airtime, mainly because they had more activities. Not necessarily because the media stations are
spoken like a true Azimioite. What are you guys called?
Azimionite.
Azimionite. All right. Thank you, my man. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
I'm not done, but it's okay.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry. There's always next time. Oh, man, interesting. Who's next? Shem, go ahead.
Okay, good evening. Hello. Good evening.
Shem, are you using headphones, bro?
Yeah. Good evening to you.
Yes, disconnect from your headphones.
I've done that.
All right, go ahead now.
First, I've been listening to you, and I want to believe that you are skewed in your argument.
Is it?
Yeah, very true.
Uh-huh. Why do you say that?
Because you've not just given John time to explain why he was talking about Ruto and Uhuru and whatever and Raila. You always came in with Moraza. When Moraza wanted to talk about Moraza, you said Moraza is dirty. Then you say, no, you don't know.
Uh-huh. So you're saying I'm not listening. I should be listening more.
You are not. You are not. Okay. I'm afraid to say so.
Okay. Uh-huh.
But let's go back to the debate. Today, if you ask me, Raila carried the day.
Okay.
He did.
Why do you say he did?
The first part that I liked is one, starting from the wife. If you listen to what the wife said, he said that yesterday she went to church, and even said that if we have done anyone wrong during this campaign, we ask for forgiveness. We never had such a sentiment from the other side of Nyayo Stadium. Number two, Raila said in his speech.
The wives were speaking.
The wife talked for Raila. I'm talking about Raila.
Did Ruto's wife talk?
Wasn't given the chance.
I'm asking. I didn't know. Did Ruto's wife talk?
I didn't hear her.
Oh, so you don't know whether she did or not?
Maybe that bit I didn't get it, but I'll be following it. She never said such a thing. Number two, before that, Raila talked about...
Sorry.
But she never asked for forgiveness.
So gift.
No. Yeah.
Gift. Did Ruto's wife give a speech also?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Did she apologize if she had done anything wrong?
Nah, just same rhetoric, vote for my husband,
Thank you. Now that's where I am. Number two, Raila was...
So it's a fight for the wives. Uh-huh.
No, I started from the wives so that we see how it is going on.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, Raila says that he will not be revengeful for anyone. He will be a president for all Kenyans. Whether you voted for him or not, for those who win or those who lose. And he said if he lose, he'll accept it. And if he win, he'll even accept it and have a handshake as you put it. But the other side you have said, Musalia said that only if Raila recognizes Ruto as a president. Conditions. Now let's go to issues of the fall between Raila, not Ruto and Uhuru.
No. Today I wanted us to just stick to the speech comparisons and the organization and everything. I didn't want us to go too much into the politics.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now let's go continue our speech. I've had the other guy there, was it Geoffrey?
Yeah.
You really pinned Geoffrey on the wall. That once the man of the house has dropped the mic.
Yes.
Who should pick it again? Now the big question is this: when the man of the house has eaten supper and leaves utensils on the table, are they supposed to be cleaned, or the table is supposed to be the way it is? Should be wiped.
This is a CBC analogy. You guys don't have any good analogies.
No,
horrible. It's
horrible, bro. In your house. No, relax.
Look for another one.
You are the man of the house.
Look for another one.
Okay. If I might ask this. Raila made the speech, he finished and actually he left, if I'm keen on what happened. Meaning that the function was officially over. That anything which happened about after that was not part of Raila's function or speech.
But it is Raila's function, bro. It is Raila's function. You see what you're supposed to do?
And he's through with it.
I need you to listen to this.
Function.
I need you to listen to this.
Yes.
They don't show us when they're setting up for a reason. You know that, huh?
Yes.
And they don't show us when they're sitting down for a reason. Yes, we are only here to see the razzmatazz. We're here to see the drama. Give us your best drama. You know, it's like when you're watching Premier League. Once the game is over, it's over. Once the final whistle has gone, it's over.
Yes.
So everything else you're being shown is useless footage.
And actually, if you saw the media stations, they went to cover Kenya Kwanza. They left it out.
No,
listen, are you watching?
Why did someone else go pick a mic and talk like Kalonzo? Why did he go pick the mic and start talking to the group of people there?
That was an AOV of Kalonzo. That's not part of what Raila was talking about.
But it is Raila.
That was a non-issue.
Raila is a main master of. Is a main guest.
Let me ask you a question.
The whole show is about Raila. It's not about Kalonzo.
Yes.
Why is Kalonzo talking? If Kalonzo was a presidential candidate, he would have talked. He never talked.
I want to believe that the key thing that did we hear like Raila's speech? Yes. No. Did he end it?
No. My point is I want you to listen to my point. I don't want you to think that I'm biased. I'm just saying that there's a problem with Azimio because these are mistakes they should not be allowing to happen. Once Raila has finished his speech, cameras need to zoom out. We need to see people leaving. We need to see a lot of drama for Raila to leave the premise immediately. Yeah, we don't need to see people confused. On the stage there, like they don't know where they're going.
I partly agree with what you're saying.
Exactly. Na mfuate mdosi akitoka mkutano imeisha.
But unajua kuna tu watu funny who want to make themselves relevant. Like for sure Kalonzo has lost relevance in Kenyan politics. So whenever such opportunity rise, sorry to say that, whenever such opportunity rise, he must take advantage of it.
But isn't it?
And maybe that's one way of doing it.
Doesn't that make Raila look bad? That's my point. It's not about whether because Raila looks like he's not in control.
If I might ask you, if you are okay, personally, I want to use an analogy in class.
Use that one.
Because I'm a teacher, okay? So it happens that you are in class and a student is dozing. Does that mean that the teacher is also sleeping?
I would have to have the CCTV of that class, bro.
No.
I would need some CCTV footage, bro.
But the issue is that today, what I liked about the end of speech of Raila, it was like a calming speech. Are you getting it? Peaceful speech.
You felt like he was your dad today.
Exactly. That issue of being actually confrontational was not there. If you got it.
Nice. Okay. Good. Thank you, my man.
So that is true.
Thank you, Shem. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Let someone come in also.
All right. Yes. Oh man. Who else are we talking here? Oh man, I want to hear from King D. Oh wait, hold up, King D. Let me hear from Boyne first. Is it Boyne or Bone?
Boyne.
Boyne. Go ahead, Boyne.
Hey guys, mko poa eh?
Tuko poa. Leo umeona hizo rally mbili. I hope you've seen them, eh?
Yeah, nimekuwa nikizifuatilia the two of them. Only that I never got enough time to cover full, but I tried baadaye kupitia what happened, and I think Kibe, we are desisting from what is and what you have written here, that Kenya politics only Rao versus Ruto speech today, and let's try at least to focus on maybe something. Nimesikia pure propaganda. Eh? I've been following for some few minutes, like 30 minutes right now.
Umesikia propaganda gani pia wewe usianze hapo?
Okay, I think nimesikia something from John. And John is really propagating propaganda fully, yeah? And I think it is.
Bro, can you get to your point? Why are you wasting time? Why are you being a politician?
Okay, fine. Let's come back here. I can say for Rao Kidogo, okay, I can give 50 and give Ruto like 40, let's say, okay, 51-49. 51-49. 51 for Rao and 49 for Ruto.
So when it comes to what, organization?
Okay, when it comes to mobilization.
Speeches.
But when it comes to an organization in that meeting, I can give Ruto like a 51 also and give Rao a 49, because that was uncouth. That was uncalled for, expecting someone. After mwenye sherehe, ashafanywa sherehe, and the others, they're trying to seek that relevancy. Ilikuwa picha mbaya, and it is true, tutakubaliana that it was a very, very bad picture. And I think it will not be repeated elsewhere.
Okay, so you notice that as soon as Raila had finished doing everything, people still went and picked the mic and wanted to give speeches after that.
That is a very, very bad behavior. It is uncalled for.
Very shady.
Very shady. Those people deserve whips.
But
I can say that.
But my point here is, who's? It looks bad on who? Does it look bad on?
Okay, what really look
on Rao or on the people around him?
Okay, fine. From this perspective, you can see that the people behind, at the end of the day, there is a secretariat and the organization that are behind this. So I think the people behind him will look bad, because at the end of the day, Rao there's this organization inapanga hii maneno yote. So you cannot just blame on the person mwenye, the guest of the day.
Yeah, but who's the head of that whole what do you call it? Secretariat. Okay. Who's the head of the secretariat?
Okay, I believe secretariat was a bit irrelevant. The case. It should not have happened. Then
Bon.
I had a concern. Sorry, there was a call imeingia kidogo pole.
So, Boyne, before you continue, who's the head of this?
Yes.
Who's at the helm of Rao's campaign?
Okay, fine. From the and the other team.
So, who's the one person who's more interested than anybody else for Rao to become president? That should be Rao, right?
Yeah, sure. So Kibe. We have to understand that at the end of the day, these are politicians, and everyone in politics will always
Bon, you're not getting my question.
Yes?
The question to you is this, and I need to make it very simple so that you don't miss it at all. Who is most interested in Rao becoming president? That is Rao, yes?
I think the people who are interested in Rao's presidency is the people of Kenya.
Who is more interested in Rao becoming president than Raila Amolo Odinga? Nobody. He's number one of that list. Then everybody else is number two. So when we talk about organization, we're talking about his organization.
Exactly.
Because if he cannot organize the people around him, how dare he purport to say he can organize the government?
Okay.
You see what I mean? If a small group of people like this organizing a campaign is a problem, what about a whole government?
Yeah, Kibe.
Yes, Born.
Okay. There was a problem. I'm getting some calls here, but I think let me go to the point that I had.
Man, please do not get calls when you're here. It just completely kills the vibe. Yeah, I will not wait for you. That's for sure. I'll not wait for you to answer your calls or tell people kwaheri. Dizo. King Culture. Msee ajui kutumia simu ni. You have to unmute yourself, bro. I see you're struggling with the unmuting button.
There I am, manze. What's up, manze?
What's happening?
Uko vipi?
Niko chilling, man. Uko aje wewe? Uko salama? Naona show unazichapa mbaya sana.
Lazima, man. Kuskuma tu pole pole. So anyway, wacha mimi niingie tu straight to the point.
Get in there.
Kuna hiki tu, people don't always want to hold Rao accountable. Sijui ni fear. That person has never been in charge. Na ndio hii inaanza kuonyesha sasa hivi na tu vitu vingine tudogo. He has never been in charge. If hata by the hangi hai combine na Uhuru, sidhani kama angezana na Ruto.
From the get-go, yani?
Yeah?
Just keep going.
Yeah, like there's no way angeizana na Ruto because kele Ruto angeleta, this guy angelose tu venye amekuwa akilose all the other elections. He has never been in charge. Huyu ni mse anataka kuja kujiona kama guest, not as a leader. So yeye akikuja kama guest of honor, akuja afanye hizo vitu anafanya, alafu yeye akienda, he doesn't want to know what goes on, kama kuna protocol yote ni inafanyika. Yeye ni bora yeye afike atoke. You know, it's like yeye ni object fulani kimewekwa hapo.
So he doesn't know where all this is coming from, how it was arranged.
That guy doesn't know what happens on the ground. Unaona, hajui. Yeye anakuja tu anaambiwa. In fact, ukitaka kujua jamaa hana control hata nani. Look at even his social media pages. Huyo msee ni yule tu, ni kama unaambiwa speech, enda kaseme hivi. Watu wanataka kusikia hii. You know, but in real sense hajui nini inaendelea kwa ground. Hata yeye mwenyewe akiongea hana hiyo conversation. Yake anaweka points zake vi broad. Kama saizi wanasema hiyo speech yake ilikuwa peaceful. Where is the peaceful na hizo vitu zote zinatoka wapi? Hii story si angeisort kitambo badala kuja kujifanya yeye sasa ndio mzuri. Kujiambia yeye hataki revenge. Revenge gani?
Na history ya revenge inatoka wapi? Because sisi as we don't have
they seem to have a personal issue, alafu wanataka sisi tuwapiganie.
It's happening for them only because they keep talking about revenge. And you're like,
Ruto huko analia mara sijui bora tu usishike watoto wangu. Kwani what kind of war do you guys have? Alafu mnataka kutuwekea tukaeni kama yenyewe hii election itakuwa mbaya. Now we are fighting for you guys instead of you guys fighting for us. Na pia sisi ni wapuni, tuko pale sasa tunafight lakini umesikia speech ya baba huku mwingine anakuja kuambia lakini Ruto pia. That's fucking bullshit, man. Unajua?
No, but Dizo, listen to this.
Yeah.
I'm saying we should be mature enough to have a good fight. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's
a healthy fight.
A healthy fight. We should be mature enough to oppose each other politically without it having to result in nika ball too. Kama sasa wewe unajua ukisupport Man U, you can only support Man U to a certain level. Beyond your level inakuwa ni madness.
Kasi logical unajua.
Yeah, beyond your level inakuwa sasa is madness because why are you supporting Man U to that level?
Sasa angalia ukiangalia hata the insecurity yenye tumewekewa saizi kwa country yetu. It's from them. Ni hao kutupiana maneno. Yet you people are calling yourself leaders. You are emotional in front of everyone. Na yetu tunataka tuwapatie country yetu, you make big decisions. Kwa hivyo nyinyi mkikasirika mnaweza decide nini sasa?
Because autaki Buddha amekasirika. You see, bro, the worst person in the house kukasirika ni Buddha. Because Buddha kikasirika anamaliza hiyo hao.
Buda, I'd understand kina Martha wakikasirika itakuwa cheki tulia tu, maybe by June utafeel fit, then we'll address this. But mwanamume unajua akikasirika sasa anaacha kuwa logical.
Hata watoi, you cannot treat the kids right.
Then
because the kids are going to be, the kids watamuogopa.
Hao ndo wanatuletea hizi insecurity. Unaniambia Magoa anatokezea from nowhere anasema shule zifungwe 2 weeks. Hiyo ni nini hao wanajua sisi hatujui?
Lakini umse wachizi nini?
Unajua yani it's like alafu hizo 2 weeks si ati hizo fees my parents watarudishiwa. Despite the fact that CBC imetuweka tunasoma tunafundisha watoto 50-50 na walimu. Unajua? So in 2 weeks tukuje tujiambia ati lazima tu consider security. Sisi pia tumekuwa na fear instead of asking what security. Kwani what's the issue yenye saizi mnatuambia tu consider security?
Nini mmeona huko nje mtuambie? Tujue kama tuna move ma family.
Nijue hata kama vingine naenda ocha. Kwa sababu sasa nyinyi mtakuja tu mseme ati because of security haya watoto watolewe. Ukiangalia huko kuna malori zimeanza kuingizwa in some areas. Sasa unakaa huko like bro it's a week too. Ndio hii tunakaribia. Sasa yenyewe tunakaribia tena Ruto huko anaanza kuja kulia usinitishe mimi bora usishike familia yangu wewe twende. Ukisema wewe twende wewe inamaanisha nini? Because you're representing a whole hustler nation. Uhuru now there is also representing his people. So nyinyi wawili mkisema twende what do you mean? So sisi pia tukae hapa tujiambie tunachukua side moja tuko like lakini hapo Uhuru hakusema poa. Mwingine pia huko anakuja anasema lakini hapo Ruto hakusema poa. Bro ni sisi tunaumia, sisi ndio manyasi.
Yeah, but
tunatetea watu wako platform.
But mimi nasemaje? Remember wrestling? Wrestling hatukuwa tunakasirishana. Ama kasirikiana. Sasa mbona so my point here is this. We have not understood the game. Hii game inachezwa hatuja understand. Tumeibeba very serious yet it is still but a game.
Ni juu hiyo game iko na watu as we had said it has it doesn't have leaders, it has subjects. Wale mawoji wale tuliachiwa tuna colonizers hao ndio iko na hii ndio wako kwa hii game na unajua hao ma subjects hawajui ku fight leadership na hii system haijawekwa for leaders. Ingekuwa hii system imekuwa for leaders saizi ingekuwa ina work. Now we don't have the leaders. Huyo hata mwenye tunadhani tunaona ati ni Raila ni that's he till now hajaonyesha the leadership side of him. It's just influence tu na jina budake yenye ako nayo. But hakuna, there's no principles in those people. Pale is basically business and it's a game. Tuna discuss tuko hapa hivi tutafanya aje hapa tutafanya aje. There's no leaders there. So haikuwa na hiyo fight. Hiyo fight yenye unasema now we can fight kama tunasikizana. You know that's now that's between men, that's between leaders. Unajua tunaweza kaa kama leaders tuseme okay. Tufanye hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi, something that will benefit the entire country. Ndio hata kikokaa ni wewe umeshinda, I'll accept yani ile vizuri umeshinda. Kani mimi nimeshinda, you know, hiyo kukuwa genuine. But this system doesn't allow that. So meaning we can never have that fight. That fight is just, it's ideal tukisema huku, but in this system, we can never have that fight. And if they find someone who brings that fight, that fair fight, ile tuongee tu, if they find someone like that, utasikia amechapa deportation. Kidogo utasikia mara, amekewa makesi mbaya, sasa tunamuona vibaya. You know? So there can never be a good fight in this system.
So we don't want a fair fight.
So long as we are going on with this system, we will never get that fair. We actually want a fair fight, but we even don't know how to fight fair. Saizi no wonder unaona watu wengine hapo ukiona venye wanatetea Raila, it's not even logical, bro. Unajua mara sijui bibi ya Raila alisema hivi na hivi na hivi. Mimi sikusikia bibi ya Ruto. So mbona unaongelea stories za mabibi kama ukusikia both sides? Wewe umeenda tu umesikia what is relevant to you
na ukahangnayo.
Ukahangna hiyo. Sasa hiyo what is relevant to you ndio unataka kutuletea hiyo platform to discuss on that relevance. So where is the fair fight there? Unajua hii ni kama kuargue na Christian na anakuambia according to the Bible. Sasa wewe unataka tutumie hiyo Bible kama ring. Toka huko kwa Bible ukuje tu discuss hapa nje.
But sasa Dizo, even you ushaicheza nini? PlayStation, ndio? You played some of these games. You pick the player who's going to give you the best advantage to win, ndio?
Yes.
That's the whole idea. So you understand the game, and you know if I lose, I lose. But I understand the game. Now, through the game, there's going to be a lot of banter.
Of course, banter ndio game, bro.
So kuna time unaweza shinda banter, lakini ume lose game. Si ndio? So, but as long as una understand the game, hautatoka hapo na feelings, uende uchukue sijui rungu kama uchapo mwenye amekushinda.
Mara uanze kusema unaambia mtu kwanza naanda hata budako hana job. Naanda huna PS.
Hata nimeenda home nimechukua game yangu.
In fact mtoleeni. Nyinyi hata hamna do. Unaona hiyo ndo sasa fight iko. You see now the fight we want is not the fight that is there.
We want the fight that stays in the television. Ile ya PS.
Sisi tunataka hiyo fight ya hapo. Ile cheki, we want mwenye anajua kumanuva in this system na anaicheza viclean. Si ati ana create ana divide and conquer. You know, si ati yani ni banta tu, yani unakulwa banta. Cause sisi wanaume tunajuaga banta. Kuna ile yenye unaweza na mwenzako amekulwa banta paka kianza emotions, unaambia pia wewe tulia. Ni unaona pia wewe tulia. So hiyo banta huku ni kama sasa hii system, hawa watu tunaita wanaume, hawa si wanaume.
Kumaanisha kaa kuna emotions, kuna mademu wengi sana.
Bro, hiyo ni mara ngapi tumekaaga tunajiuliza hizi mabili zikitoka wanaume ukuaga wapi? Juu kuna bili inaweza toka hadi wewe mwenyewe ukae huko. Really? Unaona? So hao wenye wako huku, it's just she-men or wakuna influence mingi sana ya wanawake in this system. You know, so no wonder unapata sasa kama hii nyingine sijui Ruto anakuja analia church. Unalia nini brother?
Bro, hata mimi nilionao picha nikasemaje? It would be hata si hivyo. Unacheki labda unaweza lia, tuseme tu ukweli, unaweza lia, unaweza jipata labda umekumbuka vile uko na chapa ukiwa mtoi. But I would accept that kulia better than hii kulia ya umeambia mse wako endo simame pale at this and this time uniangalie ndo kwa nimelia nikiwa nimeinua mkono juu kwa hewa.
But I saw that angle.
I'm like, shit, this guy can be playing us. You can cry just for the camera.
Bro, nigga cried ile time venye sasa hakuna stadium ilijengwa. Unakumbuka alienda kalia church ati I'm sorry, I was also lied to. Who are you lied to by? Buddha, now just because umeenda mbele ya church ukasema I was also lied to, now Mungu atakusamea now that umekuja. Now let's not hold you accountable.
Yeah, exactly.
We want to know who lied to you, so that we can go back to jue ido ya hizi stadiums nane mlikuwa mnasema iko wapi? Hizi malapi zenye mlikuwa mnasema ziko wapi? Who is that who lied to you? So nyinyi mnataka kukua muongee huko mko na ma issues za umama za passive aggressive. Your communication is passive aggressive. Alafu mnataka sisi sasa huku ndio tupigane by assuming what your fight is about.
So nikawa watoi wamekuwa pumped up na mother that by the time anybody is coming to the house you guys are already like attack dogs.
But in fact you just put it ni hivyo. Yani sisi tunakuwa pumped up na kama ni baba huyu ni baba Raila, wacha nimuite Maba. Huyu Maba akuja tuambie jamani mbaya, this person is corrupt, I'm like fuck you man, like this country unataka kuniambia you as a politician unataka kuambia politician mwingine ni corrupt. As in, how stupid are you to even say that statement? Unajua Uhuru anakuja anasema me I'm calling you out on your lies. What lies? You as a president, why don't you, if you know this person has been lying as a president, umemfanyia nini? You as the leader of the people. So nyinyi mnachukua country yetu na resources zetu, then mnacheza nazo huko juu.
It always stops with one person.
And then why don't people just see a combination ya Uhuru na Raila is just unholy? There's just nothing good about that combination. And why did they combine against a Ruto that is not even from a royal family? Meaning Ruto made big moves zenye neither of them could handle.
They were like, hey bro, if we don't come together, this guy is going to take us out.
This guy is going to take our families out and is going to take us hard. Now, hata hao wamejua wenyewe nigga is emotional. bro mjamaa ataingia hapo na mjue kufagiliwa ni nini.
Sasa mgani Ruto
Ruto that's why maybe wame get scared. As in pia mimi I'm just assuming because tumewekwa kwa hiyo yao ya assumption.
Yeah,
because I'm like
my speculation too.
My speculation. How is Uhuru and Raila combining over Ruto? You've already given, in fact, even if he doesn't become a president, you've already given him so much power as an opposition leader. Because imagine he's going against Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. Bro, that's already a CV. You know?
So let me ask you. So do you think these guys could have thought about this thing way back when? Then they would have thought about it and say, hey, listen, the best angle here is we create a devil.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
I think...
just think about it. They say we need to have two people going against each other all the time. There are always two people. There is never one person who that is just unanimously liked by everyone.
I think okay, thinking of it that way, kwa hii scenario yao naweza sema maybe Uhuru walianza kufikiria, they started planning that thing ile time walianza kuweka military kwa positions zote. Wakapatia badi hapa hivi nini ya Nairobi Politan. Kidogo agriculture ikapatiwa sijui NYS. I think at that moment ndio ilionyesha sasa power ya Ruto. Now for a president to just come na kuweka army, kuweka military kwa projects, meaning he had lost it. He had lost all those projects. Now this nigga couldn't fight. Na alikuwa naona by the time saizi naenda kumaliza I'm going to finish my term. Arudi endi kuwa na power anymore. He had to do something.
Unaongea power nini? Everybody has, kila mtu amejishikilia. This guy will forever be former president. That's number one. Number two, already unajua ako Azimio.
Hello?
I'm saying, you know he's in Azimio.
Yeah,
so he's not leaving anytime soon, bro.
No, hata sionge, yani nasema basically on the power trip yenye hii game watu wanacheza hapa. Unaona juu clearly if Uhuru wangekuwa fit na Ruto, kuna kakitu tukali happen. You know, uzuri wa emotional fights zinakuwa na ukweli.
Ziko na evidence. Emotional fights, there's something that fucking happened there. Now we don't know what happened. Now that whatever happened must have scared one of them. Na tukiangalia the more they are fighting, the more wanatupia na maneno, tunaona yenyewe who's scared. Scared? When you say scared, what do you mean? Like scared of what that person said or something?
No. Like scared of actually huyu mtu anaweza nishinda. It's a power move. What is happening here is just a power move. So kuna tu mtu ako like, huyu maybe ameanza ku get more influence than venye mimi naweza kuwa nayo.
Okay. So it's just jealousy.
It's just, bro, it's plain jealousy. Kwani hiyo ni nini sasa? Hiyo time venye tuliona venye Uhuru ana punish projects za Ruto nini kidogo. Can you imagine the moves Ruto? Can you remember the moves Ruto was making? Kidogo ameenda UG. Tari there was a he was doing with Museveni, tunaambiwa he's smuggling guns. How can you smuggle guns? You are a vice president, unaenda hapa tu Uganda.
But
movement yako inaonekana.
So
hiyo siku smuggle.
So Uhuru was one who was jealous of Ruto.
He was.
And
bro,
so
you can't come and uwezi kuja tu uninyang'anye project zangu alafu uweke army. Kwa nini nimekufanyia nini? Bro, ulikuwa umelala nikaendeleza ma projects. Why the fuck do you come and just ile tu yani kunidimin tu mbele? We all saw it. Tuliona venye alikuwa na dimin Ruto.
Na nishakupatia miaka 10 zako. I backed you up for your 10 years. So
hata kama hiyo venye Ruto alikuwa analia, uzuri wa emotions ni hiyo. We are seeing there was some shit that happened there. So it is the power move happened. When the power move happened, one person got scared. Ikakuwa, you know what, we need to combine. This guy is going to take us off our connections. Because Ruto akienda pale, investors wakina wakina Uhuru na nini, hao si wa Ruto. Ruto has his own deals with wengine.
Lazima aanzishe biashara yake pia.
Hii ni biashara yake anaenda kuendeleza. I'm not going to use your people.
So, uzi niwache manager wako kwa biashara yangu.
Na hiyo ndo kitu sasa inawaskea. Budo unakaa hivi unaniambia wewe unaona paka
there are a lot of managers who are going to change hands here.
And no one wants it, bro. No one. These are two big people fighting. Imefika point paka they are not even fighting about our well-being. They are fighting about their own securities. Tunakaribia election na nyinyi mnafightia security. Hiyo mnatuambia nini? You are dividing us. Unataka mimi nichukie venye Raila na bonga, na Raila pia anataka watu wake wachukie venye Ruto yuko. So now you are turning the entire country into an emotional nation sasa. Yani sisi hakuna kitu, hata tukianza kudiscuss sasa hivi tuanze kudiscuss politics, mtu lazima atajam kwa sababu usiko saidi yake. You know, so that's what actually is even scary right now.
Dizo, let me ask you another question. Is it automatic for you being a Luo that you must lazima uegemee saidi ya nani? Saidi ya Rao?
Bro, mimi hata niliacha kufuata Tom say the moment he lost his second election. Juu niko in my head, I'm like, nigga, you are even part of the coup kwa hii country. Unakuja unaibiwa kura aje? Pia sisi tukae tukubali hata umeibiwa kura. Mimi hata sitaki kuingia hiyo vita yako, lakini wewe kwani how lost are you in your own pursuit of leadership? Unaibiwa kura mara mbili.
Na sisi kwani wewe utaiba siku gani?
Pia sisi tunakubali ati unajua naye wanaibia Raila. Wanaibia Raila. Why don't you just fucking wake up? That nigga is not running shit.
So his organization has been a problem.
He's just being used because of his influence, because of his contacts. But he's not running. I think jamaa yeye na reality kidogo, it's a thin line hapo kwake. Kuna venye kidogo yeye anadhani yako kwa reality, kumbe hayuko. Kwa sababu anakuja anapatana na watu. Now his campaign comes and tells him, hivi ndio unafaa kufanya, hivi. Bro, there was another campaign nini ya Martha Karua anaongea Sheng. Martha Karua unaongea Sheng, who are you addressing in Sheng? Kwanza hiyo Sheng unaongea tayari inakaa broken. Now who are you addressing? You are fake. We are seeing the fakeness
of you trying to keep up with this nonsense.
Now you imagine yani venye tunakuangalia weka leader ati you actually sat down and accepted that stupid advice. Meaning nyinyi amuoni reality. You people are just doing it for the clout.
So we're not seeing any real characters up there.
They're not seeing shit, bro. Wale wanajua nini. No, hapo ndo mali unaona mtu ka Ruto utaona watu wengi wanamfuatilia kwa sababu yeye ako na watu wa ground. Kuna watu yani yeye ana deal na watu hivi kwa ground. So unapata hiyo communication yake akiongea hata hiyo Kiswahili or whatever, unapata it's easier kusikiza jamaa other than kusikiza Raila. So mimi nikija niambia mimi Mjaluo nisikize baba aje bro. Mimi Mjaluo the same Mjaluo nilikuwa kwa post election violence. Hiyo post election violence haikuchagua kabila. Bude ilikuwa ni kumadana. Yeye hakuwa kwa ini wao. Yeye alikuwa kwa security. I'm sure hata akidrive hivi ni bulletproof car. Now if you are living in such a life, alafu unakuja unatuambia about peace. Give us all of us bulletproof cars, then we speak about peace.
Yes, because now you're repeating something that is impossible.
Wewe unatuambia peace na wewe kitu kifanyika hapa hivi hata tutajua mali huko. Ruto kitu kifanyika tutajua mali huko. Ni sisi kwa sisi tutapigana. And then sisi kwa sisi ni we are putting all our hope on these people, these politicians. Ndio tunasema by the way, hakuna kazi, ingia utupatie kazi. Yani tutahadi lini? Na bado tunakuja tunaambiwa I'll get you jobs, sijui farmers. The same farmers mwenye Ruto ndo aliangusha chini. The same farmers akienda kuimport mashuga na sijui na nini. Ni kama tuko na amnesia gang. We've forgotten all that shit. Tuko now right now because yenyewe ameenda church akasafishwa, ameombewa. Right now he's going to live a righteous path. And he's going to get us jobs. Jobs from where? If he hasn't gotten us those jobs right now, anaenda kuzitoa wapi? Ama hiyo parliament kuna mtu akiingia mpya anapatiwa docket fulani anaambiwa kwa hii docket sasa fungua jobs 1 million upeane.
Okay, Diesel, hold up. Gift.
Hey, Diesel. Kila msee.
Bro, unajua shida ni sisi hiyo fact yenye sisi hatuoni sisi ndo tuko kwa game, hiyo ndo kitu inaua hata discussion. Now we can't even have a political discussion because tunaamini hizi fakeness tunaonyeshwa. Now we can't have a fake discussion.
Ndio Kibe kuna time alikuwa anasema the time Kibe alisema the day we look at politicians as not the solution, hapo ndo we'll have mature politics. Nitakwambia kitu, unaona hapa penye niko Canada sahii, tulikuwa na elections last year. Tangu niko hapa tumekuwa na elections kama 2 ama 3. Unaona elections hata huwezi jua kuna elections. Literally hakuna billboards, hakuna stuff zozote. All they do ni wana stick like ni kama hizi flags mtu anaweka kwa yard yako. So politician anakuja na kugongea na kwambia naweza weka poster yangu kwa yard yako. Na ni pini watu kwa ground. Alafu day ya election uwezi hata jua wase wanaenda kuvote, unaweza chukua tu ka break mahali uende uvote alafu uishe zako home. Na it's not an off day. Unaona it's a regular day. Ni kama tu kila msee yuko busy na shughuli zake. Kuna wenye watavote, kuna wenye hawatavote. So mimi kuna kitu yenye huwa inanibo about our politicians. Unaona kuna time I think ni Ruto amesimama juu ya V8 na si moja, ni V8 na escort yake kama 5. Then this nigga will stand up and say angalia venye bei ya mafuta imepanda. And then wale wa Kenya wenye wako hapo wenye wamezunguka hiyo gari hawana job, lakini watashangilia waseme mafuta imepanda. But ni kama it doesn't click in their head that hii mafuta imepanda, na bado msee mwenye anasema mafuta imepanda hajui hata bei yake. Juu taxpayers ndio anapewa like mileage, anapewa kila kitu hadi security. Sasa so unaona lies ziko that open, but guys will not even see it. So wewe ukikama hapa kuambia wasee story sijui ya sugar, story ya sijui uhuru, story ya hii yote, it comes down to what Kibe exactly was saying. Alikuwa anasema these guys are in the same bed. With the moment we realize we are the game, sisi wa Kenya, we are the game. Ni kama wasee wanacheza tu poker. Ni kama dominoes kwanza. Wanakuambia sisi wananchi ndo game. Wanasema so this year tutawaambia nini? This year tunataka kuwaonyesha hivi. Imagine create ma projects zenye tunaweza kula do, zenye tunafanya nini to a point that mseka Jalango mwenye alikuwa I'm sure alikuwa nakula kama mita na nusu, anaweza acha job kama hiyo yenye ni secure, aende kwa MP, spend almost 50M ku campaign, knowing very well he might lose. It's a gamble, it's a 50-50. Lakini yeye anajua mimi nikishaingia kwa hii kitu sitoki. Na mseka Jalango leo hii hata Kibe, no matter how much Kibe anasema sasa hii hapa ni kama alipinywa bolingo ama ni nini. If Kibe today was angeshinda ile elections ya 2013, sisi angekuwa natuona sisi kama part of the game sasa. Jua angekuwa na dishi. Na sita kudanganya Kibe sasa yanga hangejua shida ni nini, because if you ask him right now he would not have refused ile ka grant ya 10M. Hiyo V8 yenye naongelea hapa mbaya angechukua. Hiyo paycheck yake Kibe hawezi simama mbele ya wase alafu aseme mimi leo nachukua pay cut. Hiyo 2013 angebeba, angekuwa anakula hiyo mita yake, anakula mapadiums na kila kitu. So sisi ndo game. wewe ukipata chance yako, hiyo ndo mentality, ingia kula toka. Na hiyo corruption venye imeshuka, ukiangalia leadership yote, Uhuru hadi ukiangalia ma-PS manini ina reflect hadi sisi wananchi. Leo hii King D ukipewa opportunity uambie angalia nataka uingie National Land Commission kama surveyor, ile utakuwa unalipwa kaa 40 Gs, lakini utakuwa unaendesha V8 in like 4 years. Unajua sote ni corrupt. Ukiangalia hiyo ministry yote ni kula.
Sasa unaona okay, maliza ama ni I talk.
Ongea boss.
So the issue is kuna hii msemo ya Kiswahili inasema mjinga kierevuka mwerevu huyo mashakani. Unajua yes. So now what is happening right now, wenye wako kwa hii system hao ndio hao werevu, wenye wako kwa hii system. Now sisi hii system tunauziwa hii system as a solution, you know, but it's not a solution. Venye tu umesema it's a game. Sisi hatujui reality bro. You can't even hata saizi if you decide to have a reality discussion in a political forum, then hiyo politics itaisha, especially hapa Kenya. Utaona by the way hiyo discussion itaisha because no one wants to face reality. Ukiuliza mtu ati mtu anakuambia ati anangoja ati nani at least nani amepromise ma jobs at least mjamaa kuna venya akona connection atatuletea investors. Ukiuliza the same person, first of all what's your purpose? Hata hiyo yenyewe unasema tutaletea job, ni job gani? What's your purpose you as a person? Now the fact hiyo ni the first reality yenye sisi huku mostly hata tusiwacha niongele tu Kenya hatuna. Now the fact that hatuna purpose, ni nini tutafuata? Sisi tutafuata tu any distraction that favors our comfort zone.
But
that's what we do.
What do you expect King D when una expectaje hii conversation happen when even the normal Kenyans hawajui like mandate ya MP wao? Unaona MP anasimama juu ya Land Rover yake, alafu anaambia wasee nitawajengea barabara, nitawajengea stadium, MP. Unajua tu very well the work of an MP is to create policy. Lakini anaenda hapo, ukiangalia hata CDF money ni ngapi wanapewa? Almost 500-600 million in 5 years, 100 meter in every year. Lakini hata simama hapa waambie nitawajengea barabara gani atajenga? We know very well, leo hii Kindi Kenha wako na plan ya road network for the next 50 years. From the time tulipata independence wakadecide hii itakuwa city, hii itakuwa nini. They had all those plans. Lakini sasa kwa nini MP akuje asimame awaambie nitawafanyia hii? Ndio maana Kibe ile day alikuwa anasema, nilisoma manifesto ya Kibe, alikuwa anasema mazee, mimi nataka tu kuweka tu Lang'ata iwe safi, nataka tu kuweka maji, na nataka kuensure kutakuwa tu yani na landscaping poa. Ukiangalia hiyo plan yake, hiyo ni work ya MP. Alijua, but sasa Wakenya don't know kazi ya MP. Ndio maana Kibe hata alienda hapo kuambia chenye atawafanyia, of which ni the right thing, the work of an MP, but nobody agreed. Walienda wakatafuta msemo mwenye atawaambia nitawajengea barabara, na hakuna barabara yenye itajengwa.
So unaona venye umeiweka hivyo, now people need kuna solutions zingine hazizitokezea sasa hivi. You know, we can't solve that thing. So ni uzuri tu kuna hiyo conversation. Now the conversations have been there. Shida ni we are too much, ndo na repeat, we are too much in our comfort zone. Vitu zingine we just need to go through this shit. Tufike kwa ukuta. We need to reach the wall. Yani ile our backs against the wall. Then kutoka hapo ndio watu waamke. Because till then, I'm telling you, till then hata uambie watu nini. Kuna watu wa baba by the way unaweza muongelesha hivi na umwambie baba ni muongo, buda mkosane. Kuna watu wa Ruto unaweza waongeleshe. Kuna mjama mwingine sijui apparently kumbe Ruto sijui alikuwa amemlipia fee nini. Bana mjama kuna karibu tupigane just because nilisema by the way Ruto ni mwizi na ni mpuni. Mjama ataingia na emotions zake na atumes. Just that statement which it has its own, you know, it's an opinion. So kama unaona is a challenge. Mjama alikatch. So inakuwa ni hard sana ku come up na solution if you are not even working as a team. We are not working as Kenyans. wewe mwenye unafaa kujua wewe ndio employer wa these politicians. Wewe uko pale unakimbilia mhesh. Wewe saa hizo huna huna kitu, huna job, lakini unangoja ile siku hizi magari zitapita, hizi ma V8 zikipita unakimbia kwenda kusikiza speech. Nao ni reality gani unaona?
Unangoja upewe ruabe.
Unangoja hiyo ruabe yako uchukue, ama kama tei itokezea uchukue uende ukajisort. There's no hatuoni reality. That's why sisi tunadhani tuko na middle class huko Kenya. Hatuoni reality. But sasa hiyo si hatujui hiyo. Sisi tu tunajua, you know what, in fact us we are just slaves. We've been put in that inferiority complex to a point ukijaribu kutoka out of that comfort zone unaona tu yuko kwingine it makes sense. That's why you can't even hold anyone accountable. We can't even hold ourselves accountable.
And the worst thing about it, and hii kitu lazima nikashifu Kibe penye huwa anafanya. You cannot tell guys ati you must pick a side. At times there's no side. Afadhali tu kae tu neutral. At times there's no side. Bro,
in fact mwenye anafaa kupick side ni hao politician. Sisi tunafaa kucombine si wote ka Kenyans. Unajua it has to be a team. Now kama tunachagua president, sisi kama Kenyans ni sisi ndio hao wasikuja watu disaidie venye wanataka. We are supposed to reach that point. Ile by the way tukuje tuwaambie by the way pesa yetu ya tax mnaitumia aje.
But you know what you guys are not understanding is that the game is either uweke mtu wako acheze hiyo game ama ukwewe kazi yako ni kuwatch. But game inaendelea. Whether you like the game or not, the game is going on.
Okay.
Yes, so if the game is going on, either you get a good player to play for you, but you have to pick a side. Otherwise, the score it's going to happen anyway, with or without your participation.
But sasa on the game now Kikibe, see the game is going on.
Yes.
Rules zinamekiwa huko. Sisi tuna make rules. As we are the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning we will decide and choose someone mwenye we pick a side, but akienda kule anapatiwa rules huko. Anaambiwa okay sawa. Hiyo chenye mli agree hiyo ni sawa. But this is how this game is being played from here. So hata hii ya kusema ati we pick a side ama nini. Once they reach kwa hiyo table ya system hapo, hizi vitu zote zenye umepick, that's on you. Now unless you have money and invest on a side.
But if this is a game the world has decided on, the world has decided that this is a game we are playing. Sindio? If you try to play a different game, the world itself will come and tell you, no, you cannot play that game.
No, it's not even a matter of playing a different game. It's a matter of just standing back and be like, okay, you guys go on venye mmesema hivyo, now we'll follow you. We are not hakuna ati tunakataa kucheza. Hii tutayari tuko hapo, we are deep in this shit. We are deep in it. Ndio venye nasema like we just need to go with it. Adile time pia sisi kila mtu ataamka angalie, you know what? I'm actually a slave.
Kama sahi the Rwanda, they decided they don't want to play that game anymore.
Yeah. You see, now it has to take everyone. Hatuwezi sema ati our leaders ama tuweke mtu huko tuseme huyo ndio aende akachange system. The system is going on. You can't change that system. Your system imedesigniwa venye iko hivyo. Imedesigniwa tu in a way mtu akiingia hapo mnamuona kama Mungu. Hata kama mulika mahali chini mkasikizana, you know what, usisahau by the way hatuna maji mtaa yetu, usisahau mtaa yetu hakuna madustbin, ni chafu. Yani by the time anafika kule, those were just normal talks. Now I'm not doing normal anymore. Once I'm in the system, I'm doing abnormal.
So now when you look at countries like these developed countries, so they created parallel systems to push whatever agenda they wanted through.
Yeah.
So the businesses became the parallel systems. And the more powerful a business became, or an industry, and then like now unacheki kituka big pharma wanaitwa big pharma because they came together and decided to push legislation through parliament. Na hiyo pesa yao ya kuuza madawa, they can do that. So when the MPs are meeting, they're meeting and they're being influenced by somebody else from outside.
Bro, they are meeting and being told what to do.
Yes.
We are not thinking for ourselves huku. Alafu unaona venye umesema hivyo, you think of it this way. ndio ujue hawa sasa bado wanaendelea tu na art of war. Mimi nikuje, I come colonize you, I take over you, and then ati mkuje to agree na nyinyi, you know what, I've given you independence. Now with independence, you know what I leave you with? I leave with you my system. Where is the independence when I'm still using your system? Where is the independence when I'm still learning about you? Where is the independence? Unajua? So hata hii independence tuliambiwa, hakuna independence bro. What just happened is our wazungu walitoka, they just changed the headquarters. Wakachukua ofisi yao wakairudisha huko UK. Wakarudisha tu ofisi yao UK.
So sisi wote nikaa wale wakamba upigwa job na muhindi and then wanaanza kumuibia huko nyuma. That's what we are doing. That's all we are.
That's what we are doing. Bro. Wewe ni mara ngapi kibe tumeenda unapata na someone is just bro nikaa tu sisi lakini unapata mtu amemwendea mhesh paka unaamka kumsalimia. What the fuck mhesh umedu nini ndio nikuite mhesh bro? What have you done? You haven't done shit that I can. Sijui kwa nini si uona tunafaa kurespect our sage ni MP.
But hao ndo superstar wa mtaa. These are the superstars of Kenya bro. That's all we do. Kasa hii nimewasha Citizen hapa. I'm watching Citizen and all they're talking about is what we're talking about. But now them they have footage.
Sasa ndio nakwambia unaona kibe. In fact, you see this country hata saizi tukaletewa ukuje uambiwe you know what, this is poison. And here are the ingredients of the poison. Alafu tuone kwa TV by the but you can drink it. Ni ile tu si ati utakufa saa hii. Bro, people will drink it. We will drink it. Because we don't think on our own. We are zombies bro. No wonder unaona saa zingine ni mara ngapi tu wewe umekuwa na hizi conversation ukiambia watu na unakuja unaongeleshana na mtu na unaona mtu reasoning yake imekwama on a certain boundary. Past hapo haizi comprehend anything that is going on. Now that haizi comprehend anakuona wewe kama arrogant. We are not thinking. So sisi hadi ile siku tutakuja tukubali sisi ni slaves. Where we are here we are slaves. Did you read the story next year wanaleta monkeypox clinical trial vaccine hapa hivi Kenya? Bro, so hebu niambie and then you know what huyo mkubwa wa Kemri alienda akasema ati in fact venye iliandikwa kwa gazeti an organization from the US called inaitwa Knox or something has picked Kenya. Bro, si ati wamenegotiate na Kenya, it has picked Kenya to go do its clinical trial for monkeypox. Huyo mtu Kemri pia anakuja anasema ati by the way, you know it's a good opportunity nini niko bro, time ya COVID you guys didn't do shit.
But sasa wewe mbona unakasirika na sasa nyinyi si ni do tu dizo wacha nikuulize wewe umekaa pale Kemri au watu huko majua kwambia sikiza we want to we're looking for a country where we can do tests yeah where you have a very disposable population now for you we shall give you maybe $10 million unyamazia story
sasa aje bro
utanyamazia bro watu wa dedi utanyamazia $10 million ni mob utanyamazia watu wa dedi you will kill a couple of your relatives.
Sasa unaona na hiyo ndio kitu nakuja nasema sasa kibe you know mahali tuko sasa sisi saizi kama unaona reality na uikule na machungu yako. In fact right now ukipata wale wase wenye wanaona reality utawapata mena hata ni hard bana kujiingiza hiyo story ya police. Those people wameingia. Let me give you an example kama seme ya Wanjigi has invested in both sides. You know huyu ni mse anaona reality, huyu ni mse ako mahali anakaa na waangalia hivi ndio venye. Mira nikuje niwaambie nini mimi naona reality. Now sisi kama watoto hizo ndio vitu tunafaa kwa tunaangalia. Unajua hawa ni mababa zetu venye tumesema politician ni mababa zetu. Tunafaa kuangalia hiyo design. Yaani ile now I'm seeing your action venye unafanya. Wewe unaona reality ambao huoni reality. Na hiyo reality yenye unaona hiyo ndio nafuatilia. Hii magoha tu kukuja kusema ati shule zifungwe 2 weeks. That's the reality we are seeing. There's something you people have seen that we haven't seen, but tayari umetupatia hint. You know, it's all about just looking at the reality na to flow now venye wanataka hivyo to flow now hivyo.
So
but without seeing the reality
Dizo. So for magoha to to say the schools are closing early, what message did that send to you?
I got scared, bro. Me, I was curious. I'm like, why the sudden like una decide aje pia wewe? Kwani wewe ndio unatulipia hawa toi fee? Hii kitu kwani nyinyi hamjui nini inaendelea? You know, the fact that you people don't even know what's going on. Ama you people are not telling people what's going on. It's now more scary. Wewe unakuja tu unashtuka ati funga shule. Mbona kwani you didn't know kunaenda kuwa na election? Bro, ulikuja tu ndo ukaamshwa check ni aje. By the way, kumbuka election ni next week.
So
then shit.
It tells you that they're preparing for what eventuality do you see?
What it tells me.
All right, hold on. Kenyan mzee wa Nyororo, ngoja kidogo tu. Wacha nimalize na Dizo. Dizo, give me your submission. So what did you see when this guy said wacha chuo zifunge in the next 2 days?
Niliona a country that is not prepared. You know, anytime unakam na kitu abrupt hivyo, meaning bro, you are not prepared for whatever is going to happen. Saizi ukuja useme, cheki toka kwa hiyo nyumba saisa nataka mtoke ingieni kwa gari tunaenda Ocha. I'll explain later. Hiyo tayari umeniambia nini man, as much as I'm saying ndio kuna peace na nini I'm advocating for peace, but
kuna kitu muona mahali
communicating the way you're communicating is scary. Now I'm expecting you people mumejipanga, but wewe tayari mshaanza venye mmeanza hivi nyinyi hamjajipanga kidogo. Sitashtuka kukiwa na blackout.
So jamaa amekuingiza in a state of panic.
Ameshaingiza kwa panic.
Okay.
You know, and then ukisikiza hao ma leaders venye wanaongea, leader huyu leo tena anakuja anasema no, mimi siko kwa revenge. Niko why you people talking about war man? Ni nini? Huyu mwingine mara mimi bora uache watoto wangu. As in nini, what are you guys feeding us? You know, it's scary. Na si ati watu ukiongea na watu huku si ati watu wanataka kupigana. No one wants that shit. So nini hii inatoka wapi? Because it's not on ground. On ground that shit is not there. So yeah, as in I feel they are not organized. In fact, all of them are not organized. Kuanzia tena ile presidential debate. Nigga, you don't show up. Na sisi tunafaa kukaa hapa tukue. You know what? That's okay. Fuck you, man. You are scaring us.
And then, you know, and I'd ask this question. Okay, Dizo, hold up. I'll come back to you.
Kwani game imeisha? Babe.
Naendelea kuita demu yake babe hapo. Babe, kwani game imeisha? So why didn't this guy why didn't he go for the debate? That was also very telling. Dizo, I need you to mute your mic. All right. Let me hear from Victor Edwin Odhiambo.
Hi, Kibe. Thank you. I think let me first comment on what you're discussing here, the Kenyan politics, Rao versus Ruto speech comparison.
Yes.
I think I'm talking from a perspective of a journalist. I covered Odinga's, I think this will be my second election I'm covering. And I'd like to say in 2017, Rao campaigns basically have always been disorganized and a bit chaotic. So what I witnessed today after he had spoken, well, that was neither here or there. So for me, I think today, I agree with you. The disorganization part whereby Raila had spoken and then now these other aspirants are coming to speak, I think that was that was a mistake from Azimio. And as you said, it looks bad on Baba because I tend to think now he has a lot of leaders. And if he wins, which is a possibility, and he might also lose, which is a possibility, but in the event he wins, I'm just asking myself, how is he going to run this government where there are a lot of people who want to show their might?
Mm-hmm.
so it's that's the point I'm really struggling to understand. How will Baba run this government? And of course, his old age. So who will literally run this government? And for me, I think with Uhuru being the Azimio chairperson, I think he will still be the one pulling strings, even in terms of naming the cabinets. Uhuru will still have a say in this government. That's what I think. With the thing to do with the musicians, I think in 2017, what Odinga did was he gave Joho the opportunity to bring the Tanzanian musicians. I don't know where there is this fascination with Tanzanian musicians, because 2017 they brought Ali Kiba, and I think he has good connection with Hassan Joho. So even Diamond today, I was not really surprised, and I think Joho.
But what does that tell you about the feeling on the ground? Because these guys are very disconnected. Why are you bringing these Tanzanians like they're the biggest things that Kenyans want to hear, yet you're not sure?
I think that is. Yeah, that's a good question. But I think there is a fallacy within many people that Kenyans tend to consume a lot of Tanzanian music. So for them to really promote a Kenyan musician brings a certain type of feeling. Because I think they ought to have brought a Kenyan musician.
But you should have seen when you should have been worried when Raila brought us. Is it Mbilia Bell?
Yes, yeah, he brought Mbilia Bell. But again,
if you are a guy who knows anything about music, you know that there was not a person in that crowd who knew what the fuck that woman was saying.
Yeah, very true, very true. I think that there is an issue there. But again, let me not be so harsh.
So maybe we can at least be honest. Instead of saying let me not be so harsh, let's be honest. Okay? Mm-hmm. So don't give me that kind of conversation here. I need you to be as honest as possible.
Uh-huh.
Baba disconnected with people when he brought Mbilia Bell. People are like, yeah, we can see you as Baba enjoying, but who the fuck is this woman?
Yeah, true. There was a.
And then today now they give us Diamond, and people are like, yeah, I mean, we know Diamond is a good musician and he's very good, but why are you bringing him for our election?
Yes. Hapo Kiba, I agree with you. There is a bit of a disconnection with the ground. I think angejaribu kuleta wasanii, some musicians, local musicians, but I think when a couple of months ago when he was launching his presidential...
In fact, before you even continue, just imagine if any of them had brought Calligraph Jones.
Yeah.
Are you saying? Yeah, it made no sense to bring... what's her name? Even this Solomon Mukubwa, even that made no sense at all, bro. These people who are coming to hear our youth, they need to listen to something youthful.
Yes, very true. Okay, yeah, there I have to say that it was a bit of an issue, and then of course I have to speak on the issue of the organization. I think I'll have to give Ruto a big chunk of number, because I think what Ruto has really mastered is kulainisha watu wake. You'd not see this kind of things happening in DP Ruto's rally, except in, I think, Kiambu. That's where there have been a bit of issues with Kuria and Wamatangi. But either way, Ruto knows how to deal with his people when it comes to organization. I think for me, I would give Ruto 60% in terms of organization and Raila 40%.
Okay.
But of course, when it comes to numbers and the kind of speech, we have to agree that Raila is getting old. So you don't expect him kutoa vitu kwa akili the way he used to do in 2013 and 2017. However, his speech today was, I would say, a bit presidential. And of course, you have to look at 2013, 2017, when a state runs your campaign, and which we have to agree that the state is running Odinga's campaign. There is something about this feeling of a presidential feeling, even when it comes to speech, when it comes to event organization. It is the same thing Uhuru and Ruto did. If you saw the way they were launching their manifesto, their final rally and everything, you'd see there was a bit of this choreographed speech than what Ruto did today. And for me, I would say Odinga's speech looked more presidential. Of course, hiyo ni mwaks alikuwa nasoma, but it looked a bit presidential than Ruto's. And of course, in terms of numbers and in terms of optics, and we need to understand that politics is always about optics. Who has the numbers? Even if there are people with no votes, hapo unaweza pata majority of guys there hata hawana kura. So there, I would say I would give Raila more in terms of the speech and the numbers, 60% and Ruto 40%. So for me, that's what I would want to say about today's speech comparison. Let me mention two things that I've heard a lot of people saying here. The fallout between Ruto, you really have to understand, number one, why did they even come together to support each other's candidacy? This was the ICC issue that brought these two people together. Remember that when President Moi left power, he had endorsed Uhuru and Ruto was beside him, and then they had to go their own separate ways during the Pentagon, when Raila was forming this Pentagon to just fight off Kibaki a bit. So that's when they went their separate ways. And the issue of ICC really came, and that's where Ruto and Uhuru converged. So their campaign in 2013 was so good that they had to tell Kenyans that the reason why we are getting coming together is that these people want to colonize us. They are trying to give Odinga a through pass to go to State House, and so on and so forth. So it was a good campaign they ran in 2013 with that analogy. So they were coming together because of ICC. And another issue in a journalistic perspective, and we have been running these stories, we even did a feature in their fallout. Their fallout actually began in 2016. Both sides will tell you what the concerns were. So we did an interview with the likes of Murathe, Tuju, Duale, Kanata, and a bit of Ruto guys. They will let you know that for Ruto's side, they would say that they wanted to do away with him now that he had gotten the power, and that they felt that Ruto was becoming more of a threat. In fact, you need to understand that Ruto had very good connections with the Kikuyu politicians, and this was brought about in terms of nominations, where he was given now the power to lead the nominations, because Jubilee was falling apart in that front. So Ruto placed his people there, and that was this. So when you talk to Murathe, they say that this guy aliingia huko akaanza kuloot pesa. So that is a case of neither here or there, but Ruto wanted to run for president actually in 2017 and in 2013. The likes of Murathe are the people who used the ICC issue to, of course, tell him to rally behind Uhuru in 2013. Now, that is another issue. I think the issue of Sakaja and Igathe, again, the business community and the tribal or ethical lines are going to decide the Nairobi vote. So for me there, I wouldn't really say, okay.
Victor.
Yeah.
Who's taking it? For Nairobi? Is it Sakaja or is it Igathe?
I think I will go with Igathe. Igathe will take it, not because he really has the numbers, but he has the state backup, and of course, you can't deny the fact that Raila commands a huge Nairobi vote. So for him, he's gonna take it not because Sakaja is good than Igathe in terms of leadership skills, and
so there's no way the state can allow Nairobi to go again. So whoever takes the country takes Nairobi.
Yes. Of course. If you're the state, you cannot.
So if you're saying that Igathe is taking Nairobi, then it means that Rao is becoming our next president.
There is a big possibility that I don't want to, but let me just say it as it is. There is a big possibility that Raila will be taking this, of course, with the assistance of the state. The state, once the state are on your side, I mean, if you lose it won't really be, I would say, a clear win for him, but the state will know what to do to just bring him there. And if he takes the leadership of this country, the number one thing you might want to do is to ensure that the capital city, you're also running it, because that's the hub of everything. So for me, I think if Raila takes, Igathe might take it. But if Raila takes and Sakaja wins, remember, Sakaja is still a friend to Uhuru and Raila. So he might work with whichever side of the government that takes. That's what happened even in Kidero. When Kidero took, he went to work with the government. So I think, for me, I would say Igathe stands a better chance to take it in Nairobi.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Victor.
Karibu.
Oh, yeah. Let's be honest. Let's talk honestly when you come in here. I want straight, honest answers so that we get rid of the bullshit. Kenyan Mzee Wanyororo. Thank you very much, Victor. I appreciate that. Mzee Wanyororo, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, Mr. Kibe.
All right, go ahead. Uh-huh.
Okay, I hope everyone is okay. Kibe, I would like to talk on this issue about the political scenario that are happening in Kenya. I'll speak this on as a person who is trying to undertake maybe law course in this nation. And to be honest with you, if you look at what you have said about Nairobi Governor, Sakaja and Igathe, to be honest, let me tell you, I'm not taking sides, but this is the reality on the ground. I think Sakaja will take it. Whether the government is supporting Igathe or not, because the people of Nairobi, remember, they are intellectuals, and most people in Nairobi, they know what they want, and they know who is there to support them. We can see what is happening in the NMS right now in Kenya, that when you want to open up a business, you must have that lease license and the NMS license, and it's around 4 licenses they are giving people of Nairobi for you to start a business. All these things, they are costly. And when you look at Sakaja and Igathe manifesto, Igathe has not even captioned anything concerning business people in Nairobi and their license issues. If you watched the debate, Igathe, there was a time Igathe was asked about, Nairobi has no water. How will you deal with this problem of water? Igathe comes up and tells us, with Martha Karua will help.
Wait.
What the fuck is this?
So I need you to be factual, because now this is just your own feelings that you have. So on the ground, you're saying Sakaja is going to take it because he speaks better than Igathe, or what are you saying?
No, Sakaja is going to take it because Sakaja has more leadership qualities than Igathe.
But on the ground. Yeah, on the ground. Let's go to the ground.
Yes. And Mr. Kibe, do you know, it was, it was, I think last week, the Kibra is the stronghold of Raila. Igathe was campaigning in Kibra. But he had no crowd. It was just him and him on top of his Land Rover and some security people. You looking at the scenario that you are in a bedroom of the person who you are supporting, the person who is supposed to be supporting you, and these people who are supposed to be supporting you, they are not even there for you. Look at what Atwoli said. You watched the interview that was on JKL Live for Atwoli. Atwoli endorsed Sakaja.
So that also tells me something. That it tells me that even when it comes to presidential, these people are not going to follow Raila.
Yeah, when it comes to presidential, these people they will not follow Raila. But let me just be open with you. When it comes to governorship of Nairobi, those people who are in Azimio and those people who are in Kenya Kwanza, they are going to unite. Most of them will unite and vote up for Sakaja, because Azimio wanted to line up Tim Wanyonyi. I don't know if you remember, Tim Wanyonyi wanted to be a governor.
Yeah.
The former member of parliament for Westland wanted to become a governor for Nairobi. And then Jubilee came up with conditions. When they were forming up the Azimio, Jubilee came up with conditions and ODM came up with conditions. Jubilee told ODM, for us, since we are supporting you and we are becoming a coalition. We want to be a coalition that is going to stand up and give out one presidential aspirant. For us, we want to control Nairobi.
So
do you know why Jubilee wanted to control Nairobi? Because of the Kenyatta's family. Kenyatta's family gains more profit, more money from Nairobi County. This is just a matter of wait. Hold up.
So you're going too far. So now, if indeed Raila is not in control, who's in control?
We are very sure that the person who is in control of all those things is Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta and Mama Ngina, the family. Right now, let me tell you, Raila is just being controlled like a remote. which is a fact. Raila came to the media and told the media, you see, right now we have subsidized unga. Unga is going for 99 shillings. Trust me, today, personally, I went to Naivas when I was coming from job and I bought unga at 180 shillings. There is no that unga of 99 shillings. But Raila comes out and tell us, not Raila, Martha Karua tweeted. If you follow Martha Karua, she tweeted saying that, yes, the president talked to the millers, but there's some corruption which are going in. So I was like, come on. The president talked to the millers and the agreement was that the government will come up and the government will pay for the posho mill and the fueling of for them to process the unga, and the companies will not go on loss for the fueling process and whatever. And I was like, there's this money the government gave out for this subsidized unga. Where did it go? Will they tell us it is Ruto again? Will they tell us that this money Ruto has taken it?
So the point is, both Uhuru and Raila are not in charge.
The point here is just very clear. Anything that is happening in the nation right now, even Raila is not. Raila is just being told, do this, do that. Kibe Raila is not the Raila we knew.
Hey, hold up, Kenyan. Mzee Wanyororo, hold up. Mute your mic. Let me hear another voice here. God damn it. Who else is here? Who else wants to say something? I'll give you a chance. So this guy says Raila is not the Raila we knew. Let's stick to what we're discussing today. Rao versus Ruto when it comes to the speech comparisons. And even their whole organization, how do they do it? Even the dressing, if you want to talk about the dressing, how do they dress? I like that Ruto added a lot of white to that yellow, that ugly yellow that he's been pushing. I like that. Rao, I don't know, that Rao blue, did they choose it because of the cops? I don't know what they were doing there. But, yeah, it's not too shabby. But I like when Rao wears hats. He always looks very funky. So, it's a game. As long as you understand this like a game, then you'll be fine. You'll take it easy. Who else is here? I saw somebody was here. Oh, Bowen, are you back? Bowen. This guy's network is still shitty. Bilali. Going once, going twice. Buka Glenn. Minja sijui connect watu nini. There we go. The Alan Guru.
Yes, hi Kibe, hi, how are you?
What's up?
I'm good. I think I beg to disagree with Zit Mzee Wanyororo, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I think for somebody to say Raila is a project, I think let's give credit to S. Duban. Raila is literally, he's an institution. Well, that guy, you know how much power that man has. Even if tomorrow he says that you're supposed to rally in town, people will show up. If Ruto did try the same thing, unless he pays them, there was a special feature by NTV, if I'm not wrong. Ruto pays, they pay and ferry their crowds from county to county, but Raila's crowds are organic. Yeah, these are people who actually just follow Raila because they feel this is the person.
That's not correct. That's not accurate. There's nobody who has organic crowds like that. Everybody ferries crowds.
All right, but but on the other side, it was so open, you know. It was too much.
Okay, but if you found out that Raila ferries his crowds as well, would you look at Raila different from how you look at him now?
Not really, because this guy has been there, and he has actually been there for Kenyans for the longest time now, and both of us know that. Let's just look at history. History speaks for itself. So I think for Mzee Wanyororo to talk about...
When you say he's been there for Kenyans, what do you mean?
Well, this guy let's take for example the county the 2010 constitution. He was among the people who actually did come up with some of the clauses in the document, and actually went ahead to even go ahead and try to popularize it so that we ended up having a referendum in 2010.
Yeah, but it's his job. It's not he's been there for us. It's his job. He's been doing his job. Why is it sounding like he owes us? He doesn't owe us anything. We don't owe him anything.
Okay. Like, you can look at it from that point, yes. But what I'm trying to dispute is somebody saying that Raila Odinga is being remote controlled. I don't think that one is really making sense unless this guy has a way of proving that to us again.
Also, you think you think there is nobody else on top of Raila? It's Raila who's he's the main guy in his own life.
Yeah, he's just doing his thing. What he has been doing all this time, it's just that this time round he decided to play his cards differently by deciding now to maybe rather choose a woman for a running mate, and that woman was actually endorsed by the head of state. So people feel like the head of state is actually trying to still retain power. And remember, presidency it's the topmost seat in the country. So, assuming you're sitting on that seat, nobody can tell you shit. You're controlling National Intelligence Service. You're controlling the defense forces. You're chief in commander of the defense forces. It's the topmost seat in the country. So I don't think.
Question. So why would the president interfere with the forthcoming elections? Yet he's leaving. Why does he care so much about who becomes president next? His job is done.
Well, he cares so much because you understand from 2013 to 2018, we had a lot of issues in this country in terms of corruption. We had the mega scandals that we have ever seen in this country.
Yes, but your term is done. So there's nothing you can do about it anymore. So you leave.
For sure, I understand your knowledge. I understand your analogy, Kibe, but where I'm trying to come from is I'm trying to tell you that, well, if assuming today you had made a mistake in the past, does it mean you cannot correct whatever is there in the future?
I cannot assume if I had 10 years and I had a job to do in 10 years, if I cannot have done the job in 10 years and the contract is over, then I was unable to do the job that you guys gave me to do. Isn't that the case?
Well, you can take it from that point, but I feel this guy is just looking for a...
Like now, if you look at Arsene Wenger and all these other managers, football managers, it doesn't matter how much they like this guy. If he's unable to do the job he's been given to do, he moves on. So why is it in Africa that we do not want to hold these people accountable? Because the job you gave them to do, they have not done, and yet you still want to hold on to this idea of the person. Because now suddenly this guy has a lot of likes or followers.
But really, there was no way he was going to get Ruto out of office. So?
Yeah, he was bound with the constitution. I agree with George. So there is no way he would have kicked out Ruto so that he can do his work for the second time.
Yeah, but that's my point. Then the two of you have not agreed to work together. It means that the two of you have failed. But I mean, the two of you had 10 years.
All right.
The two of you have failed.
Well, but this guy has gone out and acknowledged the fact that he failed.
So I want you to acknowledge to me that both of you are failures for the 10 years that we gave you. Now, Uhuru Kenyatta went and got Raila and attached his failure to Raila. Isn't that what he did?
And how did he do that, if I may ask?
So now the three of them are all losers. They're all failures because one has failed as a deputy president, another one has failed as a president, the third one has failed as the advisor to the president who was brought in his second term.
But you see, Kibe,
all three of them want to separate themselves from the failure and tell us, no, pick me. Yet all three of them are involved in the failures of the country.
Well, I beg to differ with you again because the head of state was given 2 terms, right, to serve the Kenyan people, right? And the same man has actually come out and told us that there are some things I never did, and he's a Kenyan too. He has his own opinion. He can choose anybody who he feels like he is entitled to his opinion. And according to him, he felt that Raila Odinga is the best man to take the presidency from him. So it is just his personal opinion. He has not actually carried anybody. And he said everybody is free to choose whether it's a democratic country. There is no way you can say that he has decided to lock us all down under Raila Odinga. There are people actually following William Ruto, and they are staunch supporters of William Ruto, and we respect that fact. So this guy, he still accepts the fact that he did not do well in the first term. He has always said that, and he has tried to deliver whatever he could in the second term.
Why didn't he resign?
Why didn't he?
Why didn't he resign? If he resigned, he would have killed this whole... because there's no way the presidency can exist when one resigns.
But, there is an audio that was moving around that the same deputy president was actually confessed that he nearly slapped the head of state because he wanted to go home.
So Uhuru didn't resign because he was almost slapped. That's what you're saying?
Not really. In 2017, Uhuru wanted to go home because he felt, at that point he was feeling, in my first time I've already failed. And at this moment,
let me ask you, before we go that whole direction, okay? You want to tell me the president of a country who loves this country very much and sees that he married the devil is not willing to jump onto the grenade and let him save the country, instead of letting this guy devour the country? Isn't that what, if Uhuru was a man and he saw that he had made the mistake being with Ruto, then he would have jumped on the grenade, he would have resigned, would have been forced to go for a by-election, and then now he would have said, hey, listen, this is my story. But you don't wait 5 years and you come out and tell us, this is my story, yet this guy has been there, he's been enjoying state, and you could have stopped it.
The same still applies to William Ruto, don't you think?
No, but you are saying William Ruto is bad. So we're not looking at William Ruto's non-resignation. We're looking at the president having refused to resign, because if he did resign, then they would have forced a by-elections. True or not true?
It's true.
Yes.
Constitutionally.
Yes. So if the president knew that he had fucked up, he would have said, no, I resign from this position because this guy I took has bad plans for the country.
Well, sometimes people make decisions. I think people handle pressure differently. I think,
but as a leader, very good point. People handle pressure very differently. But as a leader, you become a leader because you handle pressure better than us. That's what a leader is. A leader handles pressure better than everybody else.
But you see, okay, so at the end of the day, you're trying to say that to some extent, Uhuru is trying to lie to us. Let me ask that question.
And is that what you're seeing from what I'm saying?
I think I don't still see that point, because this is somebody who's actually been with William Ruto, and William Ruto if it is to go by anything, William Ruto wants to take credit for all the things that the government has achieved so far.
Don't go in that direction. Don't go in that direction. I want you to look at the manhood in the conversation here. So forget about what they've been telling us. What we are seeing is that the options Uhunye had was that he could have retired. The options Ruto had could have retired. The options Raila had was like, I'm not going to join you guys, meet you in the next 5 years. Okay? Because these guys they all want us to think that they care so much about the country, yet their actions don't show that. Because if you really cared about the country, you would have resigned. All of them would have resigned, would have said, no, I cannot get myself involved in this.
Okay.
So, and then we force that by election.
And now going by your analogy, so like whatever you're trying to put across is this guy was hungry for power too.
They're all hungry for power, not just this guy. All of them are holding on to this power. Raila and Uhunye, they did a deal to share power the last 5 years, and they've been sharing it. Right? Raila has been enjoying a state, what do you call it? He's been protected by the, yes, he's been protected by the government. He's had access to all offices in the government. So meaning, even some of these ambassadors and all these, what are they called? All these ministries. He has people in there. Same thing with Uhuru, same thing with Ruto.
Well, looking at it from that point, it makes sense, yes. But unfortunately, again, we are in a place, Kibe. There is nobody amongst us, even on this space, who has that political clout, let me call it that way, to step in and actually face these guys. These guys have the financial muscle, they have the power, So ultimately, that power will still be retained by them.
Yeah, but what we're saying is that at least we can be honest enough to have real conversations instead of this garbage that we keep regurgitating. Because now, if you can have real conversations, there was no spaces 5 years ago when they were doing the elections. This is a very new thing that we're doing now, right? So we have the how do you say it? We have technology to help us come together and start having real discussions like now we're having today. So it's just that we've never talked about this to a point where people are honest. Everybody's holding on to some cards that they don't want to release because maybe they're waiting for God to come back or something.
And also some of us, to some extent, I think they also there's that fear that I can't face that guy,
Or there's fear that you might be picked up in the night if you say something that does not sit well with other people. All right, thank you. Hold up, Alan Guru. Thank you. Let me hear from Georges G. When he's supposed to talk, he doesn't talk. But now when he... All right, let me move to Africa checklist. Tulinde, Kenya. Tulinde, Kenya.
Give. Asante sana.
What's happening?
Sorry, I logged in very late,
Uh-huh.
But I want to, let me add up to the conversation that's going on,
Okay.
My friend, anyone trying to compare Raila and Ruto, it's like those young boys who were born in 1990s who are saying that the port of Kisumu is giving Kenya more revenue than the port of Mombasa. Sergi kabisa.
So, why is anyone who is comparing Raila and Ruto, what did you call them?
Keve. Right now, we are here on Twitter and I can say anything I want. And someone paid for that. They did not get money from their pocket and paid for it. They paid through the struggle.
Who's that?
It is the same Baba you are talking about here.
Baba fought for my Twitter rights.
Bro. The things that Raila fought for in this country, we all know. And there are things that have come. It's like this year it goes this way. This year it goes this way. Raila is the one who was jailed for people to enjoy everything. Raila is the one who fought for multi-party here. Raila is the same person who, when people were in the bricks of everything, when Moi was almost coming back with the Uhuru, and he said Kibaki Tosha in front of everyone, and even left Nechai out. Kibaki won. Everyone is saying, oh, Kibaki is a good man, Kibaki did this. But you are forgetting that the seat that Kibaki held almost disappeared because of it is Raila who brought it back when he said Kibaki Tosha. Remember where the Tinga name came in when Raila was given the Ministry of Roads? Kiva, are you there?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to land your...
When Raila was given the Ministry of Roads, I want to tell you one thing. Today, I want you to go. There's a road called Mangati Way. It has been named Raila Odinga. That road has never... Go to Kenha. Open Kenha website today. It doesn't even have a maintenance fee. It was built in 2004. up to date. Raila did a standard road. It has saved the government, has saved our taxes. He did a standard road. Raila was the tinga alibomoa kila nyumba ambayo ilikuwa kwa barabara.
So Raila has been in government. Hold up. We're having a discussion, bro. Relax. Take it easy. You have a glass of water there?
Yes, bro.
Yeah. Take a glass of water so that you don't run away too far and I cannot catch you back. Okay? So, you're telling us about Raila's achievements. I agree. There are many. Okay? And every month, Raila has received a check. At least we agree on that.
A check from where?
From wherever. All those achievements, he didn't do them. He didn't use his own money. He's been paid.
You want to tell me that when Raila said Kibaki Tosha, he received a check?
He receives a check every month from government. Yes.
We're having a discussion here, bro. Tell me, when Raila said Kibaki Tosha, he received a check from who?
But aren't they playing the game within parliament?
Me, bro.
Hey, bro, relax. Africa.
You don't run away from my question.
Africa, you have to have some manners, a bit manners, yeah? Raila has been receiving a check from government. He was an MP for 20 years. Did you know that? He's been receiving a check for government even after he became the prime minister. Even before he became the prime minister, he's been a minister many years. So I want you, Africa, and slow down and don't get emotional, to understand that Raila has been receiving a check since he went into government, which was even when he was an MP of Langata for 20 years. Okay? Africa, are you there?
Yes, bro. So what happens is that when
he receives a check and his wife receives a check. So do we agree on that at least?
When this guy was the MP for Langata for all those years,
yes,
we all know how the government have dealt with the opposition MPs in this country. So Raila was the stubborn boy in a school.
But did he get to? But did he get?
He was the one disturbing. No, we are not. We don't have evidence for that. Is that an accusation?
No, but
we have the evidence for that.
He was in parliament.
He was in parliament, but he was in opposition. Where I come from, I've been in opposition. My MP doesn't get much.
Who pays?
My MP doesn't get much.
Wait, slow down, Africa. Right? Who pays the MPs?
It is us.
Not who's us?
Us. We Kenyans, we are paying the MPs.
Yes. How do they get paid? Maybe I don't know the process. How do they get paid? When the MPs say they want a grant for a car, where does that money come from?
The money comes from our taxes.
Yes, but who decides to get it from our taxes, and how do they collect it?
You see, Kibe. Every government has its own policies on how they want to work. Like now, Uhuru government has their own policy on how they have been working, how they have been doing things.
Africa. You're running away from the question. Who pays the policemen?
It is our taxes and through the government.
So everything is happening. So everything is happening through the government. At least finally you can be honest.
Yes.
So even the members of parliament, the senators, the governors are all receiving their money from the government. Even the judges.
Yes, true.
Yes, so it's the government. Whoever is running the government is running everything.
True.
So we agree that Raila has been receiving a check every month.
When he was an MP, he was receiving a check. When he was the prime minister, he was receiving the check.
When he left from being a prime minister, he receives a check. Even now, he's receiving a check from the government.
Which position does he hold he received the check?
As a former prime minister, a former MP.
But those are tips.
Those are checks from the government. The government can decide not to give anymore.
But if for instance, today I was working for you, and let's say I was your Shamba boy, and after some time you fire me, or maybe my term and our term and condition came to an end, and then you look for me and say, hey, bro, there's something here. I know you are bad, but you can have a tip. Can you run to my home and do some grass something for me?
Africa,
and then give me yes, bro.
Africa, my point here was that you're trying to separate Raila and the government, but I just wanted to show you that they're one and the same thing. They're all getting their money from the government. Everybody. All the IBC, everybody is getting money from the same government. So whoever runs government runs all these institutions. Do we at least agree on that?
Anybody who is receiving anything from the government is under constitution.
Everybody
But if you are saying that,
again, Africa, even the ministers are appointed by who?
By the president and the government.
Thank you. So everything falls under the person who's running the government. We agree on that, right?
So when did the president appoint Raila to do any job in the current government? When?
Why did we have a handshake? What was the handshake about?
The handshake was between friends.
No, it wasn't between friends. They called the whole country. There was a press conference. It wasn't a handshake between friends. It was a handshake telling people that we have split the government again, and now this guy has gotten what he wants. That's why we are not going to fight anymore. That's exactly what happened.
So can you give me a time to at least explain something
go ahead.
without rushing? So where I was that after 2004, Raila decided to move around, right? And then he was removed when he was now going after the people who had grabbed land that belongs to roads. Then they removed him. Well, then when this guy became the prime minister, he had started the process of splitting the Ministry of Roads into categories because there were some cabals at the ministry who were diverting funds that were meant for the roads and everything to other work. So Raila came up with the idea of bringing up Kenha, Kera, and Kura. But before he did that, he was removed. So when he became prime minister, now Kenha, you remember Kenha was founded, Kenha, Kera, and Kura, they came into effect around 2010 there. So that is when now we started seeing this kind of development. This Ministry of Road was under office of the Prime Minister. We saw a lot of things. The Kibira thing that Raila was the minister for all those years, was the MP for all those years. When Raila was the Prime Minister, he came up with the process of now upgrading the slums.
Africa.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you're getting lost again.
I want to take you into history so that you understand the Raila we are talking about here.
No, you're
then
getting
now
lost.
we'll compare him with the deputy.
You're getting lost. I want you to focus on exactly what we're discussing now. Because now you're going to history. There are so many things you can go talk about for Raila, and we don't have that time. I want you to focus on exactly on your point and get straight to it. Go ahead, Africa.
Okay, my point is this. To my fellow Kenyans, these guys have campaigned. We know who they are. We have the deputy president that has been in power for 10 years down the line. Raila Odinga, you know who he is. You have everything that you wanted to hear from both gentlemen. Let us all make a good choice for our country. You know, between the gentlemen, you know the person who will take us somewhere and the person who isn't going to take us anywhere. I'm just asking people to make the right choices. Let's make this beautiful country the best place for the next generation that will come. Because we will, at some point, all of us Kenyans will have to give the baton. How are we going to press the button? Is it going to be a good button, or you are going to press the button when your children will be in a mess? So kindly, let's make the right choice. Thank you, Kibe.
All right, thank you. Africa says, let's make the right choice. I don't know why people think they know better than everybody else. Why would you tell me to make the right choice? Why do you think I'm stupid? Telling me to make the right choice? Oh, I'll make the right choice. I'll make the choice that is right for me at the time. But I don't want the headache of having to wonder if, because you should have presented to me the two best choices. But even though I miss out on one, I'm getting benefits of the other. It's like when you're going to buy a car. You buy the car based on the choices that you have. I mean, the money that you have. And then now you pick and choose and say, okay, I want a car that can do this, but this one can do this and it can't do this. So I have to sacrifice this for this. It's that simple. So I want us to look at these elections that way. But with this one, you're getting this and this. And with that one, you're losing out of this, but you're gaining this. So don't come and tell us, oh, let's all be peaceful and all that. That's just some rhetoric that I don't have time for. All right, who are we doing next? Ngare.
Good evening, guys. I hope you're fine. I wanted to add this point. The former premier is holding a position currently under the African Union Head of Infrastructure. And I'm sure that position you get chums from the government. Is it not so?
Of course. Every position you get money, bro.
Yeah, so there's no... Because I remember the moment he had that position, the president had to announce it publicly. And he said, if we had this malumbano, we will be getting those funds from there. African Union. So in one way or the other, he's still in government, working through the government.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, so he's getting some allowances. So there's no way you can say Raila is out of the government.
This guy has state protection, bro. State protection.
Yes, of course. So one or the other, he has been getting allowances from the government. There are so many allegations, I don't want to go into that, but that is a clear citation where you can see that the former premier is still getting funds from the government.
Yeah, even just by the fact that he's just former prime minister and he had been an MP for 20 years, he has checks coming in from everywhere.
Yes, of course. Even these campaigns, you can see the fundings. You cannot say that is from his own pocket.
Yeah, interesting.
Even Mother Karua had a hard time during the debate. You remember he had a hard time to explain where he was getting funding for those choppers.
Oh, she said it was her friends. She has friends who...
Yeah, of course. She cannot disclose where the sources are coming from.
Yeah, interesting.
So, it's true. It's government funding.
Yeah. So we can agree that everybody is running to try and control the government. That's it.
Of course. When we have an annual budget of around 3 trillion, for 10 years, that's around 30 trillion. Everyone wants to run government when you have such kind of chums.
I see you, man. I hear you. Thank you, my man. Anything else, Ngare?
Me, I'm not voting, so I'll just wait and see who is going to be the next president.
Oh, you're not in the country?
No. But I won't vote.
Why wouldn't you vote?
I don't see any clear change whoever is going to take over.
You don't see any hope?
Yeah. Both camps are tainted with some weird goons who can really ruin our country.
So if you stay away, there is no difference to you. Whoever takes it, takes it.
Of course. Yeah, whoever takes it, takes it.
As in, you have no preference whatsoever?
No, none whatsoever.
Nice. All right. Thank you, Ngari.
You're welcome, my man. Cheers.
Oh, man. Interesting to hear that somebody has no preference whatsoever. Rono. Is it Rono? Rono Ian.
Hi, Andrew. How are you?
Great. What's up?
I'm good. I just wanted to make a submission. Honestly, I believe, I think as a country, we've already been set up. We know who exactly is going to win. And it doesn't matter who actually votes or who doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, I think the platform is already set for whoever is going to win or not. So personally, I'm not going to vote because I have a feeling like this country is already made up. They already know who they want because they already have an agenda. And the agenda is who's going to win.
Do you know who they want?
I honestly don't know, but at the end of the day,
what if you're wrong? Because if you're not sure about what they want, what if you're wrong and you are not going to vote? Changes everything.
Yeah, I might be wrong, Andrew, but at the end of the day, we know it's a game. At the end of the day, it's a game. Let's be honest. At the end of the day, Ruto has been in power and he's been with Uhuru for the longest time possible. But all of a sudden, he's made an alliance with Raila. And then Raila is talking to us. It's as if he's not the one talking, because we know Raila. We know who Raila is, and we know what he advocates for. But all of a sudden, we have a Raila who clearly is not the Raila who we expect him to be, but is a Raila who talks on behalf of someone, unfortunately. And we have Ruto, who talks against the government, but he's still in government. But we still don't have a clear intimation of who Raila and Ruto stand for. So we don't know what Raila and Ruto will give us, but we are at limbo. They are telling us what they are going to do, but we don't know exactly what they're going to do. It's just talk. Raila is telling us he's going to do this. Ruto is telling us he's going to do this, but he's just telling us for the sake of telling us. It's not like he's going to do that. It's not like Raila and Ruto are going to do what they promised to do. It's just telling us for the sake of telling us so that we believe Raila or Ruto, so that we can vote for them. So basically, they are swindling us for their votes, not necessarily because they are going to do what they want us to believe they are going to do, because it's just talk. So I don't believe like they are telling us they are going to do what they really believe in. They're just telling us because they believe that whatever they are going to do for us is going to swindle us to vote for them, not necessarily because they are going to change the narrative of the game. So the game is Raila against Ruto or whoever is against them. But at the end of the day, we know we are not going to get anything from the two of them. So they're just telling us for the sake of telling us so that they get our votes, not because they're going to do anything. Because if I vote for Raila or Ruto, based on whatever they have told us, they're really not going to change anything. And that we know for a fact.
Okay, because
they've been telling us that for long.
Okay, because all they've told us they've never done. So why do we think they'll change and start doing now?
Exactly. They've never changed anything. Actually, Kenya has never changed. Everyone talks big, but no one really delivers.
There's a guy called George. George was here some time back. And George was saying the same speech. I don't know whether George is still awake. The same speech he had from Tom Mboya in 1964 or something is the same speech he's hearing now. And he's wondering, how come we're still dealing with the same problems of yesteryears?
Exactly. I mean, we are still getting the same promises, but no change. So if you get the same promises over 20 years, what do you expect to change in the 21st year? I mean, nothing. So we'll still get the same speeches. After 5 years, we'll get the same speech. After maybe probably 10 years, we'll get the same speech. So what exactly are we expecting to change?
Okay, hold on.
The same politicians,
hold
the same
on.
promises.
Ian, hold on. Let's hear from George. I think George has that speech. George.
Let him continue for a moment, and then I'm going to pin up the speech at the top.
All right. Okay.
Give me 1 minute.
So he's looking for you. So, Rono.
So basically, George, Andrew, what I was saying is the same speeches, the same promises, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, and we're getting nothing. I mean, it's as if the politicians now know what our needs are. It's as if today I wake up as Rono and I know the next person, say Andrew, knows that he needs water. So I'll tell him I'll give you water. Then after 5 years in my power, I tell Andrew, you need water. The same thing. After 5 years, I tell you the same thing because I know I've not really attained what I really wanted to give you. Because all we hear is continuous promises, and the promises are just the same promises we hear now is the same promise we'll hear the next 5 years. I mean, our politicians will still give us the same promises year in, year out. None will change because as a people, I think we are wired to the fact that we still elect the same people over and over again. We never get new people in our system. The fact that we actually don't change the people who need to give us change. Today, Raila will tell us he'll give us change as a president, but he was minister in Langata. But in Langata, people are still struggling. Ruto will still give us change, will give us a promise that he'll give us change as a president, but in his county, Tarbo or whatever, he's still not made the same changes. So how are we to believe them to give us changes in the national platform, yet in their own constituencies, they have not given us change? I mean, as a country, we are a joke because we still give the same people power because we still believe they can do changes 5 years down the line. I mean, we need to check ourselves because we are the problem, even not the leaders, because they keep promising us because they know we are the weakness. And they're still giving us the same promises, but they don't deliver.
I have a question. So when you see what they're doing, have you given up? Have you given up on this and like whatever happens, I'm not interested anymore. I'm not playing this game?
I've actually given up, Andrew, because at the end of the day, we saw that, I think, was it in 2007 we had the violence? I was actually in the Rift Valley and we saw the violence. But at the end of the day, we still believe that the violence was not caused by our person, in quotes, because we still believe our person was innocent. But at the end of the day, you see, it cannot be instigated by one person. It has to be a group of people. And we still go back to the same narrative. So as a people, we're just messed up. Unfortunately, we are just messed up. And that's why I give up.
Yeah, thank you, Rono. I've just seen something here that made me very interested. Raila Odinga became member of parliament in 1992. He became member of parliament in 1992 for Langata. And in 1992, Ruto was one of the big boys of Y2K, Youth for Kanu. And these guys made chums. What? Hey, yeah. It's a coincidence, huh? 1992 was the time. Both the two of them were born in 1992.
Actually, Andrew, I was born in 91 and I'm 30 years old. So in 92, assuming year to date, I would be like, say, 29 years old.
Yes.
So in 29, they were still giving us the same promises because Y2K was youth to Kanu, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
And that was a Ruto project, you see? So a Ruto project has lasted for, 30 years, yet there's no outcome. So are we saying we have a future? Really?
And a Raila project has lasted really the same 30 years. Yes.
30 years. Ruto is a what? Moi project. 30 years down the line. Are we saying that eventually we are getting the fruits of our Y2K project? Really? Are we really being truthful to ourselves? Or are we just lying to ourselves?
All right. Thank you, Rono. George, go ahead.
All right. So I've been listening to this conversation for a while, and I'm going to attempt to describe to you three people. The first person is called Raila Odinga. The second person is called Raila 2.0. And the third person is called Ruto the Opportunist. The person of Raila Odinga is the person that most people, especially the young people, are fascinated with. They are in love with Raila Odinga. For those of us who are young, were too young to remember, Raila spent more time in prison during Moi days when they are detention without trial, longer than Urobia and Matiba combined. Raila supported Moi Kibaki when he said Kibaki Tosha. Raila won against Kibaki during Kibaki's second time. They stole it from him. Raila won against Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. They stole it from him. Raila won the second time against Uhuru Kenyatta. They stole it from him. They went to court, and the court nullified the elections and recalled the election. Now, that was the beginning of Raila 2.0. He decided he is not going to run because the ground was not level. So, almost Kaida had it down to Uhuru Kenyatta, which is now where we are cropping up now with the Ruto the Opportunist. So Uhuru wins this thing, go back in becoming president, and then Uhuru had a discussion with Raila, and they came up with a 3 billion compensation for Raila for his troubles. And Raila went home. The next day, we saw Raila .2 show up at the steps of Harambee House, shaking hands with Uhuru Kenyatta. So Raila 2.0 was born. Now, let's put a hold on Raila 2.0. Let's go now to Ruto, the opportunist. As you indicated, Ruto was thrust into our memories in 1992. He was the leader of the ruthless gang called YK92. He climbed through the ranks, was the gatekeeper of Daniel Moi's presidency and the White House, State House. And there are news that came recently that he even slapped Ruben Chesire at the State House. At the time, Ruben Chesire was twice his age. Now, if you remember, the reason Uhuru and Ruto came together as enemies is because they had a common purpose: to stop International Criminal Court. During 2007, they were fighting on the opposite camps. How you want to interpret that fight is dependent on your level of tolerance of truth. So Ruto, the opportunist, and Uhuru joined forces, and they became president and vice president. When we hear news about Ruto wanted to slap Uhuru for wanting to give up after the Supreme Court nullified the second term election results, what my observation from that was, why would Ruto be so insistent on them staying in power? He was so insistent on staying in power because he knew it was only in power that he's going to be protected. One step back, when Ruto and Uhuru went to the ICC vacated Uhuru's case. But Ruto's case was not vacated. It was put on a pause. It's only because Uhuru was in power that he got that leverage of his case being vacated. It would only through power that Ruto would be assured there are no ghosts of ICC following him. So the threat of the slap is you got what you wanted from our union coming together as enemies to have a common cause so that we can protect ourselves against the ICC. And now you want to leave me out in the cold. That is not going to happen, my friend. You are sitting in this shit all the way to the end so that after that, I can take it over. So reluctantly, Uhuru champions on. But then when when Raila, the opportunist 2.0 was brought into the mix, then Ruto, the opportunist, is looking, I'm like, hey, my deal is about to expire here because this guy is not putting any effort into keeping on track so that I can get this in and get my own protection. So he decided to branch off and amass enough power and influence to propel himself high enough to overtake the combination of lame duck Uhuru and Raila 2.0. And that's what he did. That's the candidate we have now, who is hell-bent to get this power to protect himself. When they attempted to curtail his power and influence by changing the 1,000 notes, he had the brain and the power to override that move. And he did not lose a penny. Okay? So now, we are looking at Raila 2.0. Raila 2.0 has been in government, as you indicated, from 1992. He has been getting a check as a retirement check for being an MP in Angata. He has been getting a check for being the prime minister of the country. He lost 2 times. He was compensated with 3 billion Kenya shillings from the government kitty. Raila 2.0 has no use for the power. Raila 2.0 knows he has no juice left to be president. He is a spent force. But now, here comes Uhuru. After they did everything they could to stop Uhuru, the opportunist, then they sensed danger. They were like, no, this guy is too powerful. And no matter what, he's going to get what he is looking for. And because we have damaged him so much, we have shown our true colors in his face. When he gets it, he is going to come after us and our families and our interest, as it all displayed by Rigathi during the campaigns, the debates. So what does the lame duck Uhuru does? He says, for my own protection of the future, the only thing I can do is to bring this spent force, prop him up with 3 poles, and make him run, and then put the entire force of the machinery of the government to prop him to excel so that he owes me for something. That's why you find the same people who are on the opposing side, the same Mogoroki we have been told all along, all of a sudden now is the darling of the powers that be. Because he after we failed, let me go back, after we failed to change the constitution, somebody shout and tell me what was the name of that constitution, the recent one, the one that just failed. That constitution would have given Uhuru extended lifespan. BBI, yes. So because that move now failed, and to a greater extent because of the opportunist Ruto, who knows if this one goes, then my chances are limited. So he put all the forces behind him to make sure BBI fails. BBI would have given Uhuru the coverage he needed on his own. When it failed, what is plan B? To prop up this spent force and make him the president. But Uhuru is the chairman of the party of the alliance that they created. So that is where we are. Those are the facts on the table. It's all about selfish interest. So you thump your head all you want that you believe this person is going to do A, B, C, D for you. The reality is that person is there to protect their interest, and this other person is there to prop up their interest.
Man, you should have seen me disappearing into that story of yours. I've looked at it from all angles. I'm like, if you are right, then these discussions happen in a boardroom somewhere. You don't have to go to the streets.
There is a guy who just spoke and said, they have already decided who is going to be president, but then he chickens out because, he still have to play true to the allergy of Kenya of having any truth in them. But it's very clear. The Raila we fell in love with is not the Raila that was at Kasarani last night. That's not the same person.
Yeah,
no matter how much you want to believe that. That's why the guy is, to make joke of it, that's why the guy is asleep half of the time, because he has no interest in this thing. But now, what do I do? You want me to step in there to protect you? You and me go far back. We as kids, we were playing together when our fathers were president and prime minister. Some of the facts that people, the age that is here listening, have no recollection of. It's all personal interest. But the moment that truth is too harsh for you to capture, then you form your own alternative reality as a reason why you are supporting this person and the reason you are against this other person.
But now, something I was saying earlier, and maybe you're now bringing it to our attention, is that it's all about personal interest.
Nothing else.
Once the race is done, they will still come together for personal interest. They'll be like, what's in our best interest?
And what you will find is, you pick who you want to start with. Let's say Ruto wins this thing. Then you will find Uhuru. Because let's for starters, Raila has nothing to gain. Raila has nothing to lose. Raila has been comfortable since he left prime ministership. So the only person who has an interest to protect and to advance is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So, instance A, Ruto wins this thing. What you will find is, and it's already in place, there is a contingent plan for Uhuru to negotiate his protection from the same guy. If Raila wins, in essence, Kenyatta, then Ruto, we will see, and there is a plan in place for him to negotiate his own protection, both at home and at the ICC. Say, if this is the way we are going, if I cannot contest and protest and activate my people, then there has to be a complete, clear assurance. As somebody mentioned here, I don't know where that information came from when he was saying, don't touch my family, my children. But the main headache is whoever is the president on paper is going to protect me against the case at the ICC. End of story. You guys can sit here and talk about anything else. There is nothing else at play here. It's Kenyatta's own protection. It's Ruto's own protection. End of story. As much as it was when they came together the last time.
So some negotiations will be hard.
They have been hard. Just signature missing on the dotted line. And for the good of the country and cohesion of the communities, whoever is on the lower side will present their case, and the one who is at play will honor that request because it serves them well. The same deal, if I may remind you, the same deal was offered to Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi when he finished his 28 years of rule by Moi Kibaki. And to an extent, all the people who served during the single party rule and all the things they are alleged to have done, you never had a single thing come up and say, oh, now Moi is not in power. Let's find out what Biwott did with Ouko or what Biwott did with Judy in Masai Mara, the British girl. None of that came up because they know when to honor a deal for the greater good of their political life.
Interesting.
But that's not what we are talking about here.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, George. Gift, you have something to say?
I just wanted to back what George said. If you do remember very well, when Jimmy Wanjigi had issues with the state, I think there was some sort of a slip of the tongue on his side, and this guy came out, and I think he just wanted to prove a point. And he came out and said, the same Uhuru and Ruto who are attacking me are the same people who formed the government in my living room. In my living room. So you need to understand, Kibe, as we speak today, we already know who the next president is. And even though we don't know who the next president is, the elite already know, because they have put in plans a win or a lose situation. Sababu, just picture this. I think I sent it to you a few minutes ago. You're going to realize this is a sitting head of state. Uhuru comes out today, literally barely even 6 hours ago. He comes out and says, believe me or not, the game will be won by Raila and Martha. These are his words. The game will be won by Raila and Martha. And by all means, whatever happens, whatever the result on 10th of August, you'll come to understand that there's a high possibility Ruto will become the next president after Raila. If this man wins, be guaranteed there's a high possibility that Ruto will become the next president. Maybe not in 2022, this year, but in the next 5 years or 10 years, that guy will be a force to reckon with. It's like they are prepping him already. By all means, sisi tukikama hapa ati tunasema ati, oh, we are looking for, I hate the fact that Raila picked a woman. I hate the fact that Ruto picked. Ruto, come on, if you really were following politics, Ruto wanted to pick Martha. But the game had already been planned. Kandua, no, you're not going to touch this. And this comes down to exactly the one thing that I told you, as much as you did not believe me. I came and told you here in 2013, when there were elections gubernatorial in Mombasa, I saw the powers of how government can come in and control everything. Because, Kibe, mind you, you even experienced it as you were vying for MP. Hassan Joho, in the same polling station where we were coming from, this guy had more votes than registered voters. And nobody challenged that. If we were looking for progressive leadership in Mombasa, I can guarantee you Shabal would have won that thing early in the morning. But because everything is prepped, what we are seeing, sitting the game, George will here and tell people, no, you are very foolish as an individual to think that I can stand here and claim the rights that this individual or Raila or Ruto will fight for my rights. They're not fighting for your rights. They are protecting themselves and their selfish interests. No matter what. Domana, today, Martha Karua will come and say, my net worth went from 49 million to 150. Now your story ilisha hivyo. Today, Gachagua has been in power. Unadhani hiyo 200 billion imejulikana leo? Hiyo 200 million imejulikana sahi. The 200 million has been seized, even more. Apparently, there was almost 2 billion that was seized from his account. That's the 2 billion we know about. But imagine, Kibe, leo hii, if George had $100 million of my money, I'd hunt that motherfucker down. This guy walks around up and asema, this guy has 2 billion seized, and nobody says anything.
Gift, I need you to land it. Land the plane. You've gone everywhere now.
The point is this: we will come here, have a discussion. This topic hata haifai kuwa Rao versus Ruto. It's Rao, Ruto versus the people, or just change the topic to the game.
But
the game of politics.
But why isn't it? My point earlier was why don't we want to understand it's a game?
Because we've been programmed.
No, so you guys want us to change the whole system. But I'm telling you, we should understand it's a game that's already in play. So either we learn how to play the game or we shut the fuck up.
And how are we going to play the game?
Because now you're feeling bad heart because the only two people who are going to play the game are people you don't like. Are you getting my point?
Technically, yes.
Yes, but if there's somebody you liked, you'd be all over the place campaigning for them. But only that you don't have somebody who has your interests. That's why you're feeling bad heart. So why are we in this position like we don't understand that it's a game? As soon as you understand it's a game, then you can play it. So you don't know the rules of the game.
So
you don't know it's a
will you be playing
game.
as part of the two individuals, or you'll be playing in your own court?
It's like trying to... the game is already there with its own rules.
So you just fix yourself in the rules.
So the game is already going on with its own rules. So either you create a new game that you play in, and it's fair, or you go and play in this game and play it the way it is with its rules, and hope that you'll be the best option for the country. You see what I mean?
Okay, when you say you'll be the best option for the country, you mean just wale watu wawili tu wako hapo?
No, you see, first, everybody's interests come first.
Yes.
Yeah, so don't think that Rao wants to be a president for you guys. He wants to be a president for himself.
For himself.
So Ruto wants to be a president for himself, to meet whatever...
Egos.
It's your ego that you're feeding. So you hope that you're in a better position, in a better state in life, to do better than have done. Isn't that the case?
Yes.
That's what everybody's hoping. I hope that I am better than the one I'm competing against, so that we can have the fastest time in the 100 meters. I mean, who wants to watch 100 meters and you watch two slow guys doing 15 seconds?
Nobody.
Yes, you want to watch the best. So we are hoping that you hope that you're the best, you've done your prep the best and everything. But it's just that the Kenyans have not understood,
It's a game.
It's a game. So as long as you don't understand it's a game, then you're going to get sucked into it, and then that's why you're going to find people fighting. Because you've been sucked into this thing. To you, it is real. But it's just a game to control resources. That's it.
No, not to control resources. Control their selfish interest first. Resources is not a big deal for them. Selfish interest yao tu, which is not about money.
Why do you think they're unable to do anything to a president, like take him to ICC? It's because he's the one who's the CEO of the country. He's the one who's controlling all the resources. So they don't play like that. But if you're not the CEO, then they can touch you. That's why now, if you had George saying that they cannot touch Ruto the day he becomes president. But if he stays as vice president, then they can touch him. So it means a lot for Ruto to get this presidency. It means
he needs it more than anybody.
Yes, it means almost nothing to Rao. But because Rao, the people who are behind him, who it means a lot to, then they cannot allow Rao to sleep.
So I would just ask George one question. Why are people protecting? Why did people put Raila, knowing very well they can just garner the same? They can negotiate for the same deal with Ruto. What was the point? Or are we coming down to what Kibe was saying, that you need a 2-horse race so that you can make the entire race interesting? George.
What is the question, mister?
Why wouldn't Uhuru just negotiate this thing with Ruto, knowing very well, even if Ruto wins, he can still negotiate for the same deal, either way? Was there any need to put Raila there, knowing he is not even interested in this thing?
Because Uhuru had no interest in leaving power. And he knew why Ruto was there. He wanted to be president. So that's why BBI was implemented, for them to change the constitution and create a fancy post where Uhuru's political career would be extended. Because for them, protection only comes inside the power, when you are the one in power. So this Raila thing is plan B, because plan A was messed up by Ruto. Ruto is the one who single-handedly messed up BBI. BBI's design was to give Uhuru a new position inside the government. And when Ruto is coming to mess that up, then it messed up the game. And because he is destined to win this thing, so what do? They bring this uninterested human being to prop him up so that the power that Uhuru could not get through the change of the constitution by the BBI, he can get it in proxy by creating this fancy alliance of parties where he is the chairman.
But he still knows that if Ruto wins, he can still renegotiate the same deal that was presented on the table to Raila.
No.
That's a worst case.
No. You're confusing the two. What Uhuru is in essence going to negotiate is his own protection if Ruto wins. What Uhuru is going to get if Raila wins is the power. Raila is not interested in the presidency. Raila is not interested in anything. But if we can prop him there, and he agreed, and he wins this thing by, what do they say, hook and crook?
Yes.
Then the Uhuru gets his wish. Not as good as it would have been inside the BBI, but nevertheless, better than he could negotiate if Ruto was the one who was president. Because the only thing, if Ruto wins, Uhuru is going to get is the protection, not the power. But with Raila, he gets both.
And that's why the state machinery is leaning towards Raila at the moment, because they are trying to make sure that they have to get this no matter what.
Well, you are the one who
plan.
You are the one who quoted the real words of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw him speaking today, and I've never seen any more confident words coming out of a sitting head of state.
I have had more confident words when they presented their party and registered. When Uhuru spoke, he said, huyu mwingine amekuwa akirandaranda huko anafikiri ako mbele. Sasa ndio kampeni zimeanza. Tutamuonesha how this game is played.
So we are just puppets here. and these guys are just playing their game. We end up being spectators.
Spectators is the word, not puppets. Yes, spectators.
So we are just cheering whoever wins.
You have no say. You have no control. It's not up to you to decide who is the next president, no matter how much that statement sounds illogical. It was never up to you to decide Mwai Kibaki wins against Raila. It was not up to you to decide Mwai Kibaki wins against Raila the second time. I mean, the second time. Forget about the first time.
So technically, Raila was supposed to lose according to the game.
Raila has won 3 times now?
Yes.
Yes.
But he lost 3 times now, according to spectators.
Yes. You know, there used to be memes that used to say, Kuwa mpole uone Raila akiibiwa kura tena. Because it was so frequent, it was expected. But that's the game. But we have no truth in us to embrace reality. So we create our own alternative reality to convince ourselves. It's like, what do they call it? The Stockholm syndrome?
Yes.
Sure, yeah. We choose now to bond with our captors. And we create a normative reality to justify why it would make sense.
True.
We have Caliph here who had his hand up. Andrew, if you would, let's hear what they are doing in northeastern Kenya.
George, you're saying, but Ruto came, there's a statement that Ruto said a while back stating that he pushed President Uhuru Kenyatta to run again for the 2017 elections. Stated that Uhuru didn't want to run for a second term.
What's the question there?
My question is, why a sudden change? Why would Uhuru suddenly want to stay in power when Ruto was the one who pushed him initially to run for the...
The question is, why would he be pushing him? Change the question and ask it again. Why would he be pushing the president to run the second time?
Okay, George, why would Ruto push Uhuru to run for a second term?
Because he had not garnered enough muscle to go against the original Ruto, the original Raila. So he needed more time to build himself so that he can be this formidable power and force against the original Raila. And the evidence of that is seen in the roles he took during that second term. What he became during that second time. He spent the entire of these 5 years being that formidable force. But in 2006, 2007, the Ruto we see now on top of vehicles in a multitude of crowds was not there. So it's an incubation period. You are not going to, if we go with the analogy of a mother chicken sitting on the eggs for 21 days, and then this chicken want to abandon the eggs on day 10. You say, no, sit your ass there until you fully incubate me.
It's a good analogy. I think from my end, I know my dad, my mom, my uncles, from day one, they've always supported Baba. It went without saying The only contention came in when you're voting for your local MP. But for presidency, the Somalis always voted, I think, for Raila. It might waver now, not sure. But in the digital aspect of the digital world, I think Raila really went badly with his PR and digital marketing team. Really let him down in terms of reaching out, the messaging. I think the Wilbaro team have done it much better.
If you go to central Kenya, and I have a thing about smoke detectors. Is your smoke detector chiming?
No, I think I can hear you well.
All right. So, if you go to central Kenya and listen to the opinions of both sides,
yes,
they do not want Raila because they see him for the project that he is. Simple as that. In abstract, even without including Ruto in the picture. They clearly see him for the project that he is. That one in central Kenya is completely 100% crystal clear.
So anyone but Raila in that region?
Yes. And Ruto knows, because he's an opportunist, how to capitalize on that. So he traversed the entire of central Kenya, giving them an alternative to that which they have disdain over. These are the same people in central Kenya who had no other reason for voting for Uhuru other than he is the son of our president. Kamwana Gaito. And the second time, Tano Tena. And this same Tano Tena...
They are really catchy songs, though.
Say that again?
The songs are really catchy, yeah.
but that's what have kept message going through generations. The songs and poems.
Yes.
That's all that matters. So these same people who would not stand in front of you and tell you why they support this son of Jomo are the same people telling you right now, we can see the game being played right in front of our eyes. And now, that's why because Ruto is in the system and gets the same intel as the president does, and maybe even better because he's interested in the intel himself. So he looks for it. And he can see the layout of the political landscape, as it were. So he knows how to capitalize on that deficiency of the same people who, in 2007, would have killed you for mentioning the word Ruto in their midst. That same person is now the savior from God.
So basically, they will vote for Ruto to punish Raila.
No, it's not punish. It's not punish. To avert the gimmick. Would you chase a karata if you knew how karata operates? Patapotea. You know the gimmick, how it's done, how those things are shifted, and you always end up losing. Would you, if you had the inside look and a very objective at that of how that karata gets played, would you play in it?
I would steer very clear.
Exactly. They are not punishing anybody. They are in their right mind to see the gimmick for what it is. and they are completely walking away from it. And they are betting, their eggs on this other guy, who have, in essence, in 5 years, traversed their landscape, gave money to the church, which is their God, and convinced them that you can trust me now. Forget about what I did to your kinlets in Rift Valley. I am me now. You see me here now? Do you think I am really that bad? I come to your churches every Sunday for 5 consecutive years, every single Sunday, which now take me back where they had to create a way to curtail that money distribution by changing the notes.
So Ruto really sold himself well as an alternative.
Ruto deserves this thing. The only problem I have with him is because he's going to be a fair leader. I want him to be a dictator. I want him to be the most ruthless dictator Africa has ever seen.
I think personally, to me, what's appealing is his background is not his background, his family's background. It's not related to the founding fathers. It's one of the, I think, not only me, I believe most of the Kenyans will see it, that he's not part of that dynasty. I think his whole niche or his thing is him being a hustler now. Correct me if I'm wrong here.
I do not subscribe to the narrative of coming from dynasty or rising from nothing, because it's either or. So you are either getting an Uhuru who is there because of his father and his father's family, or you are getting somebody who has strapped himself by the bootstraps and ascended to power.
But
without
George,
yes.
Remember that people voted for Uhuru in 2013 saying because he's a son of a rich man, he will not steal from Kenyans.
But those people are called Kikuyus.
Yes.
Yes.
So they're Kenyans.
That's the same Central Kenya. Those were the comforting excuses they give to themselves.
So now Ruto is riding on the same bandwagon, saying now since he came out of nothing, he will deliver us there.
But the only reason you are bringing it up is because you know it's not true.
Yes, exactly.
And when he was confronted on that point, particularly during the debates, and he was asked, when are you going to stop stealing, which is what the question was. And then the woman gave him the answer that was better than the one he had in his own mind. When the woman asked, when is enough enough? So he did not explain it or be stressed by the question. So he went by the same words of the woman and said, enough is enough. I don't know. Maybe I listen to different kind of language when these people are talking. But I see things totally differently. Because I am not subscribed to the subjectivity of it.
Me personally, to me, George, regardless of the outcome, I sincerely hope it just be peaceful. We have a peaceful transition. It will be sad to see people die for people that don't care.
So, but that is the problem. Andrew?
Yeah, what's up?
Do you want me to continue with this conversation? Or
No, I wanted you to catch him on that part of sad. It will be sad. Sad.
Yeah,
Continue
okay,
from there. Yes.
That's why I'm asking for your permission, because it's going to be a long answer.
Okay.
I want you to repeat what you say, so because now people are paying attention to your question, to your statement.
I said, regardless of the outcome in this coming election, I hope there would be a peaceful transition of power. It'd be sad to see people die for other people that don't care about them.
Okay. Here is the problem. We need to get past those fears, those hopes, those prayers. We need to get past those wishes. Something need to happen so that those fears, those worries, those hopes are no longer necessary. So we hope that there will be peace. We hope people won't fight. We hope people won't be incited. For how long are we going to hope that? Because that's you can play a clip from the last 10 elections without dating it, and you can't tell when those sentiments were said. Every year, every election is the same language. How about we go all the way so that we remove this fear? We hope people don't fight. How about people fight and not stop fighting? Fight all the way until there is no more fight left. How about people don't get divided? How about let people get divided completely in clear-cut black and white colors? So there is no this wishful thinking and giving the other person tools to sell to you every 5 years of scaring them with what could happen. Let that something happen in greater proportions than half of the country can handle. Let us wipe, let me finish because it's going to be bad. Let us wipe each other completely so that the fear, the hope, and the wish dies with us. Then when we arise on the other side, there is no need to tell people to have peaceful elections because we have seen what unpeaceful elections look like. There is no need to scare people of what the other person can do because we have seen what the other person can do. Then we can be like 1994 Rwanda, where it's the defining moment. Where do we go from this point? So that those divisions never start no more. Those incitements never take root no more. Those tribal affiliations take root no more. Those kingpin followings have no more meaning. How about we go all the way to wipe out all that which we keep feeling every 5 years? Then we rise on the other side on a new dawn and make it as painful, as harsh, as deadly, as unbearable as it can be. Then after that, it's a whole new mindset. It's a whole new thinking. People actually think with their brains, not with their tribes, not about their kingpins, not about special interests, not about protectionism. You embrace objectivity.
George, I totally disagree with you, George, 100%. I totally disagree with your sentiments, and I sincerely hope that never, ever happens, not just in Kenya or any other place. You point to Rwanda. Rwanda, for all the good that it has now, it's a small country that's made of only 2 tribes. Cannot compare to the size and the number of tribes that are in Kenya alone. We could easily end up if you go through that route that you're proposing might happen, we might as easily end up as the route Somalia is on. We might end up being a failed state. So yeah, I'd rather be.
Are we not a failed state?
We are not. We are not a failed state.
What is the opposite of failed state?
A prosperous state.
In which manner?
You can compare it to either Norway or Denmark.
You actually comparing Kenya to Scandinavian countries?
In terms of prosperous, Kenya is nowhere near being prosperous as those countries. But we are not a failed state. Kenya is not a failed state. It still maintains integrity on its borders. I believe it has the 5th strongest military in Africa. It has the biggest economy in East and Sub-Saharan Africa. It does have a lot of good in Kenya.
But is that translated on the ground by the common mwananchi? Is the common mwananchi in rural Kenya experiencing those benefits of prosperity?
I wouldn't know, George. Yeah.
You wouldn't know because it's not happening. Because the dreams of Majibo, for those who are young enough not to know what Majibo is now what you have as counties. Sharif Nashil was a diehard politician from Mombasa during the Moi days. And he was relentless in championing for Majimbo because for him, he saw how Mombasa was sidelined by the rest of the country in terms of sharing the national cake. So he envisioned a time when Majibo would take root. But for him, his idea of Majibo was based on the provinces. So Central Kenya, Eastern Kenya, Northeastern, Nairobi, Western, Nyanza, Coast. They were 8 provinces back in the day. But what they brought in now, what you call counties, they were designated from what used to be districts. So instead of 7 provinces, they went with 41 districts and called them counties. And the reason it has not worked, so the Majimbo is decentralizing the government so that each Majimbo government have control of their resources. A better first world example, but is way too advanced even to compare it with, is the United States. All the states are, in essence, what Najib Nashil, I can't remember what his first name was. Sharif Nashir. Yeah, the one with a hooked nose. Was a real old guy, short. What he envisioned is now what we can look at United States. Every state is an independently operating economy, Majibo, where they have their own economies. To put in perspective, if California was a country, its economy would be number 7 in the world.
It's 5th.
It's number 5 now.
Yeah, 5th.
So that prosperity, which is why I asked you, is the Mwananchi on the ground benefiting from that prosperity? So now the Majibo has that is a great example in the US, is where Texas prospers in its windmill and natural gas and cattle farming. California prospers in tourism and petroleum mining, and Alaska prospers in offshore drilling, and Kansas and Iowa prospers from feeding the country in agriculture, then those economies are decentralized from the federal government, and locally the people are participating in developing their own. Now, I'm too far gone now to bring it back to the failed Majibo system, which is the county government system. They intentionally weakened it so that they are still, the local governments, now the Majibos, which are the counties, are still dependent on the national government, on the federal government. So it's not working for the common mwananchi, because their local school in northeastern Kenya do not look like Alliance or Nairobi School. Their hospitals in Murang'a do not look like Aga Khan or Kenyatta. There is nowhere in United States the president can be sick and not go to the next hospital on the route, because all hospitals look alike. All hospitals are fully equipped. So this nonsense you hear in your counties of level 4, level 5, that's wishful thinking. Because Kenyatta could not be hospitalized in Morarandia or Ronyenjes or Kutus or Kisumu Tomboya Hospital. So it's not decentralized. Do you understand why it's failed?
I understand where you're coming from, but I think it's the hope, It's the hope.
Well, that's why I'm saying let's push ourselves past hope and wishes and prayers and embrace reality. The reality is we are so divided even to have a civil discussion as a country. That's why all the replies on the post is, you are against my candidate. We know you are on Ruto. They don't care what they themselves are. The problem is you are not on what I am. So let's push ourselves to a better maturity where we can now honestly look at each other's in the face and say, I respect your position because you have demonstrated its objectivity. In much, and this is one last thing, in much of the Western world, people vote interests. We all believed Donald Trump was evil. But the things he stood for, the policies he was pursuing to implement, the things he was pointing to as having been wrong and saying he's going to go there and change for the good of the person, those things combined are what shape people's opinion on the candidate, because everybody vote their interest. In America, they call it, you vote your pocketbook. What brings money back to you? So I'll give you a good example. During the Obama days, China imposed, they came with an agreement of free trade. So things coming to America from China, no tax on them. Things going to America, to China from America, no tax on them. The problem is there are more things coming to America from China than things leaving America to China. So Trump promised for us to safeguard the interest of the local manufacturers and the local and the jobs back at home. I am going to impose a 25% tax on shit coming from China. So people who benefited from local manufacturing and local jobs, then they had a pocketbook reason to vote for this guy. Not because he is the son of whoever, no matter how much you disagree with Trump, because in abstract, Trump is the devil, right? But the policies he is pushing forward are benefiting you as much as you disagree with him. So people vote their pocketbook.
They vote on policy.
Yes.
But
all right, now I'll let you take over from here.
No, I was saying it's an unfair scale to put to compare a country that a 300-year-old democratic country to a 50-something-old country that's coming to terms with democracy and voting power.
Yeah, but you're not going to be on the world stage running the marathon if you are not practicing in primary school. If you're not preparing your young ones for the world championship, then you're not participating in the world championship today, tomorrow, or ever. So the excuse that America is 256 years ahead of us is not good enough for us to start wanting to be better than we are, even without comparing ourselves with anybody else. We know it's not good enough that 60-something years later, we are still talking about promising people water and hospitals and roads and schools. We know that, even without ever having anywhere else, that they have done something different. So let's embrace that reality and do better as a people, as a country.
Okay.
All right, Khalif.
I knew Raila would not win, but I saw a press release by the United States Embassy telling the citizens not to go to Kisumu. I found that to be a bit odd.
Why do we pay too much attention to what the Western world says about us? Why can't we put ourselves in a position where we can say something about them? Where we can tell them, hey, don't go to Chicago. There's a lot of shooting happening there. Don't go to New York City. The police are racially profile black men.
Kenya has no economic leverage on the world stage.
Get the economic leverage. That's the point. Get the economic leverage. The way India did. The same way India said, if you want something to be made with our raw material or our labor, then you do it here. Make it in India. In essence, Kenya and the rest of the sub-Saharan Southern African countries would say, those raw materials you come to pick from our soil that go out there to be put on the iPhones, those raw materials don't leave the country. Bring those factories here. Those factories, those products that really needs our raw materials, build them here with us. Not EPZ, export processing zones. That's nonsense. Bring the whole thing here. And to an extent, South Africa, for a very long time, has been able to influence BMW to make the BMWs in South Africa. But there are several examples to go by. The Indian market, when Mercedes-Benz want to make a product and they make it in India, they make it for the local market because they have enough purchasing power. China did not wake up and become a superpower. We all know when China, everything from China was weird and substandard. Now everything is from China. You don't have a choice. They knew for them to have a play in the international arena that they have to supercharge their military and they have to supercharge their manufacturing. During the Kibaki days, we were importing eggs and tomatoes from South Africa. So are we on the race to be better? Even better than we were yesterday? No, we are not. So we cannot say, oh, we are not going to compare ourselves with these other guys because, these guys have been there for a long time. Yes, because they keep going. And you are standing here like a black American, sitting down, complaining about the progress of others. Instead of you joining the same race and saying, we may be 250 years behind these motherfuckers, but in due time, because of the natural resources that the universe has blessed us with, we are going to force these people to make their iPhones locally here. We are going to force these Swedish companies that produce the best of chocolate to make the chocolate locally in the countries where the beans are produced. At the moment we fail to take leverage using that which we have, then it's all wishful thinking and prayers and hopes. And nothing is going to change. Kenyakanas, which is right outside, I don't know what they call themselves these days, right outside Vika, on your way to Moranga. It's an American company. They call themselves Del Monte. It's an American company. They produce pineapples. When a truck is leaving their facility, it leaves with a canned pineapple. Those pineapples are not taken to another place to be processed. Everything is done on site. All these wishful thinking of Kibuda Kibwana, of value added on mangoes in Ukabani, it's not a new thing. You just have to put muscles in it. And that, to Kibwana's point actually, is what Majibo would have done. It would have given him the power to take complete control over his county. And then as much as Kenyakanas produces pineapples on site and leaves from the farm to the supermarket shelves, then that's what would have been replicated in the mangoes in Ukabani. When Mutua, Alfred, wanted to bring another country to invest in a project in his county, it was curtailed by the national government. Because Majibo is not working. So the governors do not have control of their Majibo. They still have to revert power back to the national government. Those are the things that we should be obsessed with as a people. That's why I say, if the only way to get past hopes, fears, and prayers is to go all the way in and experience that fear, then come out on the other side and have a paradigm shift of how we look at things. Then we can rush and catch up with them that we say are too far ahead of us, that we cannot catch with them.
Man, interesting. Just your last point, George, just reminded me of how easy it has been for Rwanda. I know it's not what people want to hear, but how easy it has been for Rwanda to jump and to grow so fast because they walipimana nguvu, wacha tuseme hivyo, and they realized who was the strong one. That's exactly what we have never gotten to. That's a place we never got into. I think that's what you were trying to tell. Not trying, what you've been saying this whole time. I want to hear somebody else. Thank you, Khalif. Appreciate that. So today it was one chance you speak and you get out. Let me hear from Michael Muirore. Michael Muirore, are you here? Michael Muirore.
Hey. Yes, Kebe.
Yeah, what's up?
Man, you know when you bring this guy called George,
Mm-hmm.
you need to allow us 2 minutes to absorb the information and then we continue the debate.
This guy is deep.
This guy is deep, but
it's always a very interesting listening to how he thinks.
Yeah. So, you know, just like George has said, they're quite. There's this. People are now having these discussions whereby they are what's in for me, and personally for me, I don't see anything in for me. And maybe I don't know. Sometime during the voter registration, there was this push by the bigwigs, the two candidates ahead, pushing for the youth to register as voters. And you saw IBC doing it twice, even going to parliament, I think. I'm not very sure about that one. But there was a huge push for the youth to register, to vote for them. But the youth, they were struggling with what's in it for me. And maybe, maybe what that revolution George imagines is that it's already happening. And people keep putting these fears in people that let's hope for peace. Why not go in all in? And those people who don't want to vote, don't vote. And those who want to vote, vote. And let's see where all this shit takes us. Because if there's nothing in for me, then I have nothing to lose. Isn't that the case?
It may seem like it's the case. Because it's an innocent way of looking at things, saying, as long as I don't play, I don't get hurt. Isn't that
all in all, you will get hurt.
Isn't that what you're saying? You're saying, as long as I don't play, I don't get hurt.
No. You will still get hurt. Because when you don't play it, you don't gain.
So you're choosing,
you lose.
You're choosing how to get hurt less. You're choosing not to care, because if you care, you always get hurt both ways.
Yes.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's a fair way of looking at it.
Then let's assume there are more people like me who we have common interests. Then they have their common interests. That's why there are more. So on my side, we have people like me. Then maybe we can grow and have more common interests. Then we will have the power instead of them having it.
What common interest beyond the selfish interest? What other common interests could there be?
It's selfish. If I'm not gaining from a business, then maybe I don't make your business successful.
So, but for us to come together to work towards a common interest, meaning somebody has to lose, because now we are coming together to take over because of our numbers.
Yes.
So it's all selfish interest. So it's common interest, yes, but it first starts with selfish interest.
Yes.
So once we understand that it's a game, what do we do about it at that moment?
We play the game on our terms.
So so like now, there used to be. Are you there?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
I remember there's a time when, if you ever watched WWF or WWE, there used to be a time when the referee would be distracted, and this guy who was losing would take a chair or something, something that's not supposed to be in the ring, and hit this other guy while the referee is looking the other way, and then takes the chair and throws it away. So everybody has seen what has happened, apart from the referee, but the referee's decision is final.
Yes.
Now, some people could not even sleep. I remember there are some guys who would come to school so pissed off at the referee.
Yeah,
they're like, that ref from yesterday, that idiot, that guy was winning, and he would get into it.
Yes.
And there's some people you could not even tell them it was a game, because if you did, you'd kill that whole fantasy for them.
True.
Yeah, then we got to grow. The more you grew up, the more you realize it was all choreographed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then then it lost all the. How do you say it? You stop wanting to see it as much as before, because now
the interest.
Now you know the trick.
Yes.
Yeah, but so there are very few people who can see the trick. Are you saying even though I was to stand in front of the whole country and tell the country this is what's happening, there are very few people who can understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
But the ones who do are the ones who now get into the game to play, because now they know what's happening.
Now you can play better.
Of course, now you just play the game. Now everybody who's here and understands what I'm saying is now going to think, oh, okay, so if it's a game, then let's play.
And you see, the advantage is when you choose not to play the game, you watch what the people in the field are playing, and you see their weaknesses, and you strategize over their weaknesses. Yeah, you get me?
No, it's impossible. You cannot play. You cannot see what's happening in the game from outside.
No, you can't see from the outside, but it's like football. Yeah, when the referee is outside, the coach is outside, is able to see what the other team strategies is, and this other team's strategies is.
No.
So that
you're getting it wrong. The whole game is a game of football, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the game of football is not just what you see, the referee and the players. Everything else is connected to that game, including the cameras that are pointed there, the betting companies, the branding companies. There's a lot. When you say football, it's not just the 11 players and the ref and the coaches.
Yes.
Yeah, so what we are seeing right now, maybe that's what I'm trying to say. Very few people are able to see the whole game the way it is being played. People just see the 11 players there.
Majority of us Kenyans are seeing the 11 players only.
Yes. So you who's seeing more than the 11 players, what are we doing about it? Because there's an opportunity to be the one who supplies the uniform. There's another opportunity to give people shoes or to do whatever, so that everybody is gaining from this game being played. The problem is, we don't know there's a game being played, so we are taking it serious. There's a guy called Escobar. Do you know Escobar?
Yeah.
Escobar scored. Was it an own goal? There was an own goal in a World Cup or something like that, right?
I'm not that old.
You're not that old, but let me just tell you what it was. It was an own goal. Then, when he went back to his country, some guy who had lost, I think, some money from a gambling thing, shot him. Or the mafia. I can't tell who it was. But it got to them so much that they completely were immersed in that whole thing, because they were playing a certain game on their own end.
Exactly.
So now that we know, where are we at?
Here, in this place.
Very nice. Good answer. Good answer.
Where else can we be? It's here. You know, they say birds of a feather flock together. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe at one point in time, we will be the ones playing, controlling the game.
And we can hold each other accountable then.
Yeah.
Thank you, my man. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Kibe.
All right. Come in here. By the way, George is still here, so if you want to talk to George, you can just summon him directly.
George. George, is he?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
When are you writing your book?
Oh, I don't even know how to write, bro. I'm not educated.
What do you mean you're not educated? we can see it.
Do you know the word shrub, which I just came to realize it maybe 3 weeks ago? Shrub.
Shrub, a tree, or the word shrub in Kenyan terms?
Andrew, explain to us what is shrub or shrubbing.
Shrubbing, like what you do?
No, in urban lingo. Come on, you are from Nairobi, Mo.
Yeah, this arrow and arrows. Those ones that you do. Those ones.
Yes.
But they won't be in the book. Why are you talking about shrubbing like it?
Explain much simpler for this guy to understand.
I mean, no, he knows what shrubbing is. Everybody here knows what shrubbing is. What is your point? I'm trying to see where the point is.
Who are we talking with? Is it Andrew?
Yes, this is Andrew.
No, not you. who is the candidate here?
Michael.
Fuck, I can't find you. Oh, I see you now. Okay, with a locked account. So shrubbing is when the people born in the city, they hear people who speak like me and they say I'm not speaking English properly.
Yeah.
That's the only thing they hear.
Oh. They don't listen to the message.
That's it. That conversation ends there.
Wow. So you haven't answered my question. So you're not writing a book?
I just proved to you I can't even speak English.
We are communicating, George. we are using a foreign language. I mean. You just write it and say I'm selling book in textbook center.
You know what you're doing, Michael, is you're pumping this guy full of what do you call it? He's now displaying that fake humility. You know that fake humility everybody has.
Andrew.
Yeah, that fake humility of, oh my God, you guys really want me, that reluctant hero. Oh my goodness, you guys want me?
Let's put it straight. Although the people here, Andrew, you know, even if I was given an extra 200 years, I am not going to do it. You know that.
Yeah, but me, what I want to hear from you.
I'm not going to open my own spaces and talk.
No, George.
George, I'm not going to have more than 20 people on my YouTube channel.
G. What I want you to say is that you have no interest. Simple.
I do not.
Yeah, it's not about whether you can read or write or you can do backflips. I just don't have interest. I just don't care.
Because my message would be lost in the translation.
No, it's not about your message being lost. It's that you don't care to write a book. You don't care to start a space. You just don't care. You just don't give a shit.
But that's not why we are talking, right?
You know, I would prefer if George would say I would not be bothered writing a book because I do not see the value for writing the book. Yeah?
No. It's my educational limitations.
There we go. That fake humility of mimi na waomba kwa roho ukunjufu na waomba wenzangu. Get the fuck out of here with that nonsense.
Bro, I will let more educated people to do the writing. And while we are at it, we are still waiting for Andrew's Mr. Abistic book. You promised us that book in March and April and May and June. Andrew, if I am not wrong, we are in August. Where is that book now? The boys.
Now you sound like Gift.
You see what you did there?
You sound like Gift now.
Of course, I was channeling Gift. I just don't have the Canadian accent.
Okay. Michael, finish up. I need to go to the next guy.
You remember the time you used to play this street football, and when the owner of the ball is not happy with the score, he shifts the goal spot. That is what George is doing.
Oh, you're saying he's not happy, yeah? He's not happy. He's now just wants to destroy the whole space. Close this space up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for bringing that to his attention.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Andrew Mutua. I don't know if there's anybody else. If you want to say something, put up your hand. I'm closing it up now, so you'll have a few more moments to do it. I hope King D, you're still here, and Victor S. Also, Kiptanui. I'll come to you. Let me go to Andrew.
Yeah, Nico.
All right, but I'll come back to you. I'll give you a final submission.
Yeah.
King D, Nasema, I'll come back to you. Just mute your mic. Huh?
Okay.
Andrew Mutua. Andrew. This idiot. Andrews are some useless fellows, eh? If I just didn't like that name so much, I would just drop it. Just because of this guy called Mutua here. Idiot. Mutua! Andrew! Ni Mkamba labda ameenda kudinyana. Hakuna kitu kingine Wakamba ufikiria. Wakamba na Wakisii, all they have in their heads is just sex. Sex. That's all he's thinking about. God damn it. I should have been close to him or slap the shit out of him. Victor, let's go. Victor S., are you there?
Hey, hello, Kid. How are you?
Great. What's happening, bro?
Great. I've learned a lot today, especially from George, his view about the Kenyan politics. That's the reality on the ground. And for me, I'm not even supporting none of the two candidates because they follow the old inscriptions of the politics that has never brought any change to the country. And for me, I just say, I know I should not say this because you've already said that you should not say this. I hope for a peaceful election.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh, please. Let me ask you something, Victor. How can all of us pray for a peaceful election? Like the thugs coming out from another country coming to disrupt our elections.
As brutally George said, that we really need to erase this fear out of our minds. And I think if this is the only way to
not erase and not wish it away. We need to overcome. Overcome means that we have to face it. Yes, we have to face it. We've been running away from it for a long time. And these guys now know that this is the only thing they can use to keep you guys in check. And why not face it? Maybe it could be time for us to face it so that we can overcome it. The same way you go to the gym to lift the weights, you don't run away from the weights.
Indeed.
Yes, you don't run away. It's painful to go to the gym or to start cycling or running or whatever. It's painful to start anything, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed, Kibe. Even the example of Rwanda is a very best example. They overcame the fear, and now they have become like a fast-growing country. It's an unfortunate thing to happen, but I think that's the only way to overcome.
But why is it unfortunate?
Because the fear keeps us in the same state.
No, but are you saying that we are better than Rwanda? No, we're not. Are we?
We are not, because Rwanda is developing faster than Kenya.
So these guys found they found a way of developing faster.
Yeah,
they got the secret. Us guys, we still don't know what the secret is.
We are still in fear
because we're still in fear. Yes,
we are still in fear.
And as long as you're in fear, you're a slave, aren't you?
Yes, we are a slave to the system.
So we are now a slave to the system. But the Rwandese are not a slave to the system because they know the system. They have created it themselves. And they knew how they created it to make sure that they never get into this nonsense again. Now, us guys have been living in perpetual nonsense since Moi left.
Indeed. And it's the same people who are now, as you can see, the candidates who are now being highly praised to lead the country, and we're expecting a change that will never happen because it's the same cycle that's going to be happening every 5 years.
And you know what has happened? What has happened is we're such a young democracy, we're such a young country that we are still the children fighting over the property of the father who left, who died. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, practically yes. You're literally in that situation, unfortunately.
So now, until we grow up and find an outright, how do they say it? a leader based on merit, not
yeah.
because of having come from a dynasty or whatever. Somebody who can stand because he deserves to be there. Then we will always challenge for this seat. You know that?
Yeah, they've been there. Like I can give example of Peter Kenneth, who was a very good leader during his time when he was standing for president. And he has a very good track record during his time as an MP in Gatanga, if I'm not wrong. And there was so much development in his area where he was representing as a member of parliament. Even the constituents were saying that he's the best leader for Kenya. But since he's not a popular leader, as these other candidates are, he could not get the presidency. So the problem is the people, not even the leadership.
Don't forget Peter Kenneth is still a Kenyan, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's a Kenyan.
Don't forget that he has a helicopter or 5.
Well, he has to own, right?
I mean, I just want to know how much it costs to have a helicopter, to own one. So that should tell you. Because I want you guys to tell me what kind of businesses these guys do, that they afford all these things. Yet, you never encounter their business anywhere. Do you know what I mean?
Well, as the system, Kide, the system. The system makes them to be like that.
Like now, you, Victor, right now, you know Mark Zuckerberg. You know him?
Yes, I know him.
How do you know him?
Founder of Facebook.
And now he owns Instagram and WhatsApp. You know that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but so because you know him because you use his products.
Yes.
So tomorrow, if he was to fly in with a private jet,
yeah,
you'd understand, because you're like, I have used his products, I have made money from him, he has made money from me.
Indeed.
Yes. What are the products these guys have that they have so much money that right now you are willing to separate one from the other?
You know, given the Kenyan economy, it's really, to be honest, if we take this corruption out, the Kenyan economy can really stand out in Africa. Because based on how these people are reaching themselves, that economy, it really tells that they can really do better.
The problem is they are prepping us to take money from us. They're not giving us ideas beyond how they will take money away from us. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
You see, if it was somebody who was building up on maybe industrialization,
yeah,
that would be something else. But now you're telling us you shall give us jobs. Well, where are you getting me a job from?
That's now the promise.
Yes, because if you had these jobs,
promise.
If these jobs were available, you would have given them out. How come you've not had them? And now you want to tell me you'll remove jobs from your ass?
No, the industries even are run by Asians. Not the ones who are giving the jobs, not even the politicians.
Yeah, maybe we need to empower the Indians and ask them to do more industries and give these black people jobs. These black people who cannot think for themselves.
In the industrial area in Nairobi.
Yeah, but because you have a black mentality, you can't think for yourself. So let's give the Indians all the tax, what are they called? Tax breaks, so that they can build more industries.
These people, they are VAT tax, the Indians. They pay a lot of corrupt money to these.
But we now know that the best way for a country to come out of poverty is through industrialization.
Yes.
Or they find a shitload of oil.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, since we have the people, we have maybe like 20 million people who are willing to work immediately.
Yes.
And since we as the Kenyans cannot run any of our industries or companies or anything, we are very poor managers. First, we don't keep time. Second, we steal.
Well, you can say that most Kenyans, yeah.
Not most every Kenyan who is black is like that.
Give a percentage, at least be fair.
Every Kenyan who is black, who is black cannot keep time and is a thug.
Even George.
Every Kenyan. George is not a Kenyan. No, please. You should see how this guy passes the airport. He's not a Kenyan, bro. He has never come back to Kenya with a Kenyan passport. So let him not lie to you that he's a Kenyan. Yeah. What he does is he's of Kenyan origin. There's a difference. He's like Obama.
Okay.
Yes.
Noted.
All right. Mm-hmm. So every black Kenyan is a thug and cannot keep time. Two of the nastiest habits the world has ever seen.
Niko na kiulizo.
Uko na kiulizo?
Hii kizungu yangu ni ya wapi kama sio ya Kenya?
So
mimi naambia wanaogeaga kama Mkikuyu ya Murang'a.
Origin. It's called Origins, bro. Origins.
I think George has dual citizenship, if I'm not wrong.
So okay, let's move away from George. Every Kenyan is a thug.
Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, he's a thug, and he's a what?
Doesn't keep time.
Never can't keep time. So now, the Indians are better because they don't steal the way we steal, and also they can keep time because they have factories and shops and everything. So they actually do need to keep time because they are employers. Their employers keep better time than the employees.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why not empower the Indians to build more factories?
No, but if you empower the Indians, the Indians they have that mindset of socialism. So they empower themselves first, and then they focus on other races after.
Yes.
Because they have that mindset.
It is better than what we have now. Because now what we have is people taking money from the government and they're giving you nothing. But the Indians can build something and employ some of you.
Yeah, that's on the ground, reality on the ground.
Yeah, so that's the lesser evil, and it's a better evil because you can now insist as the government that all the raw materials have to be provided for locally. Then now you can boost the local industries, can't you?
Yeah. It's the same as India and I believe South Africa.
That's the only
way, China as well.
That's the only way it works. Otherwise, if you now wait for the government to be the one which is going to go into business, then when they go into business, they eat all the money. When you give to the Indians or to the people who are at the helm of every industry, then aren't you in a better position?
Yeah, obviously to benefit the people by giving them the opportunities to have jobs, as you have said. Unlike these promises that the politicians they make during these political rallies that are not adding up on the ground after they enter office.
Yep. I would rather work for, thank you, Victor. I would rather work for an Indian who pays me 200 shillings a day. And I know that if I work for this guy dedicatedly, that 200 shillings is going to come. Then hope for the best with the government. Ellis Hill, how are you?
I'm fine, Kibe. How about you?
I'm easy. Talk to me, man.
All right. I just have an observation, and I'm not commenting much because most of what I can say has already been seen, especially by George. And this is what you've been saying all along, and it's especially about marriages. And I think Kenyans have not captured, well, they have captured this, but they have not heard them talk about it, is that all these people we are calling politicians go a step down. Look at their children, who they are married to, and during these ceremonies, who attend those weddings. And you can tell it's an illusion. We are just watching a magic show. But they are all in it together. Because one time I remember I boarded a flight, a Qatar flight, from LAX to Qatar. So when you board flights, first class and business class gets first, and then the rest, everybody else gets next. The economy, of course. And I remember there were 5 families, all Kenyans with kids, who got in as first class, and even the few Kenyans they were like, hey, these are Kenyans. How man? Oh, first class. We got a family of 3 kids, a family and another family of almost 4 kids. But then it happened that flight. One of the air hostess actually went to school with my sister. And during the flight, I was so curious, who are those? And then when she mentioned the name of who is who from the manifest, that's why I can tell you it's all an illusion we are watching right now. Just as you've been saying, Kibe, when it comes especially to marriages, these so-called wealthy people is a serious business. It's sealed in blood and is sealed in these deals they get. Just watch even who witnesses those marriages being solemnized. That's just my contribution.
So, who was it? You can't leave us hanging, bro. Who was it? Who was it that was in the plane?
Well, as I said, there were 5 young families.
Yeah,
but they were all. But the thing is, and you know what stuck out is that we are boarding the plane, right? And then they call in the first class and the business class. So, and they get in, and then after a few minutes, when they settle down, we are letting the plane. So even as you walk in the plane, you see these kids who look like my kids. You see these, they're actually ladies, the mothers of the kids, and I think 2 men. And I was told there's an entourage who are here in LA for vacation, and they are going back. And actually, it's a big group. So what I'm saying is, when she told me from the manifest who is who, because I don't feel it's necessary to name names right now, to be honest with you. But
why is it not necessary? Why is it not necessary?
Because this information is in public domain. So when it comes to these politicians, all you need to do is look at their children.
Okay, if it's in public domain, why is it so troubling for you to mention it? You shouldn't have kept us waiting.
No. What I'm saying is, and that's a problem I think with us Kenya, we become lazy. Because it don't take much Google search to see these politicians, especially their children, who is married to who. So we are here calling people's names, but they're actually in-laws. Their families are actually abided through marriages and through blood.
Wait, are you giving us those names?
So, as I say, Kibe, I don't think it's necessary, really.
How boring is that? Wait, Ellis, hold up.
Yeah.
How boring is that? That you come here and you tell us.
It's not.
Hold on. I want you to hear the point before you jump in. Imagine it's like this woman tells you, I'll charge you 2,000 bob for sex, but just before you come, I have to push you out.
Okay.
Then you're like, that's not sex, is it?
That's true.
Bro, what's the big deal? Just tell us which names are these. We don't have time to go Googling that nonsense.
And Andrew, it was very important and necessary to find out who these people were when he saw them. For him to form an opinion of what he's telling us now.
Mm-hmm. But suddenly it's not important for us.
Exactly.
Because you've digested the information and you feel what you're telling us is exactly the truth.
No, it's not. As I'm saying, is if something is on public domain, because as I say, these are politics, right? At the end of the day. So I hold my opinion, and so is my next brother or my next sister. So what I'm saying is, before you think politician A is fighting politician B, their children names are on public domain, who they are married to, their fathers is on public domain. You don't need somebody else to name names. We don't need to be this lazy that we can now go and check them out.
Ellis, what if we had somebody who had witnessed some of these things live, like they can give us a live report and say, this is what really happened? What if we had somebody like that?
I don't think it's a crime for anybody to marry anybody, right?
But what if there was one person who was maybe in a plane sometime and then saw these families sitting together and he knew who these families were and he could tell us who these families were? What if we had somebody who had witnessed it? Don't you think we'd be way ahead of this conversation?
That's right, but I think we are babying each other but what I'm saying is, as you said, in the Western world, people vote for their interest. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, before you claim, or I'm voting for this particular candidate, or I'm voting for this particular guy, their children's names are on public domain. Who they are married to is on public domain. Then, as a Kenyan, you find out it's one family. So whoever you thought is an enemy or fighting who in public is just a facade. And what I'm challenging every Kenyan citizen just like me is before you start supporting anybody blindly and violently, even going to hurt their fellow Kenyans, just go to find out these are the same families, even from different tribes, even from just and it don't take much to realize this is an illusion we are watching, even from 2002 when Moi said who he preferred as a candidate, and then he has ruled us for the next 4 years, and who's behind it. So I mean, come on, let's be honest with ourselves as Kenyans.
Okay, Ellis. I see you're really trying to avoid giving us those names. It's okay. Thank you, Ellis.
I just felt because these were private citizens minding their own businesses.
What you gave us today?
It's not my place to help them out.
Ellis, what you gave us today was...
Well, you can go find that information.
Ellis!
Yeah.
Settle down. What you gave us today was a nonsense story because you left us without the climax, which was nonsense. Do not ever give us another nonsense story like that. Those are those stories we used to talk about when we were kids. It used to be called Ngano Shiamarimo. Right? As long as there's no name you're attaching to it, what you're just telling us, it's like telling us about Luanda Magere or Ogas. Sounds like a very good story, and you can make it as dramatic as you want. 5 families. Why not? Let's go with 10 families. Why not do 20 families while we are at it? Yeah? Because I can tell you anything as long as I don't have to mention who the names are. Of course I can tell you anything, Alice. I can come and say yesterday, as long as I don't have to show you evidence, I can tell you exactly what the discussion is. I know exactly what was happening on this and this day for you guys to think a certain way. God damn it. African Network. African Network.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Are you in the discussion? Can you follow? Have you been following?
Yes, I've been following.
Okay.
Yeah, so...
On a level of 1 to 20, how full of shit is Ellis Hill?
20.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. All right, go ahead.
Okay. My issue basically about everything you've said. Industrialization is what builds a country. I beg to disagree to some level. I believe it's political goodwill. That's what builds a country. Look at the countries that are called Asian tigers. That's Singapore, Malaysia, and South Korea. I believe there is also another one. So these countries, you find there was some level of development. They were like lower middle income economies during 1970s, 1980s. But when it got to 1990s to 2000, these countries became like the first world countries because of the good leadership and the vision that their leaders had. So in Kenya, I heard George argue that devolution has failed. This issue of devolution has failed. To some level, I agree. To some level, I also disagree. Devolution, look at it. Where do county get the money? They get the money from the national government. This national government, so what they get is there's some money set aside that each and every county gets after a given period of time. So what happens? What do they do with the money that they're given by the national government? You find that most of that money, over 70% of that money, goes into recurrent expenditures. That includes salaries, these office expenses and all that. And some of it also get lost into corruption. So devolution has to be looked into a different way. You're given money. As a county, you're supposed to look, what do we do best?
But wait, hold up. For devolution to work, these counties have to be independent of the main government.
To some level, yes.
Not to some level. They have to be. Otherwise, how does it make sense? Why be it devolved, yet you're just a hyped up manager?
But the money, what's important is what do they do with the money they get from the national government?
You see, that's based on the county. That's why the counties vote for their own governor, right? So that is on their level. The fact that this county is getting money from the central government, then this county governor is just an employee of the president.
Yes.
So it's just a
So
hyped up
needs to be
employee
separated.
who has more access to funds. But the difference between these
Yes.
guys and PCs,
And-
there's none.
Yeah, there is no much difference. So each and every county governor needs to look at, I'm running my county as a business, not as I just receive money from the government and this money goes into paying of recurrent expenditure. That's not a way to run any. You look at places like California. California boasts of, there is Hollywood and there is the Silicon Valley. That's why it even ranked as in the top world economies. California is listed around number 5. That's after United States, China, and I believe there is France there, and also there is Australia, I think. Yeah. So then California comes after that. So you see, the Silicon Valley brings money. Hollywood also bring money. That's how it's run. They've run it as a business. That's why you can rank it into that level. So Uhuru Kenyatta, basically, I don't disagree that he has performed as a president. Of course, he has been, if you look at what Uhuru has been doing, he's been meeting leaders from different countries, signing bilateral trade talks. I even believe 2013 we had an issue of we are being disturbed by attacks from Al-Shabaab. But for some reason, we've had a safe country for all that period of time. So give him credit where it's due. Also, he advocated for the deployment of ESC defense personnel to go to Congo, to DRC Congo, to try and curb all those rebel attacks.
Are you serious? Are you seriously talking about Congo?
Yes, Congo is a problem. But for Africa
are you seriously talking about him sending troops to Congo as an achievement?
No, he advocated for that.
Yeah,
That's somebody.
Why do we give a shit?
Why do we give a shit?
Yeah.
KCB recently moved to Congo. I believe they bought a bank.
So we sent troops because of KCB?
Their business interest in Congo. There is Equity Bank in Congo.
So it's not an achievement for the country. Nobody gives a shit about KCB or Congo or anything else that is not in Kenya.
But they bring money back to the...
not enough for us to send a whole troops there. That's too much. This is, you see, it's business, bro. It's business.
Yes.
I'm putting in this and I expect this to come back. Business. So if you get an egg for 10 bob, you want to sell it at 20 bob, right?
Yes.
And this 10 bob is what you're using to fare, to boil the egg and everything else in between, right?
Yes.
It's simple business. Even with a country, it's business. So when, I don't know whether you heard when George was talking, when Trump looked at the trade imbalance between America and China, he said, for us to get rid of this imbalance, we must start taxing these motherfuckers. It's business. How come we're not thinking business-like? Is it because we have not been business-minded or what?
It's business. Of course, it's business. Why did the handshake happen? Like, look at why Uhuru decided to have the handshake with Raila during 2017, 2018. He saw that the country was polarized to some level because as much as he got votes enough to become the president, the other half of the country supported the opposition leader. So for businesses to thrive, there has to be peace.
Nonsense. Nonsense. We don't have any. Yes, we don't have any businesses.
Without a good political environment or political instability in our country, businesses cannot.
What has never happened, and this is what you guys need to see, is independence. Nobody has any independence from government. That's why even businesses cannot thrive because nobody has independence from government. If there was independence from government, then the government would not threaten you. The government would have to work with you. Now we don't have, because now one person in government can shut down your business. That's where we are right now. One person in government can hate your business and shut it down. One person in government can shut down your, even try to steal your land. So as long as they're in government, they have all this immense power. You find companies like California. Why do you think California is making all this money? Because of Hollywood and what else is there? George, you'll remind me if I forget.
Silicon Valley.
But there's Silicon Valley, yes. Now, why do you think companies are moving from California to Texas?
Because of high taxes, of course.
Yes, because Texas is telling them when you come here, as guys, you're not paying, what is it called? State income tax.
Yes.
So it's better for them to move to California because they're going to make more money. To move to Texas because they're going to make more money. Now, in Kenya, on the other hand, this idea of Majimbo that we were given, or devolution that they call it, it's just we employed more people to do the same job that was already being done, which is just manage state resources. Now, you're telling governors, you think governors can go against you and you're the one who's signing the check every month, how much the governors are going to get?
Of course, there's a cliche there.
Bro, you're a governor, I'm president. You're going to bring me shit how? I'm going to call you to State House. I'm going to be like, hey, bro, keep fucking with me. You are only governor. Me, I own the police.
So, yes, and there's always a game being played. Yesterday, I believe yesterday or the day before yesterday, there was a new ambassador of US to Kenya, Whitman. She's basically rich. She made her money through Silicon Valley, I believe. So for that appointment to happen, USA has seen that China is really entering much into Africa. And so they need to counter that by having more people with business acumen to manage to counter whatever China is growing influence in Africa. So there's always a game being played. Even Kenyan politics is Game of Thrones to some level. And you see, the perception, it's all about perception. These people say Ruto believes, people who have sided with Ruto are those people who are perceived like they were left out of the handshake. And those who are pro-Raila are the people like who are with the president, and those people who are with Raila. So you find that when they go there, if you attend the rallies, it's all about they're trying to portray a given perception of the other side being bad. But at the end of the day, these people are friends. It's just that they are
Thank you. I want you to hold on to that last point of yours, because that's your last point. I want you to hold on to it and remember it completely. Completely. It's like watching a rugby match. Have you ever watched rugby?
Yes.
Do you see how people fight when the game is on?
Yes.
But the moment they leave the rugby pitch, bro, all that shit is left behind. So what's happening is right now it's the game. The game is being played. What we are we're just witnessing the game. We are fans. Yeah. So and most of us we don't know the coach. We don't know how many times they practice in a week. We don't know how many injuries who has gotten. Nothing. We know nothing. We're just watching the game. When the game is done on August 9th and the results are in, now you'll watch another new game. Thank you very much, Africa Network.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. It's all about the games. It's all about the games. Gift, are you still here? All right. I don't think Gift is here. Ellis Hill, I'll give you a moment to say something before I allow George to close. Ellis Hill, are you here?
Yeah, I don't have much to say, George. All has been said.
All right. Thank you. George. Georges, G.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, close it up, bro.
Do you want me to say we need to pray and hope that we don't turn into violence?
Please, be a cliche.
I'll just quote myself. on the pinned tweet on the top of the screen. The people in charge of the future are not going to be there in the future. You shall. Do not let short-term challenges dictate your long-term decisions. Move, act, be. Look beyond your favorite candidate. Look beyond your tribal affiliation. Look beyond your tribal kingpin. Look beyond your God that you worship because of the money they have or the car they drive or the influence they have in the society. And when you look beyond all those things, you will see yourself. You will fight yourself. You've been chasing all these other people and all these other ideas from other people. But it's only you that matters. When you mature enough to realize that as a person, then everything else is clear. And nobody can bullshit you. When everybody's going right, you'll be going left. Because you cannot lie to yourself. Because everything now becomes very clear. Whether you vote or you don't vote, take that with you. That your ultimate goal is to be so true to yourself that you see beyond all these people and see yourself.
Nice. Thank you, George, for closing it out nicely, man. That was nice. And we've had a nice discussion, very long discussion about today's happenings. And now we started talking about politics, and it has gone the way it has gone. I've really enjoyed myself. To think that we can come to a point or a stage in our lives where we're honest about a few things. Imagine if we could be honest about everything. That would really change the world, because now you'd have to be truthful. If I'm honest, then I would require it of everybody around me. Two cannot work together unless they agree. There's no way you can tell me you're honest, but your buddy is a thief. No, it's a lie. Either you guys are thieves or you're honest, but not that one is one thing, another is another. No, separation has to happen. Separation has to happen. Otherwise, who I see you with, that's who you are. So if you can be honest, then we shall demand it of other people, which is a good place to start. This was the first time I wanted to do politics, and I kept it completely Kenyan, no interference from anybody else, not even interference, just that we needed to do this. And we shall have to do, not have to, but I want to do another one for the election day. So I will be doing another one for the election day. I'm trying to see the time. Probably we can do it, same time. We can do it at 7 p.m. on the election day. If the requirement is there, we can do it even earlier, depending on what's happening. So we wait and see. But 7 p.m. should be the time. I'll put a date, a time to it. But if I need to start earlier, I'll also just send the communication. But it's important that we talk and, update each other. This platform was not there the last election. Why not take advantage of it this time? It has been real, a production of Rogue Radio Kamakawa, rogueradio.live. See you guys tomorrow, same time, same place.